Failed to conquer the aloof master. Failed to conquer the gentle senior sister. Failed to conquer the antagonist Tang San. Failed to conquer the Saxal Huang. As the price of failure, the system took away your emotions. And from then on, you no longer have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Love, hatred, resentment, or hatred. But they regretted it. The usually cold-hearted ones even suddenly turned red-eyed, crying and begging you to return to your previous self. Upon hearing this, you just coldly smiled and said, "Shut up, this is not what you chose." At this moment on the beachy peak of the fasting sect, you were knocked down by a sword. Master Bai Ningbing's expression carried a hint of anger. "Why haven't you made any progress after such a long time? Could it be that you haven't been practicing at all during this time? If you continue to be like this, it would have been better if you had not joined the sect in the first place and died in the mortal world." Bai Ningbing sheathed her sword, her voice full of disappointment echoing in the air, accompanied by the sound of the clear moon pavilion's doors closing. Standing in the rain curtain, you lowered your head, feeling waves of pain in your body. Once again, you disappointed your master during the sparring session. Indeed, no matter what you do, you cannot satisfy Bai Ningbing. Alright, you no longer hesitate. "System, master, I'm here." A clear and familiar voice echoed in your mind. "System, can I give up all tasks? You are a time traveler, and since you arrived in this world, you have awakened the system. The system's task is simple: to guide you, or to increase the favorability of specific characters. You thought you could grow into a powerful figure with the help of the system, but in the end, you couldn't even complete a single task. Master, voluntarily giving up tasks will result in punishment. Are you sure you want to give up?" The system doesn't seem surprised by your question. "What is the punishment?" "It will sever the master's desires." "Just sever desires?" You thought at least it would be a severe punishment like extracting life, but it turned out to be so easy? Yes, after severing the master's desires, this system will also fall into a deep sleep, and the rest of the journey will depend on you. "Master, is that so?" A slight smile appeared on your cheeks. "Well then, system, I am sure I want to give up all tasks." Detecting the master's strong desire to give up, the punishment begins. The merciless voice of the system echoed in your mind, and suddenly waves of intense pain passed through your mind, as if something important was forcibly stripped away, and you blacked out and passed out. At the same time, in the main hall of the Bai Chi Peak, Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on a cushion, but her mind was not at peace. Your expression just now felt like a thorn stuck in her heart, making it hard for her to calm down. "Did I speak too harshly?" Bai Ningbing let out a deep sigh, looking at the empty courtyard. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, as if she was about to lose something important. It wasn't just her. Several other women also had the same feeling, and you woke up again in a daze, opening your eyes subconsciously calling out to the system. "System, system?" But the system that used to respond instantly and seemed to be in tune with your mind is now silent. You sighed, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Without the burden of heavy tasks at this moment, you feel extremely comfortable. Since crossing over to this world, you have never enjoyed life as much as today. It seems that cutting off desires is not all bad. Perhaps it should have been given up earlier. "Senior brother? What are you doing?" Just as you were lost in thought, a playful voice came from behind you. Upon hearing this, you knew who it was, so you didn't turn around but spoke directly. "Junior sister, what's the matter looking for senior brother?" As soon as the words fell, a pink-haired young girl had already walked to your side. Yufan Yuan sat next to you, her light pink eyes staring at you intently, a hint of confusion showing on her delicate face. Seeing that your gaze did not shift because of her arrival, Yufan Yuan felt very puzzled because she noticed that you seemed to have changed a bit. She sat beside you, sniffing the scent coming from you in the air, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes. "Senior brother, have you forgotten the promise you made to me yesterday?" Yufan Yuan kept moving her body until her upper body was almost touching yours. She blinked her watery eyes, watching as your gaze shifted from the scenery outside the pavilion back to her, and her displeased expression dissipated somewhat. A familiar fragrance entered your nostrils, but your heart remained unmoved. You also recalled the matter of promising Yufan Yuan to try the elixir yesterday. Yufan Yuan is one of your targets to conquer, and you treat her extremely well. However, for some reason, Yufan Yuan's favorability seems to fluctuate like a roller coaster, sometimes up in the sky and sometimes down on the ground. It's not just you, even the system finds this strange, but Yufan Yuan's favorability towards you is quite good, showing some improvement, unlike others who have always been lukewarm. Thinking about this, you let out a slight sigh. However, Yufan Yuan is filled with confusion, as she realizes that her usually shy senior brother, for some reason, has no reaction to her sudden closeness, not even a hint of blush on his cheeks or ears. Noticing this subtle change in you, Yufan Yuan involuntarily moves closer to you. Just as Yufan Yuan's cheek is about to touch yours, you finally snap out of your thoughts. Junior sister, what are you doing? Yufan Yuan also notices that the distance between the two of you is a bit too ambiguous, so she calmly moves back a bit, but still sits closely beside you. It's a pity. Just now you seemed absent-minded. No matter what I did, you wouldn't react, right? In this way, many thoughts that should not exist have arisen in Yuxianjuan's mind. I wonder if the elixir that can knock down an ox today can knock down senior brother? If it's possible. Yuxianjuan subconsciously licked her slightly dry and rosy lips. Cough. Senior brother, are you okay? You promised to help me with the elixir. Senior brother, you wouldn't forget, right? Hearing this, you shook your head. Then let's go to the pharmacy now. Okay. Senior brother, let's go. Hurry up. Saying that, Yuxianjuan stood up first, hooked your arm, her face filled with a bright smile. You stood up on your own, looking at Yuxianjuan expressionlessly. Junior sister, are we getting too intimate like this? You said softly. In your eyes, Yuxianjuan is so strange, sometimes making some moves towards herself, and sometimes becoming very cold. All these behaviors are puzzling. You used to be happy because of Yuxianjuan's actions, but now your heart is calm. And hearing Qinduan's words, Yilingling's brain froze for a moment. Thousand Dust has indeed changed, and the change is very big. In the past days when she held his hand like this, he would never say such words, and even had a smile on his face, because no matter how excessive things she did, as long as when she made some moves like this intimacy, Thousand Dust would always look at her with a smile, like something really over the top, like accidentally setting fire to 1,000 dusty houses. But this time, Yilingling could hardly see any pleasant expression on Qianduan's face. Not even a hint of facial muscle change. Just this instant, many possibilities suddenly surfaced in Yilingling's mind. Is it hard to believe that senior brother has discovered my true colors? Recalling what she had done, Yilingling's eyes gradually dimmed. Seeing Yilingling's mood getting lower and lower, Qianduan was a bit unsure. He thought for a moment and finally shook his head. For Qianduan, he couldn't stir up any emotional fluctuations in his heart at this time. Just like an emotionless puppet, no matter what moves Yilingling made, it wouldn't have any effect on him. And the words of the party were just a reminder that as senior siblings between the two, they shouldn't be so intimate with each other. As for whether or not Yilingling had listened to him, what did it have to do with him? Yilingling eventually came back to her senses. She seemed to be gambling, and in one go, she let go of her hands that were wrapped around Qianduan's arms, and the snowy whites returned to their original shape as a result. Stupid senior brother. Yilingling hurled abuse at Qianduan in her mind. The two of them walked one after the other towards Tianya Peak's elixir room. Yilingling followed behind Qianduan. Many images emerged in her mind, and all of them were invariably of her at the top and Qianduan at the bottom. Stinky senior brother, don't get put down later. Otherwise, the corner of Yilingling's mouth curved up in a weird arc. It was also at this moment that Qianchen, who was in front of him, had already walked to the entrance of the elixir room, and he slightly stopped his steps and turned to look at Yilingling behind him. Senior sister, go ahead and refine the pills. I'll just wait outside. Chapter 3 Poison Test Pill. Yilingling took large strides towards the alchemy room, and before entering the alchemy room, her gaze lingered on Qianduan's cheek. Senior brother, I feel as if you've changed a lot. Meeting pale pink eyes, Chidori shook her head gently. Elder sister, you're worrying too much. The corners of Thousand Dust's mouth hooked up slightly, but this smile was a bit stiff in any case. But senior brother, in the past, when I was refining pills, you were always by my side. Yilingling's voice sounded a bit aggrieved, and at those words, Qianduan didn't know what he should reply. Yilingling was an elixir wizard, with extraordinary talent attainments in this aspect of alchemy, and the time period in which Qianping had assisted her in alchemy before had also been the time when she had only joined the sect, and I don't know why she suddenly brought up these past events. Senior sister, you're a Dan Dao genius. Why would you need me to accompany you? Thousand Dust said softly. He remembered the former time and time again for Yilingling test Dan. That can be a real old life. The pills that Yilingling had refined were undoubtedly superior in terms of both character and effect, but for some reason, the pills she had refined all had huge side effects. If it wasn't for the system in place, I'm afraid that just with Jitosa's physical fitness, he wouldn't be able to carry the Yilingling test. Therefore, after this time, Qianduan no longer intended to test pills for Yilingling again. After all, Yilingling didn't see him as a human being either. As for Yilingling, she was shocked when she heard Qianduan's words. She didn't know what she was thinking and walked into the alchemy room without looking back. Seeing Yi Ling's back disappearing around the corner, Qian Chen resumed his ancient, wave-free demeanor as he stepped into the courtyard in front of the alchemy room and raised his eyes to look into the distance. Thousand Dust was a little puzzled. Yi Ling obviously had a Dan furnace that belonged exclusively to her, but why did she still ask him to come to this alchemy room to refine Dan together this time? Obviously, it's the same if she sends it over after refining. The alchemy room is located at the bottom of the peak of the Heavenly Cliff Peak, which is some distance away from both of their residences, and I don't know how Yi Ling thinks. Just as Thousand Dust was still in a daze, a powerful aura suddenly raged through the space, even setting off a clear wind that rustled the giant trees in the courtyard. This aura was not unfamiliar to Qianwen. It was none other than his Yuaning stage master, Mu Qingyin. Disciple pays homage to master. The moment Mu Qingyin's silver-white figure appeared, Qianwen clasped his hands and knelt down on one knee, doing all the proper etiquette. The crimson eyes quietly looked at Qianwen. Seeing his respectful appearance, Mu Qingyin's original words of concern were swallowed hard. What are you doing here? For some reason, Mu Qingyin's tone was subconsciously filled with a bit of questioning, which even she herself hadn't noticed. Hearing this familiar tone, Thousand Dust's expression didn't change in any way. It wasn't that he was already used to his master's suspicions and questioning. It was just that he couldn't be stirred up emotionally by anything nowadays. Back to master. Disciple is waiting for senior sister to refine the pills and test the effects for senior sister when the pills are finished. Mu Qingyin's willow brows were tightly knitted together, her complexion somewhat displeased, but because Qianwen had his head lowered, he didn't notice. If you don't cultivate well, but know about the love of men and women, how should you achieve the great Tao like this? Mu Qingyin casually took out a technique from her storage space, then threw it in front of Qianwen, and before she disappeared, her voice was still echoing in the air. 3 days later, if you fail to master this technique, master will personally punish you. Looking at the place where Mu Qingyin disappeared, Qianwen let out a deep sigh. He has gotten used to such a way of getting along with Mu Qingyin. Mu Qingyin is always like this. She is a qualified master teacher, just not so close to the people. The reason why she came here to find a Thousand Dust, I think it must be only because of yesterday's test of strength. Perhaps in her eyes, Thousand Dust would never improve, and would always be the same mediocre appearance he had when he had just entered the sect. But Chidori had tried hard, really hard. Just how much more effort should be made to make Mu Qingyin's heart fluctuate? Qianwen couldn't figure it out. Although he wasn't a genius with dual spiritual roots, he was still too much better than the vast majority of cultivators. By now, even if you make many contributions to Sky Cliff Peak, even if you step into the Jindan realm at the age of just over 20, all of this is not enough in Mu Qingyin's eyes. Thousand Dust looked at the merit law in his hand and silently took it back into his storage ring. 3 days? That should be enough. Right at this moment, a violent aura fluctuation suddenly came out from within the alchemy room, accompanied by a burst of golden light flashing out from the alchemy room. And Yi Ling's excited and impatient voice was also clearly transmitted into Qianwen Erzhong. It's done. A moment later, Yi Ling's figure appeared in Qianwen's line of sight, and she practically flew over, appearing in front of Qianwen at once. Senior brother, the elixir has come to fruition. I'll trouble senior brother to try the effect for me. Yi Ling was holding a shiny and colorful green pill in her hands, and the air was filled with a fragrance that belonged exclusively to this pill. Just smelling it made one's heart feel relaxed and happy. Chen met Yi Ling's line of sight and looked at the other party's expectant eyes. In the end, he didn't say anything more, but just reached out and took the elixir in Yi Ling's hand. Senior sister, what is the general effect of this elixir? Elder brother, this elixir is made by using the Xianling grass as a medicinal guide, adding the red ridge flower, and the Jedi lizard horn. And if these few herbs alone are used, it should be able to make the cultivator's aura more pure, right? Thousand Dust pondered over what Yi Ling had said, so he didn't notice that Yi Ling was currently keeping her head down with a weird smile on her face. That's good. Then let senior brother try the potency of the elixir for you. Saying that, Qianwen did not hesitate and straight away sent the elixir into his mouth. Along with the dissolution of the elixir, a majestic power emanated from his body, and Chen only felt that his hands and feet had suddenly become light, and even his head was groggy. But after a long time, all of these sensations had disappeared. When the consciousness became clear again, Chen felt the change of the aura in his body. Compared to the previous, it has indeed become a lot more pure. Combined with the past experience of trying pills for Yi Ling, those feelings must be the side effects of the side effects undoubtedly. It was just that without the system, Thousand Dust couldn't detect what the specific side effects of this elixir were. because he had eaten too many poisons into his body. He was now somewhat resistant to any toxin, but he still couldn't do anything to point out exactly which herb of a potion was wrong. Senior sister, this elixir is indeed capable of making the aura in a cultivator's body pure, but senior brother Fong was a bit faint, so I think it was because a certain herb was not suitable. Originally, Yi Lingling's mood had already reached its peak when she saw the way Qian Chen closed his eyes and shook, but when she heard the words he uttered, she instantly fell to the bottom again. Is that so? Elder brother. Chapter 4, The Other Side of East Dream Moon. Elder sister. Then you continue to improve this flavor of medicine, and elder brother will leave first. Thousand Dust said to Yi Lingling, who had her head lowered in front of her, after which, he summoned his sword, turned around, turned his back to Yi Lingling, operated his aura, and traveled with his sword, disappearing from Yi Lingling's line of sight in just a few breaths of time. Yi Lingling raised her head, her sight deadlocked on the direction where Qianhuan had left until she couldn't look at Qianhuan's back completely. Could it be that the medicinal effect is still insufficient? Yi Lingling looked at the extra pill in her hand and let out a soft sigh. Looks like it's going to take a stiff dose of. Thousand Dust flew all the way forward, leaving the area governed by Skycliff Peak. Thousand Dust followed the familiar route, tossing and turning in the air, and came straight to the back of the Sex Mountain. It was a place he visited often and one of his favorites. There is a dense forest and a crystal-clear stream. Various kinds of flowers and trees grow along the stream, emitting a faint fragrance. The deafening sound of crashing water in the distance was a spectacular waterfall. Thousand Dust flew with his sword and traveled towards the location where the waterfall was. The waterfall sloped down from the 100-meter-high cliff, crashing on top of the warped rocks at the bottom of the cliff and splashing up countless crystal-clear water splashes. These water splashes scattered down like pearls, forming a beautiful water curtain. The water curtain was also interspersed with wisps of spiritual chi, making people feel relaxed and refreshed. Thousand Dust went straight through the mirror surface made of water and flew into the back of the waterfall. There was something else behind the waterfall, like a paradise beyond the world, which attracted attention. Some spirit grasses emitting a faint glow grew on the ground, as if guiding pedestrians in the direction, stretching all the way inside. After landing on the ground, Thousand Dust took his sword back into his storage space, after which, he took a step towards the depths of the cave. The cave was filled with a rich spiritual aura that was refreshing to the mind. The walls of the cave flickered with points of spiritual light, as if stars dotted the night sky. I don't know how much time passed, but a dazzling light broke into Qian Shen's eyes, and gradually, a courtyard appeared in his sight. This courtyard is situated in a clearing outside the end of the cave, surrounded by trees in a beautiful way. The courtyard was beautifully constructed, like the mansion of those powerful people in the secular world. And at this moment, there was a wonderful woman sitting on the swing in front of the courtyard, seemingly waiting for someone. The moment the figure of Qianhuan appeared, that person who had been dazed on the swing slowed down. Her pale green eyes looked at Qianhuan, and then, quietly stood up from the swing. You're finally here. Dongmeng Yu's melodious but cold voice entered Qian Shen's ears. Looking at the pretty woman in front of him in a long green dress, Qianhuan's expression did not change in any way until Dongmeng Yu walked straight to him. Where is the thing I want? Dongmeng Yu's pale green eyes stared silently at Qianhuan as she reached out her hand, her slender 5 fingers together. Upon hearing this, Thousand Dust took out a rare spirit item from his storage space and placed him in Dongmeng Yu's hands. You asked for it. The crimson flower looked like a flame that was burning, carrying a scorching temperature. Dongmeng Yu took the scorched sungrass from Qianhuan's hand and carefully examined it, her eyes satisfied. Well done. In future, I won't be coming back. Without waiting for Dongmeng Yu to finish her sentence, Qianhuan spoke up and interrupted. At those words, Dongmeng Yu's good-looking brows were tightly furrowed together, and she was even somewhat unable to react for a moment. What did you say? I won't be coming back to you from now on, and this is the last herb you'll need to repair your roots. Right, so I have no reason to keep looking for you. Dongmeng Yu looked as if she had only just understood the meaning of Qianhuan's words. The corners of her mouth hooked up slightly as she looked at Qianhuan with some amusement. But when she noticed the look on Thousand Dust's face at that moment, the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually disappeared. Thousand Dust, what do you mean? Is this a game of disappearing? The usual Chidori, who was always playful and smiling, seemed to have disappeared, but no mood swings could be heard in Dongmeng Yu's tone, and Chidori didn't notice any change in her expression. Hearing her words, Thousand Dust shrugged his shoulders slightly. Isn't that what you expected? From now on, I won't bother you. Also, consider what I've done over the years as coming from a place of goodwill. I don't expect anything from you in return. After saying that, Thousand Dust intended to turn around and leave. Did you do all that just to gross me out a little? Dong Mengyu's words clearly broke into Qianduan's ears. If it was before, Qianduan's heart might have stung for a moment, but now, he didn't feel anything. That's right, this Dong Mengyu, who lived in seclusion in the back of the clan's mountains, was also one of Thousand Dust's raiders. According to the rumors, she was once the favored disciple of a certain elder, but due to being injured by a demonic creature, her foundation was damaged and her cultivation could no longer be refined. All of this information, Thousand Dust had learned through the system. Ever since learning about her exact location, Thousand Dust had gone to great lengths to increase her favorability towards him. He even went so far as to take huge risks just to find a method that could repair her roots. However, good intentions were not rewarded, and Chidam seemed to have become a tool person in the eyes of Dong Mengyu. Despite his many efforts, her favorability did not increase much. On the contrary, in her mouth, one of the most common phrases that Thousand Dust heard was, "Will you leave me alone?" This phrase had been heard by Thousand Dust for several years and had long since become tiresome, so it would be better to do as she wished. Thus, Thousand Dust replied expressionlessly, "That's right, just like you said. Everything I did was just to make you feel disgusted." After saying that, Thousand Dust turned around and left without hesitation, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Dong Mengyu was still holding the scorched sunflower handed to her by Qianduan in her hand, and she did not react for half a day. It was only after a long time that she woke up as if from a dream. Her gaze fixed on the scorched sunflower in her hand and her eyes became deep. Suddenly, she raised the scorched sunflower in her hand to her eyes, then gently pinched it, and the rare flower that contained scorching energy suddenly turned into pieces. Then she exhaled a hot breath, and the pieces drifted through the air like snowflakes. Interesting, just too interesting. Dong Mengyu's figure transformed into a mist and instantly disappeared, and the next moment appeared on the swing in front of the courtyard. She sat on the swing, shaking her white calves, her mouth emitting a silver bell-like laughter that echoed between heaven and earth, giving people chills. Thousand Dust, do you really think you can escape so easily? After wasting so much of my time, even if it's just a pet, I won't let it leave my sight so easily. What's more, I never thought of you as my pet. This little spirit-looking sect is really interesting. It seems that I wasn't wrong to stay here. Chapter 5, Indifference. Thousand Dust returned to the halfway point of Skycliff Peak. Stepping into the middle of the bamboo forest, he went deeper along the quiet pathway until a small bamboo house came into Thousand Dust's eyes. Push the door open and step inside. Thousand Dust looked around the room and began to ponder. Now that he was finally free, he had time to think about where to go next on the road. The system's punishment had only descended. He had been pulled by Yi Ling Ling to test the Dan, and then he had gone to find Dong Mengyu, and time had passed so quietly that he hadn't had the time to think about it properly. As for the task handed over by Mu Qingyin, Qianduan pondered for a moment before slightly shaking his head. "Just," Thousand Dust muttered, in a voice so small that only he could hear it. He just wanted to rest. Do nothing. Just rest quietly. In the world of Blue Star, this kind of thinking and behavior is often called swinging for the fences. Chidori was now in such a state, as if he had lost all motivation and purpose. Yes, he's trying to swing for the fences now. The mission had been completed, the system had disappeared, and his desire had dissipated. Now he was alone, without his system, without his mission, without his lust. The cultivation level of the Jindan stage was an unattainable height for most people, so Thousand Dust, who possessed the Jindan stage cultivation level, could be considered the apex of many people. Therefore, he didn't want to cultivate as hard as before, but chose to relax and rest instead. In fact, Thousand Dust didn't shoulder any great responsibility for revitalizing the clan, protecting the peace of a party, or anything like that. These were missions that those strong people should undertake and had nothing to do with him. Without those restraints, he could finally lay down his burdens and enjoy his own time. Most importantly, Qianduan no longer had to rack his brains to please those few women, but could not gain their favor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. His heart was indescribably relaxed and calm. In that case, what was there for him to worry about? What should be the next step of the road? Let it go with the flow. What will happen in the future? Let's leave it up to God. As long as you live the moment and enjoy life, nothing else matters. Having figured all this out, Thousand Dust turned around and slowly walked out of the small bamboo house. The sunlight sprinkled on him, warm and cozy. He took a deep breath and felt the fresh air. His mood was extraordinarily soothing. At this moment, Thousand Dust truly realized that life could be so simple and beautiful. He had come back with the intention of practicing, but after Fong's brainstorming, It seemed that there was no need for that again. What Mu Qingyin had said about mastering a brand new technique within 3 days was indeed a challenge for Qianwan, but it wasn't completely impossible. It just takes a lot of energy. Though, on second thought, according to Mu Qingyin's temperament, thought even if Qianwan did, will be a cold mockery not to mention that Qianwan now only want to lie flat, so just give up. The big deal is to go to the cliffs of thought for a few days and feel the pain for a while. He didn't have any thoughts of leaving the sect yet. After all, he had been here for many years and was considered to have feelings. If after the pendulum swings, Mu Qingyin wants to kick him out, then he will accept it openly, and at that point, he will be considered truly free. Do what you want, it doesn't matter what you say yes to. Thinking like this, Thousand Dust took a step and slowly walked towards the back of the bamboo house, continuing to walk along the quiet path. A not-so-small field store was clearly reclaimed in the center of the bamboo forest. This spirit field had been deserted for a long time. It was reclaimed from the previous time when Thousand Dust had just joined the sect and had not yet embarked on the raider quest, because he was so caught up in the whole system mission that he didn't have the time to look after the place. The flowers and plants planted earlier in the year had long withered and lost their vitality. Seeing this, Chen Ping was pondering on how to revitalize this spiritual field when he heard a voice as pleasant as an oriole ringing out from behind him. "Senior!" The aroma that belonged exclusively to Yi Ling drifted from far to near, wafting into Qianduan's nostrils, and when he heard her shout, Qianduan turned around. Yi Ling was wearing a white Taoist robe, no different from this morning's outfit, and at this moment, her face was full of smiles, and her eyes fell fixedly on Qianduan. "Senior sister, what is the reason for looking for me? What words did senior brother say? Can't it be that senior sister can't come to you if she's fine?" Hearing Yi Ling's reply, Qianduan fell into silence and did not pick up the topic. Sensing Qianduan's silence, Yi Ling's already unpleasant mood was even worse, but she didn't show it. Still full of smiles, she came to Qianduan's front. "Senior brother, senior sister found that you really changed a lot. Once upon a time, you wouldn't treat me like this." Yi Ling's words sounded a bit aggrieved, and Qianduan also somewhat failed to understand the meaning of her words. "How do I treat her? With a smile on my face and a hush? Or the same as before? Smile and forgive her no matter what she does? Senior sister, I don't understand what you're trying to express." Thousand Dust shook his head and said, "If senior sister has nothing to do, then please return. Senior brother still has some things to do." After saying that, Thousand Dust was about to turn around and enter the middle of the field store, but right at that moment, a warm hand gripped his wrist. "Sifu!" Only Yi Ling hung her head low, and Shen could only see her long pink hair all over her head. "Senior brother, did senior sister do something wrong? Why is senior brother so cold to me?" When Yi Ling raised her head, Qianduan clearly noticed that her eyes were already filled with tears. Seeing this scene, Qianduan's heart did not feel the slightest bit of emotion. On the contrary, his gaze became very cold. "Elaine, do I have to list all the things you've done before?" Yi Ling's heart trembled and she subconsciously loosened her grip on Qianduan's hand. "I'm testing the pills for you today for the last time, and also for the sake of our senior sibling relationship, so in the future, if there's nothing else to do, don't come back to me." Thousand Dust did not want to say the words so absolutely, perhaps before he could still deceive himself, and after severing the love and lust, some words would be better if they were picked out. Yi Ling's body began to tremble, and a moment later, she fled as if she had left the bamboo forest where Qianduan was, while Qianduan looked at her far away back until the air once again returned to silence. "If you were all more normal, maybe the old life wouldn't have been so torturous." Chapter 6, Apologizing. Thousand Dust has finally cleared some time. It was no exaggeration to say that apart from the period of time when he had just crossed over to this world, these 2 days were the most comfortable days that Thousand Dust had ever lived. Right now, for example, Thousand Dust was leisurely lying on the bed couch inside the bamboo house, his hands resting at the back of his head, his eyes staring out of the window without blinking as his thoughts drifted into the distance. There was no need to test pills for Yi Ling at the cost of her body, nor did she have to go to Dong Mengyu and be made to do so for the sake of that pitiful amount of favorability. Mu Qingyin might also have important matters to attend to these 2 days, and didn't have the time to manage her unattentive disciple. Thousand Dust tended to the field stores on weekdays, or traveled to the pavilion to enjoy the scenery. This kind of life was monotonous, but it was definitely not considered boring, at least for Thousand Dust. There is an idiom, what is it? Bittersweet? Anyway, Thousand Dust is feeling that way nowadays. This carefree, free-spirited life couldn't be more comforting. However, just as Thousand Dust was enjoying life to the fullest, Trouble always came unexpectedly. Even though Thousand Dust had already detected Yi Lingling's aura, he did not reveal this or even show the slightest concern. He just gazed silently out the window at the blue sky and white clouds until the pretty face suddenly burst into his view. The corners of Yi Lingling's mouth rose slightly and her eyes curved into a crescent shape, revealing a playful smile. Her gaze fell on Qianduan, as if she had something to say to him. Senior brother Yi Lingling purposely dragged her voice out, giving her words a hint of petulance. Since the last time he met with Yi Lingling, 2 days had passed, and Qianchen still remembered that he had already spoken his words completely at that time, and now that she had come to look for herself once again, what exactly was the reason for that? Thousand Dust was really unable to guess the reason for this. What's wrong? Senior sister is here to apologize. As she spoke, she only saw Yi Lingling's figure briskly roll over the window and enter Qianchen's room in one go. Thousand Dust was in a flaccid state, even wearing only a thin lingerie, and Yiling sat on her but on the edge of the bed as if she hadn't noticed. Seeing this, Thousand Dust stretched out his hand, and as he did so, a black and gold crane cloak flew out from a closet not far away, and then, draped over him, putting on his clothes, Thousand Dust sat up and looked at Yi Lingling indifferently. Regarding Yi Lingling's rude behavior, Qianchen did not reprimand him. He wanted to see what Yi Lingling was playing at. Senior brother. Senior sister admits her mistake. Everything is senior sister's fault. Senior brother, don't be cold to senior sister, okay? Hearing this, Thousand Dust didn't make any movements, just gently climbed out of bed. Yi Lingling's eyes fell on Qianduan's body until the wide figure completely occupied her entire sight. Thousand Dust did not linger in the room, but walked straight towards the door of the room. Seeing this, Yi Lingling busily stood up and quickly followed Qianduan's pace. Senior brother. Once upon a time it was senior sister who went too far. Senior sister shouldn't have let senior brother test poison pills for senior sister. Shouldn't have made senior brother homeless. Shouldn't have harmed senior brother's spirit pets. Shouldn't have allowed to discredit senior brother in front of senior father. Shouldn't have spread negative information about senior brother within the sect. Shouldn't have. Yi Lingling listed the crimes that had been committed one by one behind Qianduan, while Qianduan just listened quietly without any answer. He walked out of the bamboo hut and down the path to the field store he had planted with his own hands. All along the way, Yi Lingling was chattering on and on, while Qianchen let her keep talking to herself. The medicinal herbs in the field store had already improved very significantly due to Qianchen's care over the past 2 days, and were slowly regaining their former vitality. Thousand Dust opened the wooden fence and stepped into the field store, and Yiling entered with him. Be careful, don't step on it. Thousand Dust droned softly. He carefully observed the spirit grasses in the field store, not even noticing that Yi Lingling beside him had closed her mouth at some point. The environment became quieter and quieter, except for a few birdsongs in the distance. Yi Lingling's face was very gloomy as she silently followed behind Qianchen and watched him as he carefully studied these flowers and plants that didn't have any vitality. After a long time, as if finally noticing that Yi Lingling had stopped speaking, Qianchen then slowly replied, Senior sister, senior brother has already forgiven you. If there is nothing else, please return. Yi Lingling only felt a surge of breath going straight to the sky. At this moment, her mood was like an erupting volcano, the scorching heat almost engulfing her. Senior brother, how do you? Just as she was furious and wanted to question, she was met with Qianduan's ink-black eyes. Thousand Dust's star-like eyes reflected her figure, but there were many unspecifiable meanings in them. Yi Lingling only felt that Qianduan's sight was like an ocean, wrapping her in it to the death and allowing the volcano inside her to slowly regain its calm. It was even a bit cold, a feeling that Yiling had never felt before this. Senior brother. She suddenly felt that talking to Qianduan had become a little difficult. This kind of feeling is like, Thousand Dust 1T care about what she says or does, like she 1T be able to generate emotions because of her anymore. Yi Lingling's face switched from gloomy to sad as she spoke with difficulty. Senior brother, you must have changed. You wouldn't have been like this before. Do you even want to listen to me anymore? Seeing Yi Lingling's eyes turn red, Qianduan turned his head away and stopped looking at her. Changed? Perhaps changed. Senior sister, people always change. No one stays stagnant where they are. After saying that, Thousand Dust squatted down and fiddled with the spirit grass in front of him. But senior brother, people are really here to apologize today. Yi Lingling lowered her head and tightly clutched the corner of her coat, as if she was afraid that Qianchen would say some more cold and heartless words. Well, senior brother knows that senior brother has already forgiven you. Isn't that enough? Thousand Dust's tone was flat, so flat that it seemed like he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. As the words fell, Yi Lingling's accumulated emotions transformed into tears that instantly came out of her eyes. And then, she fled the field store without looking back. Thousand Dust looked at the back that was gradually moving away. Somewhat unsure. Is it hard to be wrong somewhere? He muttered. He thought to himself that everything he said came from his heart and was not the least bit false. But why was Yi Ling crying? Thousand Dust shook his head. He really couldn't figure out the reason for this. Couldn't figure it out. So just didn't think about it. Is it hard to expect him to think from Yi Lingling's point of view? Forget it. He couldn't feel those emotions right now. Thousand Dust returned his gaze to the spirit grasses in front of him, carefully observing their growth. Well, it seems that the aura is not dense enough. Thousand Dust stared at the spirit grass in front of him and murmured in a low voice. Chapter 7, Mu Qingyin's intimidating pressure. It's another morning, and the sun is spreading over the land. The weather was clear, and the hot light shone through the bamboo house windows and onto the bed and couch in the room. Thousand Dust's eyes were lightly closed as he lay comfortably, his hands naturally resting on either side of his body, with a thin blanket covering his stomach. Consciousness was still in the dream world, and Thousand Dust fell asleep quietly like this, with a look of age, until a powerful aura swept through the bamboo forest. Almost instantly, Thousand Dust's eyes gently opened, for no other reason than that this powerful aura was familiar to him, and that powerful aura pressed down on him so much that he was unable to slumber with his eyes closed. Chen Duan. Mu Qingyin's call spread through the air to Qian Chen's ears, and upon hearing this, Qian Chen reluctantly sat up and put his clothes back on. Come into the heart-retaining pavilion. As the words fell, Mu Qingyin's aura quickly moved far away, but it did not disappear. Thousand Dust let out a soft sigh, and after simply organizing himself, he left the bamboo house. If she guessed correctly, Mu Qingyin's visit to seek him out this time must have been for the matter of the feat 3 days ago, but how should he answer? Anyway, that Gungfu Qianduan hadn't even glanced at it, so he was probably going to get a punishment. It's just a punishment. It won't kill you. Thinking so, Qianduan walked unhurriedly towards the pavilion behind the bamboo forest. When the heart-pulling pavilion appeared in his line of sight, he also noticed that the silver-haired figure was sitting in the ancient gazebo, eyes closed in deep thought. Your idol, are you? Mu Qingyin opened her eyes, her crimson eyes faintly sweeping over Qianduan. Master, this is a question that disciple doesn't know how to answer you. Qianduan respectfully responded. Yet Mu Qingyin didn't have any reaction, and it was only after a long time that her voice sounded again. During this time, Qianduan had been standing outside the Bushin pavilion, keeping a safe distance from Mu Qingyin. Mu Qingyin's willow brows furrowed slightly, and there was a slight huff in her voice. Is Master some kind of man-eating tiger? Come here, Master has something to say to you. Hearing this, Chen Shan then took a step away and walked into the heart-retaining pavilion, sitting across from Mu Qingyin. How is the cultivation of that technique coming along? The first thing Mu Qingyin was concerned about was the gong method she taught with Qianduan 3 days ago. Thousand Dust shook his head gently. Master, disciple did not cultivate that technique. What? Mu Qing sounded like she didn't believe the words she heard in general. She frowned, her expression already colored with displeasure. Back to Master. Disciple did not cultivate that technique. Thousand Dust stiffly repeated what he had just said, almost the instant it came out of his mouth. A visible pressure of the naked eye spread out from Mu Qingyin's body. Thousand Dust only felt a tightness in his chest, almost about to sit down, and his body became shaky. Master, honors. Qianduan raised his head, only to see that Mu Qingyin did not know when she actually revealed a touch of bizarre smile. Her sight was deadlocked on Qianduan, as if she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Chi Dori, you think you're funny, don't you? Why don't you cultivate that technique? Could it be that you didn't take Master's words to heart? That heavenly level technique called the purple gold treading clouds technique was a technique that Mu Qingyin had selected for a long time and was very compatible with Qianduan's aura attribute, and it was even a level higher than the kung fu he was currently practicing. The gongfu level is divided into 5 levels: divine, heavenly, earthly, metaphysical, and yellow, with the divine level being the highest quality gongfu known. The gongfa hierarchy may be a bit backward, mainly because of the lazy to think of other. Understand. Hearing Mu Qingyin's questioning words, Qianduan was slightly stunned. Think you're funny? In fact, 1,000 Dust before feel their own old humor. Otherwise would not insist so long. To change to ordinary people, face that these unusual fairy, afraid of a year cannot insist, but 1,000 Dust has persisted for so long, day after day. It must be 10 years, right? Though he gave up in the end. Now facing Mu Qingyin's questioning, Shen Shen didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only remain silent. A strange atmosphere flowed between the two, and I don't know how long had passed before that terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared, and Thousand Dust subconsciously gasped for air in large gulps. Qianduan, Master will give you another chance. The violet gold treading clouds technique is a heaven-grade technique, and after you learn it, it will greatly benefit you. This time, Master will not punish you. If you are still like this next time, then we can only let you go to the thought cliff to reflect on yourself. Mu Qingyin's tone of voice eased quite a bit as she spoke. For some reason, seeing Qianduan's current appearance of panting heavily, that day, the white-clothed figure that had fallen in the torrential rain surfaced within her mind for no reason. Master, disciple knows, then disciple will leave first. Just as Qianduan stood up and wanted to leave, Mu Qingyin spoke again. Wait, there are still things that Master has not explained. Having no choice but to sit back down again, Thousand Dust could only sit back down. The disciples who will be going down the mountain for the next training will need our peak to send someone to lead them. The Master has decided to let you go. Do you understand? Thousand Dust nodded gently. The activity of going down the mountain to practice was a tradition of the spirit-looking sect. The purpose was for the sect disciples to discard the red dust and focus on cultivation. The disciples descending the mountain included both inner and outer disciples, while they needed a cultivator with a high level of cultivation to guide and protect their safety. And this leader practiced a rotation system within the sect, which meant that for every downhill experience, it was necessary for the inner sect peak to send one of its favored disciples to go. This time it happened to be the turn of Skycliff Peak. The number of people coming down the mountain to practice is unknown, but they are all between 2 and 7. It didn't take much time to go down the mountain to practice, and one could return to the sect within roughly 7 days. During this downhill training, I want you to master the violet gold treading cloud skill. Do you understand? Disciple understands. On the one hand, he has to protect the safety of the sect's disciples, and on the other hand, he also has to master a celestial level technique. Qianduan genuinely feels that Mu Qingyin looks down on him too much, and in Mu Qingyin's eyes, letting Qianduan master a heaven-level technique on his way down the mountain to practice was also considered a light punishment for him. After all, he hadn't taken her words to heart. It's good to understand. Mu Qingyin stared into Qianduan's eyes, then she slightly sidestepped her head, signaling that Qianduan could leave. Seeing this, without the slightest hesitation, Thousand Dust took a step and walked out of the heart-retaining pavilion step by step. Although her eyes didn't fall on Qianduan, Mu Qingyin's divine sense kept her eyes on Qianduan's every move until his back gradually faded away. For some reason, recalling the look in Qianshan's eyes just now, Mu Qingyin felt a little strange. It shouldn't be this bland. Is he realizing how difficult the task is? After thinking for a moment, Mu Qingyin shook her head and murmured, "That's just it. I should have been overly concerned." Chapter 8, Going down the mountain to practice? No, run away. There's so much going on. After returning to the bamboo forest, Qianduan felt by heart that the task Mu Qingyin had arranged was troublesome. It was just a matter of protecting the safety of the disciples during the process of going down to the mountain to practice, but surprisingly, they also had to master a heavenly extreme technique in just a few days' time. But according to past experience with Mu Qingyin, this was normal. This was the master he remembered. The demands on him were in any case most severe and suffocating. If he hadn't followed the system's request to worship under her and to go on a raid for her goodwill, otherwise Thousand Dust would have run away long ago. There was no other reason than because he couldn't stand Mu Qingyin's extremely high expectations. Obviously, she knew that Qianduan's cultivation talent was not considered too high, and obviously, she also knew that Qianduan's perception was not that heaven-defying, but she always proposed some cultivation tasks to Qianduan that sounded impossible. Although all these years Qianshan had barely managed to do so through the help of the system, Mu Qingyin could not be satisfied no matter what, so much so that after all these years, her favorability had not risen much. Perhaps, Thousand Dust would never be able to achieve what she expected, would never be able to satisfy her. Once upon a time, Thousand Dust always thought that he didn't try hard enough, that he was always falling short of being able to make his master satisfied with himself. It wasn't until now that he could sort of see everything. With his current cultivation talent, he wouldn't be satisfied, no matter how he went about it. No matter how excellent his performance was, it wouldn't satisfy Mu Qingyin, and so, Thousand Dust no longer had expectations. With his current gaze, Mu Qingyin was just full of. If it wasn't for the fact that she was his master, Qianshan would have just patted his ass and left. Serve whoever you want. Thinking of this, Thousand Dust let out a soft sigh and looked up at the sky. The weather had become overcast at some point, and the harsh sunlight disappeared, leaving only clouds that seemed to indicate rain. Just then, an inexplicable thought flashed through Thousand Dust's mind. Good idea, he suddenly muttered, wondering what the hell idea had come to him. Back inside the bamboo house, Thousand Dust did not have any impulse to want to cultivate, as he walked slowly back to his room, and then, lay straight on top of the bed. Sure enough, it was his own soft bed and couch that was the most comfortable. Thousand Dust thought like this as he gently closed his eyes, intending to replenish the sleep he hadn't finished because of Mu Qingyin's arrival. As for what Mu Qingyin said about cultivating heaven-level techniques, well, it's better to think about it in the long run. I don't know how much time passed, but Thousand Dust's consciousness began to become blurry, and he fell into a deep sleep once again. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The weather on this day was just as Thousand Dust had seen it yesterday, and, as expected, it rained. The sound of pattering came from outside the window. Inside the bamboo house, Thousand Dust slowly opened his eyes. His ink-black eyes swept over the scenery outside the window, and after a moment, he sat up from the bed. After changing his clothes and unfolding his aura shield to ensure that he wouldn't be drenched by the rain, Chen Chen left the bamboo house and flew towards the main peak of the spirit-watching sect. Just a moment ago, he received a transmission from Mu Qingyin, saying that the team for the downhill training had been completely prepared, and asked him to head to the main peak to meet up with the downhill training disciples. I didn't expect that yesterday, just said. Today is going to go down the mountain. Although things are a bit sudden, but also reasonable. After all, most of the things of the Thousand Dust are in the storage space. Only a few pieces of clothing that he often wears still remain in the bamboo house. Big deal. Just don't want those clothes. Thousand Dust arrived at the main peak at an extremely fast speed, and finally, he stopped at the spot Mu Qingyin had explained. However, he did not expect to see a familiar figure in the open space in front of the 100 Laws Hall, and Yi Ling Ling below had obviously noticed Qianwan in the sky. Thousand Dust landed steadily on top of the ground. His gaze did not linger too much on Yi Ling Ling, but rather looked towards the participating disciples who were going down to the mountain to practice this time. There were only 3 disciples in total, 2 men and 1 woman. None of them seemed to have very high cultivation, and the woman with the highest cultivation was holding an oil paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. When Qianwan's divine sense swept through, he found that the other party's cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment. For some reason, when Thousand Dust's divine sense swept over the other party, it always felt somewhat familiar, and it was also unknown whether it was his illusion or not. Thousand Dust always felt that the other party's line of sight seemed to be falling right on him, but when Qianwan looked at her, he only saw her head lowered, making it impossible to see her appearance. Senior brother. Yi Ling Ling was originally very happy after seeing Qianwan, but Qianwan's attention didn't stay on her for a single minute, which couldn't help but make her feel a little pain inside. Upon hearing Yi Ling Ling's call, Qian then dropped his eyes on her. Why is senior sister here? Elder brother. I've come to say goodbye. Farewell? Elder brother will be back in a few days. Why would he need a farewell? Yi Ling Ling's breath stuttered when she heard Qianwan's words, although she already understood that the once gentle senior brother had changed a lot. But when she heard such cold words from his mouth, her heart still hurt. As for Qian Dust, he also just raised the doubts in his heart, although he does not intend to come back, but the surface work should still be done well. After all, Yi Ling Ling is his senior sister, and the two of them have the same master. Well, senior brother knows senior sister's heart, then senior sister please go back. On a rare occasion, Qianwan reached out and placed his hand on top of Yi Ling Ling's head, and as Yi Ling was inspired by Thousand Dust's touch, a flutter of excitement rose within her. Alright then, senior brother, senior sister will go back first. Although Yi Ling Ling had a strong reluctance in her heart, she wasn't able to make Qianwan stay because this was a task given to him by his master. Moreover, it seemed to her that the former senior brother had returned, for it had been so long since Chidori had touched her head that she had somewhat forgotten that magical feeling. It seems that even though she did so many wrong things, senior brother still forgave her. Yi Ling Ling felt a sense of joy inside, not realizing that this was Thousand Dust's farewell gesture. Senior sister quickly go back to cultivate. Don't delay the time. Hearing this, Yi Ling Ling subconsciously looked into Qian eyes, but saw that Qian's eyes were still as ancient and unperturbed as they were a few days ago. Elder brother must have forgiven me. When elder brother returns, he will be able to return to his former self. Right, elder brother will be tolerant to me again. Yi Ling Ling thought as if she was self-deceiving. She looked at Qianwan reluctantly, and finally left the 100 Methods Hall with a wriggle. When the figure with long pink hair was no longer within sight, Qianduan refocused his attention on the disciples participating in the downhill training this time. Is everyone here? Back to senior brother. All have arrived. Among the three, the man on the far left spoke. He had a roady face and his voice sounded very roady. That's good. Then I'll first explain the rules of this downhill training and the matters to pay attention to first. Chapter 9, Dongmeng's Trick. The steps down the hill had been soaked due to the rain, and the wet ground made it a bit of a struggle to walk. However, it was fortunate that the three disciples possessed the ability to fly with their imperial swords, which saved Qianduan a lot of unnecessary trouble. From the main peak, the four of them sped all the way down the mountain, relying on the bamboo slips of experience that the elders had approved in past. Thousand Dust effortlessly traversed the sect's boundaries and successfully stepped out of this place where he had once lived. On a normal day, if Thousand Dust wanted to leave the sect, it wasn't an easy thing to do. He was different from those outer disciples. His identity was special. Not only did he need to show the relevant supporting documents, he also needed to get Mu Qingyin's permission to leave the sect. It could be said that if Thousand Dust wanted to escape the sect, it would be almost impossible. But this time, Mu Qingyin personally created the opportunity for him to escape. Then he'd have to take advantage of it and never come back. After all, this sect is not a must-stay. Now do not run away to do what? It is hard not to continue to stay in the Skycliff Peak to be criticized and fought. Moreover, in the sect, it's not even good to put up a bad fight. After all, there is a Mu Qingyin who will inspect his situation every once in a while. Thousand Dust's thoughts were quite clear then. Running away is the optimal solution to the current situation, and the whole process of downhill training. He only need to protect the safety of the disciples. To ensure that downhill training disciples return to the sect without missing arms and legs, his task is also considered to be successfully completed. As for the chances that the disciples encountered in this process, he didn't even need to interfere. In other words, as long as these three disciples didn't make a fool of themselves, then he could easily run away and succeed. After all, the clan had still cultivated him, so completing this last task perfectly would be considered a beginning and an end, right? Thousand Dust couldn't help but give himself credit for the idea. At this moment, the silhouettes of the four of them were already some distance away from the spirit-looking sect, and were about to reach the nearest town. Senior brother Thousand Dust, are we almost there? One of the disciples opened his mouth and asked. Thousand Dust nodded. Well, we should be almost there. The nearest town is up ahead. We can go there to fix up first. After saying that, Thousand Dust accelerated his speed and flew towards the front with the three disciples. After a long time, a huge city appeared in Thousand Dust's sight. This city was called Wu City, one of the largest cities in the Clear Domain State, and was subordinate to the Xinglua dynasty. And this was also the place where Thousand Dust had been taken as an apprentice by Mu Qingyin. Thousand Dust looked at the Noon City in front of him, and some memories flashed through his mind. That was 10 years ago. It was considered a long time ago, but it wasn't that far away, and Thousand Dust still vaguely remembers the scene from that time. Thousand Dust led the three of them to land at the city gate in front of the Noon City, after which, Thousand Dust took out the token that symbolized the identity of the disciples of the spirit-watching sect and handed it over to the soldiers guarding the gate. And when the soldier who was making his rounds saw this identity token, he respectfully spoke to Thousand Dust. Immortals inside please. Thus, Thousand Dust and the rest of the three also entered the Noon City with ease. Just stepped into the Noon City. A strong marketplace atmosphere toward the Thousand Dust to meet the face. To see the scene of people on the street, everywhere reveals the red dust atmosphere. The Thousand Dust inwardly did not have too much fluctuation. Let's find an inn first. The words were spoken, but Thousand Dust was slow to wait for a response. He couldn't help but turn to look behind him. However, a scene that baffled him occurred. Only behind him was empty at the moment, with only the gates of the city that he had stepped through just now reflected in his eyes, and those three disciples who were supposed to follow him had already disappeared. Thousand Dust's brows furrowed slightly. He was now a little confused about the situation. Obviously, they were all fine when they entered the Noon City just now, so why were there three people now, and not a single silhouette? And most importantly, Thousand Dust's divine sense did not find any abnormalities. No, how come three people are gone before we even start? What is it now? Couldn't he run away now? Wait, if he ran away now, four disciples would be missing at once, and the spirit-looking sect would definitely send people out to look for them, which would be somewhat unfavorable to him. It would be fine if he ran away alone. But what if one of the three disciples who went down to the mountain for training was a genius that would come along once in 100 years? This way the spirit-looking sect would expend a lot of energy to look for them, and as long as Qianduan didn't die, then his soul lamp wouldn't be extinguished. and sooner or later he would be found. Well, is hard to get. Can it be that it's a devil cultivator? Those who could strike without thousand dust realizing it meant that the other party's cultivation was definitely above his. That can't be because those three were summoned to the other world. Can it? The best thing to do now was to answer the looking spirit sect to notify the elders. But it was so hard for Qianwan to go down the mountain. So he couldn't go back again. Could he? No way. Absolutely no way to go back. So what should we do now? Thousand Dust was caught up in a brainstorming session. His concern for the deaths of the men was conditional on him being able to make a good run for it. And completing the mission was just an added condition. Just as Thousand Dust was thinking, he saw a figure holding an oil paper umbrella coming from far away, walking slowly in his direction. It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. This figure, holding an oil paper umbrella, seems to be the female disciple of the three disciples if he is not mistaken. However, Qianduan had long ago determined that the other party was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, and it was impossible for her to leave Qianduan's side unnoticed no matter what, not to mention the other two disciples with even lower cultivation levels. Thousand Dust frowned tightly, his rippling eyes staring dead on as that delicate figure drew closer and closer. Suddenly, just when both sides were less than 10 meters away, the wonderful woman with the oil paper umbrella disappeared. Yes, it just disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Not even a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. Just disappeared in front of Thousand Dust out of thin air. Thousand Dust's face became even more gloomy. He also sort of understood something. It was obvious that the other party was rushing towards him. Just as Qianwan was running the aura within his body and was ready to fight, a fragrance suddenly came from beside him. This ethereal fragrance was very familiar to Thousand Dust, and as expected, when he glanced sideways to his side, he only saw a familiar figure staring at him leisurely. And you didn't recognize me? A pleasant voice rang in his ears, but it carried a chilling flavor in it. Dong Mengyu had one hand supporting the oil paper umbrella and one hand naturally resting on her chest. Her long, light green hair was coiled behind her head, her eyes falling on Qianduan with an unspecified smile on her face. East Dream Moon? Why are you here? Thousand Dust's furrowed brows did not stretch out, his tone filled with disbelief. Yeah, why is it here? In fact, I don't know. I need you to tell me. Qian Dust Senior Brother. Chapter 10, So You're a Demon Cultivator? Thousand Dust was now a bit puzzled. When did Dong Mengyu, who used to treat him like a servant, turn into this playful look now? Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. And that day Qian Dust remembered that he had said very clearly that he would not go looking for her from now on. She obviously is not also very disgusted with himself? From her usual behavior Qian Dust can be seen. And what's going on now? Where are the other two disciples? Seeing that Dong Mengyu was the only one beside him, Xianxian subconsciously inquired about the other two disciples of the spirit-looking sect. They're right here. Dong Mengyu raised her slender arm and two black shadows flew out from Dong Mengyu's palm. In just the blink of an eye, two living, breathing people appeared in front of Thousand Dust. Thousand Dust furrowed his brows. He could clearly sense that something was already missing inside the duo in front of him. In other words, the duo in front of him was just an empty shell, a body without a soul. What did you do to them? At this point in time, Qianduan had come to realize that perhaps this trip down the mountain was all a trick of Dong Mengyu's. Didn't she just repair her body? Why did she break through to the late stage of foundation establishment in this short period of time? No, perhaps her true cultivation level is not the late stage of foundation establishment, because when Qianduan's divine sense swept through Dong Mengyu again, it was like sweeping through a whole hazy fog, making it impossible to see truly. This also indicated that either Dong Mengyu possessed a top-notch magic treasure capable of shielding divine sense on her body, or her cultivation level was still above Qian Shen. What do you mean I did something to them? Thousand Dust Senior Brother. Words don't say so hard to hear well. They are my handmaid, can only be used once, in order to play this scene, but cheap you it, said Dong Mengyu raised his arm to re-release down, and these two silhouettes also instantly turned into powder. Dong Mengyu looked at Qianduan with a smile on her face. Her eyes had many indescribable meanings. Thousand Dust's face became a few shades more grave. According to what Dong Mengyu said, were these two people dolls that she had refined? In other words, Dong Mengyu did all of this so that he could get off the mountain without any problems? What the hell are you trying to do? I don't think we have anything to do with each other anymore. Hearing this, Dong Mengyu bared her teeth and laughed out. Nothing more to do with it? It's not, is it? Thousand Dust. You really think you've disgusted me and can still get away that easily, right? Dong Mengyu's pretty face didn't have much of an expression, but it had a frightening undertone to it. And even if Qian Chen was a Jindan stage cultivator, he could still feel a slight sense of oppression. You're a demonic cultivator? Why are you in the spirit-looking sect? Moreover, isn't your immortal foundation damaged? Why? Thousand Dust raised many questions. Perhaps because he was tired of listening, Dong Mengyu's free hand suddenly placed on Thousand Dust's lips, blocking his mouth tightly. Senior brother Thousand Dust, you really have a lot of questions. For some reason, Qianduan always felt a little awkward when he heard the name Qianduan senior brother from Dong Mengyu's mouth. For no other reason, because in Qianduan's impression, Dong Mengyu shouldn't have addressed him so intimately. Qian Chen, who had his mouth covered, subconsciously revolved his aura, wanting to resist Dong Mengyu. However, at that moment, Dong Mengyu's grim line of sight landed dead center on his face. Senior brother Thousand Dust, I don't like people who resist. If someone resists me, I won't be able to resist torturing them. These words were light as they came out of Dong Mengyu's mouth, but they carried an irresistible power in them. Thousand Dust also noticed the black aura on Dong Mengyu's body if anything. Nope, she's the demonic cultivator. Why hasn't the system explained this? Without the slightest hesitation, Thousand Dust worked the auras in his body extremely fast, gathering them throughout his body. Even the aura used for sheltering from the rain was fully utilized. And Dong Mengyu's hand also relaxed a bit because of this rich aura breath. Qian Chen grabbed the moment and shook off the hand over his face. Then, his legs kept changing, almost fast out of the stump. In just a breath's effort, Thousand Dust's figure appeared on top of the eaves of a house hundreds of meters away. Dong Mengyu looked at the figure that kept moving away within her sight and let out a helpless sigh. Go, capture him, knock him out, and bring him back inside the clan. Remember, don't hurt him now. I'm going to have some fun with him. Yes, master. I don't know where many masked people suddenly appeared from. Their speed was even better compared to Thousand Dust, and they attacked straight towards the direction Thousand Dust had fled from. Dong Mengyu, on the other hand, stood in place, maintaining the position of holding up the oil paper umbrella. At that point, the rain seemed to get a little heavier, and she looked up, gazing at the sky. Oh, be a good boy and come back with me, Thousand Dust. The eerie laughter echoed in the air. But there were no pedestrians on the crowded street who stopped for this. It had been a long time since Thousand Dust had exerted his stance in such a desperate manner, and he hadn't expected the situation to turn into what it was now. The masked men following behind him were undoubtedly all Jindan stage cultivators. There was even one who was a Jindan perfection. Their speeds were on par with Qianduan's, and the way things were going, he would be caught sooner or later. I also don't know what kind of wind that lunatic Dong Mengyu suddenly drew, insisting on tricking him down the mountain. Until now, Thousand Dust still hadn't figured out Dong Mengyu's purpose for doing all of this. Is it simply about revenge? Thinking that it wasn't, with the facts that Qianduan had seen, if Dong Mengyu wanted to kill him, Fong had every chance to do it. Is it hard to tie him back to the clan and force him to become a devil cultivator? Thousand Dust thought carefully and felt that this might not be too big. After all, he was also considered to have been with Dong Mengyu for several years. Even if she detested him, she didn't reach the point of wanting to destroy him so badly. Then it couldn't be because of what Thousand Dust had said earlier about not looking for her anymore. Could it? Isn't that what Dong Mengyu is looking forward to the most? Thousand Dust couldn't come up with an answer even after thinking about it, so he needed to consider the worst possible outcome now. The worst that could happen was that they would be caught by the masked men in the rear and a rather fierce battle would break out. Thousand Dust was definitely no match for them, and could at most save his own life. Wait. Thinking about it in another way, wouldn't he be able to use this opportunity to leave the spirit-looking sect completely? Thinking of this, Thousand Dust's footsteps suddenly slowed down. He didn't think that he could escape from dozens of Jindan stage cultivators, not to mention that the other party was a devil cultivator. So it would be better to give up earlier to save some spiritual energy. However, although Thousand Dust had stopped, those demonic cultivators did not dare to approach Thousand Dust easily. They formed a circle, wrapping Qianduan in death. And many of them were also sizing him up with cautious gazes. At that moment, a silhouette descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of Thousand Dust. Why aren't you running? Dong Mengyu looked at the foredust and said quietly, what exactly is your purpose? Oh, do you have to figure it out? Naturally. That's good then. Someone, knock him out and bring him back. The moment the words fell, a powerful aura came from behind Qianduan, and without waiting for him to react, his consciousness was plunged into darkness. Dong Mengyu wrapped her arms around the unconscious Qianduan, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Go back. Yes, master. Chapter 11. After these few years together, Qianwan had thought that he sort of knew Dong Mengyu very well, but that didn't seem to be the case. In Thousand Dust's eyes, Dong Mengyu's image was probably of the meaner kind, and although her appearance was indeed stunningly heavenly, from her mouth Thousand Dust could hardly hear any good words. Now it seemed that Chidori's lack of ability to bring up her favorability was not without reason. How can we talk about a strategy when we don't even have a clear picture of what she really looks like? At this moment, Thousand Dust was tied up in an unfamiliar hall. Thinking like this, an unknown amount of time had passed since he had woken up. Quite a long time anyway. This ancient and simple hall was something that Thousand Dust had never been in before, revealing a gloomy and cold aura everywhere. Thousand Dust's hands were tied behind his back, and a stream of ropes capable of inhibiting the operation of his aura bound him to the pillar behind him to death. Looking around, he realized that all the buildings around him were carved with mysterious patterns. Thousand Dust turned his head back slightly, and the pillar behind him did likewise. These mysterious lines emitted a faint purple glow, adding an eerie aura to the space around Qianwan. He could even feel the magic power emanating from within these lines. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, Thousand Dust had been tied up in the palace of a demonic sect. Thankfully, though, he seemed to be physically intact, just bound and inconvenient to escape. How much longer did he need to be tied up? He had no idea in his heart. He just hoped it wouldn't be too long. After all, it was indeed uncomfortable to stay in one position for a long time. Just as Thousand Dust was quietly waiting, a loud noise suddenly came from the distant temple door, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Only a blinding light was reflected into the great hall along with the opening of the gate. The change in light caused Qianwan inside the hall to subconsciously squint his eyes. A person in black stood in the center of the light. She wore a hood that covered her face tightly. This outfit was familiar to Thousand Dust. It was the person that Dong Mengyu had sent out to chase him. It was not difficult to tell from her figure that the black-clothed person was a woman. When the door was fully open, she strutted over to Chidori. "Master invites you over." After saying that, and without waiting for Thousand Dust to react, a brutal force suddenly dragged him straight up from the ground, along with the ropes that bound him being lifted as well. Thousand Dust subconsciously released his divine sense to explore his surroundings, but he only saw that the person in front of him at that moment was emanating a powerful and incomparable aura. Yuaning stage? Thousand Dust was a bit surprised and inwardly dropped the idea of running away. Honestly following behind the woman in black, he walked out of that mysterious hall and stepped into the quiet corridor. Except for just now, the woman in black had not spoken until she brought Chidwan to a bedchamber in front of a place far away from the main hall. Dream Moon Palace? Thousand Dust looked up at the plaque in the sky above, and in his heart, he realized that the bedchamber in front of him was exactly where Dong Mengyu was. "The master is inside. Please come in." As the words fell, the woman in black stepped forward and pulled the light red wooden door open. Just as Thousand Dust hesitated on what to say to Dong Mengyu, she saw the woman in black suddenly extend her palm. The invisible force pushed Qianwan into the Dream Moon Palace at once, and then, along with a crisp sound, the light red wooden door was shut tightly. Thousand Dust looked at the closed door and frowned slightly. He turned his head and took a closer look at everything in the Dream Moon Palace. At this moment, there was a case table placed right in front of him with some books and scrolls on it, while the wooden shelves on both sides had quite a few rare treasures placed on them. At such a glance, if he didn't know that this was where Dong Mengyu lived, Qianwan would have thought that it was the room of a scholarly family. Normally, I don't see Dong Mengyu reading books. Most of the time, it is to make Chidwan run here and there. Everything here gave Thousand Dust a strong sense of cutting. Awake? Suddenly, Dong Mengyu's melodious voice came from the depths of the screen behind the case table, but Qianwan did not see any figure on the screen. "What are you doing standing still? Come here." Thousand Dust's eyes did not fluctuate in any way, and after pondering for a moment, he lifted his leg and slowly walked towards the screen. Just as Thousand Dust was still pondering what kind of trick Dong Mengyu was up to, a powerful aura of magic power suddenly came from behind the screen, while a figure attacked towards Qianwan at great speed with the momentum of a cover-up. It was fortunate that Qianwan reacted swiftly and revolved his stance to dodge Dong Mengyu's attack. Not bad. Quick reaction. When Qianwan came back to his senses, he saw that Dong Mengyu had already sat in front of the case table at some point, sizing him up with amusement. Seeing this, Thousand Dust didn't feel anything. He just calmly asked his question. "What is your purpose in kidnapping me here? Moreover, you are even a demonic cultivator. And how did you enter the spirit-looking sect?" The system had never explained the matter of Dong Mengyu being a demonic cultivator to Qianwan, which had led to Qianwan really foolishly believing that Dong Mengyu was just an elder disciple with a damaged immortal foundation in the first place. When the system wakes up, I'm going to have to ask what the hell is going on. Looking at Qianduan's unruffled eyes, Dong Mengyu's face sank as this was not the same scenario she had expected. She didn't even see the slightest hint of panic on Chidori's face. What qualifications do you think you have to ask these questions? Dong Mengyu stared at Qianduan, trying to capture even the slightest change in his expression. Thousand Dust was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. You're right. I really don't have a voice right now. So what do you want me to do? Looking at the unchanged expression of Thousand Dust even after he had conceded defeat, for some reason, a nameless anger arose in Dong Muyu's heart. She rose violently from her chair. Then, striding over to Thousand Dust, you are so peaceful inside. Because of the closer distance, Qianduan was able to clearly smell the faint fragrance from Dong Mengyu's body. So you'll do whatever I tell you to do now, is that it? Of course, this is your territory. How dare I resist? Looking at Thousand Dust's appearance of hanging on to nothing, Dong Mengyu's inner fury grew fiercer. Well, then, tell me, who hooked up with whom first when we were in the spirit-looking sect? I hooked up with you, but back then I didn't know that you were a devil cultivator. I only knew that your immortal foundation was damaged and that you were in the back of the mountain cultivating and recuperating, and I happened to want to help you. So I stayed by your side with a deadbeat. But aren't you sick of me, too? So shouldn't you be happy that I'm not bothering you anymore? And what are you doing all this for? After Thousand Dust finished his words, he calmly looked at Dong Mengyu. After disgusting me, you want to get off easily? Thousand Dust, you're thinking beautifully. Chapter 12, Be My Toy. So why are things the way they are? Inside the Dream Moon Palace, Thousand Dust stood beside Dong Mengyu, puzzled. The current situation was indeed leaving the spirit-looking sect, yes, but how could this all be thought of as strange, right? Since the morning, Dong Mengyu's eyes had barely left Qianduan, and after such a long time, she was just quietly looking at him without speaking. How do I illustrate that look? It's like the kind of feeling you get when, look at a toy? Although there were no waves in his heart, Thousand Dust really couldn't see what tricks Dong Mengyu was playing. At this moment, Dong Mengyu was sitting on an ancient wooden chair, her hand propped up on her fair cheeks, and she maintained such a posture. Not a single superfluous movement. The atmosphere fell into a strange dullness, and Qianduan didn't feel anything wrong. So he and Dong Mengyu spent time like this. That was until a clear voice rang out from outside the Dream Moon Palace. Master, the sect master summons. Dong Mengyu, who had been silent for a long time, finally made a move, only to see her slowly stand up, her cool eyes calmly moving away from Qianduan. Come here. Dong Mengyu's tone couldn't be heard with any emotion, but for some reason, Qianduan always felt that she seemed a bit angry. It's probably just him. Shaking his head, Thousand Dust stopped thinking about the matter regarding Dong Mengyu and calmly followed her. After leaving the Dream Moon Palace and stepping into the quiet corridor once again, Shen noticed at a glance that the person talking outside the door was the same man in black who had brought him out of that weird hall yesterday. After seeing Dong Mengyu, the man in black respectfully addressed her as master, after which, the man's silhouette went far away at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dong Mengyu, on the other hand, took a step forward with her slender legs, and just as Thousand Dust hesitated to follow, he saw her turn around. What are you doing frozen there? Come along with me to see the master. Master? It's hard to believe that this demon sect master is Dong Mengyu's master. In that case, wouldn't Dong Mengyu be one of the top geniuses within this demon sect? System. Just how much information are you hiding? Hearing Dong Mengyu's words, Qianduan silently called out to a certain system that had fallen asleep in his heart. If you don't follow me up, if the master finds out that there are even righteous cultivators within the gate, I won't collect your corpse for you at that time. As the words fell, Dong Mengyu strides forward without looking back. Thousand Dust looked at her back, his mind calculating the truth in her words, in the time it took to breathe. However, his heart made a decision and he quietly followed behind Dong Mengyu. Seeing that Chitos was so knowledgeable, the corners of Dong Mengyu's mouth hooked up slightly, but Chitos couldn't see it. Half an hour later, Qianduan followed Dong Mengyu to a magnificent palace. Sect Master's Hall. 3 words carved in dragonflight on a gilt plaque. Dong Mengyu did not stop outside the Sect Master's Hall, but walked straight forward. Seeing this, Qianchen also entered the Sect Master's Hall with him without slowing down. In the middle of the Great Hall, a man with a powerful aura around him was seated on a tutor's chair in the depths. From the moment Thousand Dust stepped into the Great Hall, he felt a sudden probing power around him. Master! Dong Mengyu clenched her hands into fists and made the proper courtesy of a disciple. Well, who is he? He wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. Along with these words, Qianduan only felt a huge pressure coming from the man's body, pressuring him to the point where he was almost on the verge of losing his breath. Back to Master. He is a like-minded person that I met when I was lurking in the Hope Spirit sect. A like-minded person? Interesting. Dream Moon. Did he pass the test of the heart-devouring hall? Yes. He was in it for a day and a night. A day and a night? Is he mindless? Or is his will very strong? The man looked at Qianduan with interest, and for some reason, Qianduan always felt that his sight seemed to hold a different meaning. Leaving the sect master's hall, on the way back to the Dream Moon Palace, Thousand Dust couldn't help but ask out loud, "What the hell are you keeping me here for?" He felt that all of this had happened inexplicably, and until now, he hadn't been able to figure out Dong Mengyu's purpose. "Don't I disgust you? Why do you keep me around?" These doubts were from the bottom of Thousand Dust's heart, and he felt that the current Dong Mengyu was largely insane. "Can't you be around me if you disgust me?" Dong Mengyu's words made Chidori lose interest in replying. "Crazy. You should have heard it just now. Master no longer needs me to remain in the spirit-looking sect, which means that I won't be returning within the spirit-looking sect in the future." And then what? What's it to me? Looking at Thousand Dust's calm and serious demeanor, the corners of Dong Mengyu's mouth faintly hung a smile. "Since you've been pestering me for so long, shouldn't you be happy that I'm now taking the initiative to let you stay by my side?" Dong Mengyu suddenly came up to Chen Chen, and Chen Chen could even feel her burning breath. "As I said, pestering you before was purely an act of kindness. I just didn't want to see a cultivator buried in the mountains and forests like that, unattended, and that's why I approached you. This Qingzhou is so big, why did you pick me?" "Qianduan, I'm not stupid. Everyone can see what you did in the past. Can't it be that you've moved on, so you can disgust me and not be punished?" Dong Mengyu stared at Qianduan and said word for word, "Is it hard to believe that I didn't do my best to help you repair your immortal foundation?" "Repairing the immortal foundation? Whose immortal foundation is being repaired? Could it be mine? But look, do I look like I have a damaged immortal foundation?" "So Thousand Dust, don't fool yourself." Seeing that Qianduan did not deny the shift in his words, Dong Mengyu's face instantly became much more somber. On the other hand, Qianduan shook his head repeatedly. Hearing Dong Mengyu's words, he suddenly felt unworthy of his former self, doing his best to care but getting this face now. He didn't even know how to answer Dong Mengyu. "So it seems that I did look at the wrong person once upon a time." Thousand Dust calmly uttered these words. Then he continued, "So, your punishment for me is to tie me down? Of course not. How about I want you to be my toy and obey me like you used to?" Disgusting. Disgusting? Ha ha ha. Yes, Thousand Dust. I just want to make you sick. Once upon a time, you were like a fly that could never be driven away. Now, you should also understand how I feel? Thousand Dust fell into silence, somewhat at a loss for what to say in the face of this familiar yet unfamiliar Dong Mengyu. If it wasn't for the raid mission, who would mess with such a crazy person? Thousand Dust didn't know what kind of sins he had done. "It's just that you're happy." As the words fell, Dong Mengyu's expression suddenly became very ugly. Chapter 13, Are you Chitos or not? What do you mean I'm happy? What do you mean? Dong Mengyu's eyes widened and her voice involuntarily raised an octave. Her eyes were filled with doubt and anger, as if she couldn't understand the meaning of Thousand Dust's words. Instead, Thousand Dust just looked at her quietly and didn't answer right away. "Do you want to be at my beck and call and be my toy?" Dong Mengyu continued to pursue the question, her tone getting sharper and sharper. Her hands were clenched into fists, showing how nervous and upset she was inside. However, Thousand Dust remained silent. His face was devoid of the slightest expression, making it impossible to guess what exactly he was thinking. "No matter what, I don't regret what I once did. It's just that you make me feel unworthy now." Toho Umetsu. Finally, Thousand Dust slowly spoke. For some reason, Dong Mengyu's heart suddenly throbbed hard. She originally thought that she had mastered the situation and could manipulate Thousand Dust at will. But at this moment she realized that everything was so unreal and insubstantial. She was filled with anger as if she had vented it on top of a ball of cotton, and instantly became powerless. It made her feel no happy emotions. Instead a deep sense of loss welled up in her heart. "Oh, it's not worth it? Then why did you pester me in the first place?" Dong Mengyu's voice trembled as she tried to hide her inner hurt with indifference, but her voice betrayed her true emotions. Thousand Dust gazed at her silently and did not speak. Only a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Annoyance prompted Tomoiki's body to make involuntary movements. She suddenly came closer to Chidori and stood on her tiptoes, making a move to kiss Chidori's lips. And Thousand Dust didn't make any moves, just lightly uttered a sentence. "Won't you feel sick?" Suddenly, Dong Mengyu stopped moving, and the demonic chi within her body poured out as if it was out of control, and all of this demonic chi locked onto Qianwan as much as possible, as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. Thousand Dust. Dong Mengyu muttered Thousand Dust's name on his lips while those black demonic chi wrapped him in layers. You've done a great job, and in all these years, no one has ever been able to make me feel the way I do now. Thousand Dust frowned slightly as he looked at the demonic aura raging around him. He was able to sense that Dong Mengyu's realm was not below his. Just then, he suddenly felt a heavenly rotation, and in just a few moments, the space he was in changed. When Thousand Dust came back to his senses, he realized that he had been forced back to the Dream Moon Palace by Dong Mengyu. The dark demonic aura dispersed, and within the Dream Moon Palace, there were only Dong Mengyu and Qianwan. How are you able to be so calm? Are you still Qianwan or not? Dong Mengyu's voice rang in his ears, and Qianwan looked towards her, only to see her slender brows coming together. Holding a long sword in her hand and crossing it in front of Qianwan's neck, she finally noticed what was wrong. In her impression, the gentle teenager had never been so cold to her. Even though Dong Mengyu had said many hurtful things, it was as if Qianwan had never taken it to heart. She thought that Qianchen had moved on and was overwhelmed by anger, but now that she thought about it carefully, it seemed that since that day, Qianchen was no longer the Qianchen she remembered. The Thousand Dust nowadays was very strange, as if nothing could stir up his emotions anymore. Therefore, it was necessary for her to wonder if Thousand Dust had been taken over by a certain cultivator with a high level of cultivation. As a demonic cultivator, such a thing as taking over the body was not uncommon within the demon sect. If I'm not Chitos, then who is Chitos? Thousand Dust felt very confused and puzzled. He didn't understand why Dong Mengyu would ask such a question. No, you're not Thousand Dust. Tell me, who the hell are you? Dong Mengyu stared closely at Chi Dan, trying to find the answer in his eyes. After all, they had known each other for years and she thought she knew him very well. But the Thousand Dust at this moment was unfamiliar to her. Thousand Dust couldn't help but feel a little funny after hearing this. He thought the question was ridiculous. Why are you questioning my identity? Besides, why would I need to prove to you that I am Qianwan? Thousand Dust was not scared because the sword in Dong Mengyu's hand was only a few centimeters away from his throat. Instead, he looked at her firmly, his gaze revealing fearlessness. If I wasn't Thousand Dust, then there would no longer be a Thousand Dust in this world. Thousand Dust's voice was calm and firm. However, Dong Mengyu's hands began to tremble slightly, shaking more and more as time went on. Unable to accept the facts in front of her, she emotionally shouted, "No, it can't be. You're definitely not Thousand Dust. He wouldn't be so cold and heartless to me. No, this Dong Mengyu is sick, isn't she?" Once upon a time she couldn't wait for her to stay away from her, and now that it's as she wished, she's saying that it's impossible for her to be so cold to her. Nerve. Yes, 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 yes. If you think I'm not a Thousand Dusts, then I'm not. And as for who I am, you're happy. As Thousand Dust looked at Dong Mengyu in front of him, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes, but more than that, it was still indifference. He really didn't want to tangle with this woman any longer, so he replied perfunctorily. When Dong Mengyu heard Qianwan's reply, her eyes dimmed for a moment, and it was as if her entire body had lost all her strength. She slowly loosened her grip on the long sword, and as she did, the long sword began to slowly slide down. When the long sword slid halfway down, it suddenly turned into a black mist and dissipated into the air. A deep concern appeared on Dong Mengyu's face as she asked softly, "Thousand Dust, tell me honestly, what's wrong with you?" There was a hint of skepticism and questioning in his voice. Thousand Dust raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at Dong Mengyu and spoke. How come you don't suspect I'm not Chitos anymore? Figured it out? Dong Mengyu lowered her head and sighed softly. No matter. It doesn't matter if you're a Thousand Dusts. You'll only stay by my side from now on anyway. Dong Mengyu seemed to be thinking out of the box. She felt that Qianchen coldness now might all be feigned. If the two stayed together all the time, maybe Qianchen would recover one day in the future, returning to her former appearance of being obedient to her. That was the Chi Dan that Dong Mengyu wanted. It wouldn't hurt to put up with it now for his sake. With regards to what Dong Mengyu said, apart from being speechless, Qianwan had no other feelings. As for whether to stay by her side or not or something like that, Thousand Dust also feels indifferent. Anyway, as long as it wasn't the spirit-looking sect, it was fine, and there was no need to think about anything else if it was just a Dong Mengyu. Thinking so, Thousand Dust felt much more relaxed. Although he was in the midst of the devil's sect, he might not be in as much danger when he was by Dong Mengyu's side. So, at least up to this point, Everything that had happened was still within the acceptable range of Thousand Dust. Chapter 14. Thousand Dust is having a very relaxing time right now. Like right now. For example, he looked at Dong Mangyu in the distance sitting cross-legged in cultivation. It's so laid back that it's even a little bit boring. I don't know what Dong Mangyu was thinking, but he was not even allowed to leave the Dream Moon Palace. And this Dream Moon Palace is also really strange. Such a big palace, but even a maid is not. If it is not a Thousand Dust here, I am afraid that this place is usually East Dream Moon alone. But the good thing was that the former Thousand Dust had already somewhat adapted to this kind of life, and he was happy to be at ease even if he was just staring at the world alone. As for your question about why he doesn't practice, don't ask. If you do, you're tired and want to take a break. As for Thousand Dust's current state, Dong Mangyu had maintained a state of denial. She felt that Chatos was too lazy and passive to be motivated. It was so different from the Chatos she remembered. Once upon a time, although Qian Chen's cultivation talent wasn't too high, his attitude towards cultivation had always been positive. And by now, everything had changed. Thousand Dust spent every day wandering around the Dream Moon Palace like it was nothing, either sitting there and staring. This lazy attitude made Dong Moon very unhappy. When will the system wake up? At his leisure, Thousand Dust couldn't help but think about it. The system didn't indicate to Chidori how long it would take when it fell asleep. And by now, Chidori didn't know how to go about waking it up. Although Thousand Dust had given up all his missions and accepted the punishment of severing his lust, it did not affect the relationship between him and the system. Actually, the main point was to ask why the information given by the system is so different from the actual. Dong Mangyu is obviously a devilish woman, but the system says that she is the genius disciple of an elder within the Wangling sect. Thousand Dust. Just as Thousand Dust was indulging in his thoughts, he heard a pleasant voice ring out. The voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling him back from his musings. Thousand Dust raised his head, his eyes looking in the direction the voice came from, and realized that it was Dong Mangyu calling him. In a flash, when his eyes shifted to Dong Mangyu, he realized that she had opened her eyes at some point and was staring straight at him. What is it? Thousand Dust stood up from his chair and walked over to Dong Mangyu with big strides. Why would you give up on yourself? East Dream Moon asked the inner confusion. Thousand Dust was surprised for a moment. When did he give up on himself? What do you mean? Give yourself up? Seeing that Thousand Dust still seemed to be feigning ignorance, Dong Mangyu's beautiful and moving brows gently furrowed. Not cultivating all day. As a cultivator, aren't you giving up on yourself by doing so? Oh, so that's how it is. However, it surprises me that you would care about my cultivation. After all, this is the Devil's Sect. Do you really want me to cultivate here? Also, in the past, you were always a pile of trouble, and I haven't seen you care about my cultivation at that time. Thousand Dust replied as a matter of course, and after hearing his words, Dong Mangyu's face instantly turned ironic. This is in the Dream Moon Palace. There are formations to shield the perception of the outside world to the inside. You can rest assured to cultivate. As for the former things, Dong Mangyu was silent for a moment, but after all, she did not finish her sentence. Now, it was sort of clear in her heart that she had treated Thousand Dust very badly indeed in the past. It's interesting to note that since Chidori has changed, she's starting to be able to reflect on her behavior. It's a really amazing feeling. In contrast, Thousand Dust didn't care about these things. Wait, when I want to cultivate, I'll naturally do it, so you don't have to worry about that. You just need to take care of yourself. Dong Mangyu. When Thousand Dust called him by his first name, Dong Mangyu's face changed slightly. In the past, Chidori had always called her Yumetsu affectionately, and even though she had gotten tired of it at the time, Chidori had never changed it. However, now, hearing Chidori address herself with her full name, Dong Mangyu's mood actually became a little irritated. Qianduan, you have already known the secrets of our sect. It is impossible for you to go back to the spirit-looking sect. Do you realize that? Dong Mangyu said with a serious face. If you insist on going back, we won't let you go. She went on to threaten. As Qian Chen listened to this sudden change of topic from Dong Mangyu, he couldn't help but marvel at how quickly her mind jumped. 1 second, she was discussing the matter of cultivation, and the next second, she brought up the issue of the sect. Aha, got it. Whoever loves to go back to that clan, I don't care. Thousand Dust nodded repeatedly, answering very perfunctorily. Hearing Qianduan's reply, Dong Mangyu was secretly delighted in her heart. It seems that Qianduan is also willing to stay by her side. However, in reality, the so-called knowing the secrets of our clan is just an excuse she used to scare Qianduan. After all, the demon sect master wasn't that stupid. How could he possibly reveal their plans in front of an outsider like Thousand Dust? That day, when he brought Thousand Dust to pay his respects to the sect master, he only discussed the most insignificant undercover mission. But Qian Chen's inability to return to the Hope Spirit sect was a real thing, and if he went back in his current state, then it was highly likely that he would be regarded as a spy of the Devil's sect and be severely punished. After all, he had stayed here for such a long time, but he was actually unharmed and had not even suffered a single superficial injury. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have been dismantled long ago. As soon as she thought of this, Dong Mengyu's heart dropped a little. At this moment, she developed a strange emotion towards Qianduan. She obviously loathed him desperately, but at the same time expected him to be there for her all the time. This ambivalence confused her and she didn't know how to explain or express it. She took it all as because she was used to the obedient Chidori who was there in the beginning. Just as both of them in the Dream Moon Palace were engrossed in their own thoughts, they heard a crisp knocking sound suddenly coming from the front door. Master, the sect master calls. This voice was somewhat familiar to Thousand Dust. It seemed to be the man in black who knocked on the door a few days ago. Got it. Dong Mengyu replied back before striding out of the Dream Moon Palace, and Shitos watched her leave in silence. After a long time, Dong Mengyu, whose face was somewhat gloomy, returned to the Dream Moon Palace. Chidori, although you don't want to leave, the others don't think so. Hearing this, Thousand Dust furrowed his brows slightly. Where did that come from? That master of yours has found you, and brought quite a few helpers with him, and by the looks of it, he's bound to bring you back. Oh, senior? Qianduan felt a bit surprised that Mu Qingyin had found her way here. This was an outcome that Thousand Dust had never envisioned. Chapter 15, Returning to the Spirit-Looking Sect. Thousand Dust began to recall the experiences of this time. He did some careful math and realized that almost half a month had passed. About 15 days had passed without him realizing it since he had left from the Hope Spirit sect. It's a long period, to put it mildly. Now, when Qianduan saw Mu Qingyin again, even though he hadn't seen her for some time, there weren't too many ripples in his heart. But there was one thing that made him wonder. How on earth did Mu Qingyin find herself? At this moment, Thousand Dust was already far away from the demon sect's location, and a thick mist filled the air behind him, making it difficult to see the scenery therein. Senior! Suddenly, Yi Lingling's shouts reached Qianduan's ears while he glanced at her faintly. In the sky, numerous devil sect disciples dressed in black robes stood, while their opposites were the crowd of the spirit-looking sect led by Mu Qingyin. Dong Mengyu had also changed into a black robe with a pitch-black hat on her head, completely hiding her face. She stood quietly beside Qianduan and stared at the people from the spirit-looking sect. Mu Qingyin's voice resounded like thunder between heaven and earth. Hand over my disciple. As her words fell, berserk aura surged within her body as if it was about to break through the sky. This powerful force even constructed a unique aura in which terrifying auras tumbled and raced. However, the demon sect's crowd didn't seem to be willing to clash with Mu Qingyin, or perhaps they had received some sort of mysterious instructions. It didn't take long for Chidori to be summoned and pushed forward by Dong Mengyu. I'll still come to you. Wait well, Dong Mengyu said to Qianduan through voice transmission. Hearing these words, Thousand Dust couldn't help but feel a pang of speechlessness. Seeing how easily the demonic channelers handed over Qianduan, Mu Qingyin was secretly surprised in her heart, but her face remained cold and serious. In contrast, Yi Lingling was particularly excited. Her gaze remained locked onto Qianduan, impatiently waiting for him to fly closer. When Qianduan slowly flew in, Yi Lingling immediately rushed forward and tightly hugged his arm. Her eyes were red and full of haggardness as she asked with a sobbing voice, "Senior brother, you're not hurt, are you?" At this time, Mu Qingyin's divine sense swept over Qianduan, and after realizing that his body and cultivation had not suffered any damage, her heart sank. Just as the crowd's attention was focused on Qianduan, those people of the Devil's Way disappeared in just the blink of an eye, and the mist that made it impossible to see truly also disappeared without a trace at that moment, revealing the original scenery of this place. Thousand Dust fixed his eyes and looked around. Where was there any trace of the demon sect? Space-type spells. Mu Qingyin realized the seriousness of the matter, and her eyes locked onto Qianduan. Dusty child, when you return, talk to your master nicely about what you've been through these days. Returning to the spirit-looking sect's spirit boat, Thousand Dust stood at the very front of the spirit boat, overlooking the scenery below. Things are getting troublesome. Thousand Dust let out a small sigh. Senior brother. By his side, Yi Lingling was standing silently. Thousand Dust was still standing at the front end of the spirit boat, his hands behind his back, his eyes gazing ahead as if he was in deep thought. Yi Lingling looked at his back and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She knew that ever since they had returned from the Devil's Gate, Thousand Dust had been preoccupied. She wanted to know exactly what he was thinking, but didn't dare to open her mouth. So she stood beside him silently, waiting for him to take the initiative to speak to her. However, Qianduan did not respond to Yi Lingling's call, and only thought to himself about how to explain to Mu Qingyin everything he experienced within the demon sect. He knew deep down that if he didn't make this matter clear, in Mu Qingyin's eyes, the fact that he had stayed in the Devil sect for such a long time but was unharmed would definitely make people suspect that there was some sort of relationship between him and the Devil sect. Maybe they would even treat him as a spy of the Devil sect. This was considered the worst-case scenario, but the problem was that Thousand Dust simply couldn't find a suitable reason to explain all of this. After all, it was true that Dong Mengyu and the others in the demon sect hadn't done any harm to him, and there didn't seem to be any other anomalies other than the fact that he had woken up in that large hall filled with a weird aura when he had first been kidnapped in the first place. Even worse, until now, Thousand Dust wasn't even clear on what the name of that demonic sect was. How could this make Thousand Dust account for it? Hey, really, the more I think about it, the more my head gets bigger. Thousand Dust had intended to take the opportunity of the mission of going down the mountain to practice to leave the spirit-looking sect and have a good tour in this clear domain continent. But he didn't want to always run into these troublesome things. Senior sister, I'm really fine. Thank you for your concern. However, you actually don't have to stay with me all the time. Thousand Dust turned back to Yi Lingling, who was at his side, and suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was very natural and not the least bit contrived. After breaking off his lust, Qianduan's words were never abiding by his heart. Perhaps it was nothing in his eyes, but what he didn't know was that to Yi Lingling, these words were like a sharp blade piercing into her heart. Originally, Yi Lingling was still happy that Qianshen was able to speak with her, but when she heard Qianshen say that, Yi Lingling froze as if time had frozen. After a long while, she came back to her senses, barely squeezing out a smile and playing it cool. Senior brother, it's good that you're fine. It's me who wanted to stay by your side, so if I've caused you any trouble, then I'll leave first. With that, she turned away, stumbling a bit. As he watched her departing figure, the area around Thousand Dust finally became empty, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze once again fell on the ever-changing scenery below the spirit boat. What's the best thing to do now? Thousand Dust felt confused inside. Originally, it was just a move to leave the spirit-looking sect, but it turned out to be a traveling experience for the Devil's sect, which made Qianduan cry and laugh a little. Forget it, let's wait until we return to the spirit-looking sect before considering our next plan. Thousand Dust thought to himself, yet the confusion in his heart did not dissipate. At this moment, in a room deep inside the spirit boat, Yi Lingling was lying on a vermilion wooden table with empty eyes. Why, elder brother, I've already apologized to you. Why are you still treating me like this? The dark emotions were festering in Yi Lingling's mind, and so far, it was just one trigger point away from exploding out completely. I don't know where Dong Mengyu was brought to Qianshen. Anyway, the spirit boat heading to Wangling sect traveled for a full 3 days before returning to Wangling sect. In these 3 days, Yi Lingling did not come to look for Qianduan, and he also happened to be happy to be clean. When the spirit boat docked properly within the spirit-looking sect, Qianshen also once again returned to this place that held many of his memories. Chapter 16, The Disciple is Willing to be Punished. Thousand Dust's return did not stir up much of a wave in the spirit-watching sect, as if it was just a normal thing. At the moment, the spirit-looking sect was just like some normal day. The disciples within the sect were all doing their own thing. Some were concentrating on their cultivation, while others were out on a mission. After disembarking from the spirit boat, Qianshen received a voice transmission from Mu Qingyin at the first opportunity. Come to the clear moon pavilion. Upon hearing these words, he sighed softly, then unhurriedly rose up into the air and flew towards Skycliff Peak. He didn't notice that a pretty figure had been following him closely after he left the spirit boat. Yi Lingling pursed her lips and looked at Qianduan's fading back, feeling a pang of loss and sadness in her heart. She muttered, "Senior brother, are you even willing to wait for me now?" Her eyes became dull and her whole body looked a little disoriented. However, at this moment, Thousand Dust clearly had no time to care about this as he was flying towards Skycliff Peak at a steady speed. After about an incense stick of time, he slowly landed on the open space in front of the clear moon pavilion. He briefly straightened his clothes, then said softly, "Master." Mu Qingyin sat quietly on a stone chair in the clearing, her crimson eyes slowly sweeping over Qianduan before nodding slightly in recognition. She whispered, "Come here." Hearing these words, Qianduan did not hesitate to take a step and walked straight to the opposite side of Mu Qingyin. At Mu Qingyin's gesture, he sat down unhurriedly. Alright, dusty child. Now you can tell your master in detail about your experience in that demon sect. Mu Qingyin's tone was calm, but her words carried an unquestionable majesty. Thousand Dust took a deep breath and began to pontificate. Master, on that day, the disciple followed your instructions and led those few disciples down the mountain to practice. Time passed quietly, and Qianduan recounted the entire incident to Mu Qingyin in a detailed and complete manner. When he finished the last word, Mu Qingyin's brows were already tightly furrowed, and her 2 willow eyebrows were less than 2 fingers apart. According to what you stated, Duster, that demon sect spy has actually been lurking within the sect for several years, and during that time, you and she have had interactions. Yes? Mu Qingyin's voice carried a bit of seriousness, and her gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could penetrate the heart. Well, Apprentice used to not know that she was a person of the devil's path. The news that Apprentice heard was that she was the favored disciple of a certain elder, but later on, because of some reason the Immortal Foundation was damaged. Apprentice saw that she was pitiful, so I went to take care of her from time to time. Qianduan calmly looked at Mu Qingyin and said, I don't know if it was Qian Chen's illusion, but when he said these words, Mu Qingyin's face seemed to become a little more somber, but she still didn't say anything. Is that why you were able to stay safe and sound within the demon sect? Hearing Mu Qingyin's words, Qianduan subconsciously replied, Master, that should be the case. Dusty, are you able to prove yourself? These words made Thousand Dust fail to react for a moment. However, he soon realized the implications. Dust child, according to what you said, you have been in contact with that devil woman for the past few years, and you were even able to live unharmed for half a month within the devil's sect. It is hard to show that you have nothing to do with that devil's sect, and will even be suspected by those with a heart of gold. Don't you believe what I'm saying, Master? Mu Qingyin hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Duster, it's not a matter of whether to believe or not, but the situation you described is too unbelievable. According to what you said, you were in contact with that devil cultivator for such a long time without any accidents, and the other party even took the initiative to lure you down the mountain and bring you into the sect without doing anything to you. This is really hard to understand. Anymore, if the other party really had a purpose, such as wanting to obtain something on Qianduan, then it would not have been possible to hand Qianduan over to them so easily a few days ago. Therefore, extrapolating from common sense, Mu Qingyin had a hard time believing that everything Thousand Dust said was true. However, deep down, Mu Qingyin was still willing to choose to believe in Qianduan. After all, Qianduan was one of her most beloved disciples. Even though Thousand Dust wasn't particularly hardworking or progressive on a regular basis, she was confident that Thousand Dust wouldn't do anything to collude with the devil's way. It's just that right now, Thousand Dust must find a way to prove that what he's saying is true. Master, I understand. Thousand Dust stood up. He understood the deeper meaning of Mu Qingyin's words. She was simply hoping that he could prove that he had no connection to the devil path. However, what would it take to do that? Thousand Dust couldn't help but ponder in secret. Should we make the system show up for a direct confrontation? But that would obviously be impossible. At this moment, he really couldn't think of any other way. Thank you for the cultivation of Master. According to the sect's regulations, the disciple is willing to be punished. Thousand Dust said slowly. His voice was as calm as a lake, making it impossible to hear the joys and sorrows in it. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere around them became heavy, as if the entire world had frozen. Thousand Dust knew that he was no longer able to prove his innocence and draw a line in the sand with the devil's way. Moreover, from the conversation just now, he also sensed that Mu Qingyin did not fully trust what he said. Since this was the case, why would he need to continue explaining? Even his master, with whom he had spent the most time and was closest to, was skeptical, not to mention the elders within the law enforcement hall. Who's going to believe his side of the story? At this moment, Thousand Dust was caught in a situation where he was alone. As for Mu Qingyin, her face was also full of gravity. She also deduced from Qian Chen's words just now that Qian Chen was unable to prove his innocence. This time, the plan to go to the Devil's Gate to rescue Qianduan was known to many clan elders because Mu Qingyin had even sent out a spirit boat, and it would be a nightmare if they wanted to harbor it. As for how Qi Dan was able to come back in one piece, she would have to give them an explanation as well. After all, when this event was first organized, Mu Qingyin had subjectively believed that Qianduan had already been subjected to inhuman torture. Dusty, Master will try to have the law enforcement hall reduce your punishment. Hearing this, Thousand Dust felt a little amused. Mitigation? How to mitigate? Colluding with demonic cultivators is a felony in the righteous no matter which sect, let alone inviting the number one sect in the domain continent, the hopeful spirit sect. What Thousand Dust had to face, at the very least, was the abolition of his cultivation, and as to whether or not he could still stay inside the sect, it depended on Thousand Dust's ability to withstand it. But he took it in stride. There was really no one to blame but himself. At that moment, Qianwan suddenly remembered what Mu Qingyin had said. If you keep looking like this, it would be better for you to not join the sect in the first place and drown in the red dust. Indeed, had he known that things would turn out like this, Thousand Dust wouldn't have bound the system in the first place no matter what. To complete this so-called bull ***** raider mission, it's really not as good as drowning in red dust. Chapter 17, The Illusion of Unreality. Looking Spirit Sect. Above the main peak, inside the law enforcement hall, the atmosphere was grave as several law enforcement elders sat in their respective seats with serious expressions, and below them, Thousand Dust stood with a calm face, his hands behind his back as if he was out of the picture. Outside the law enforcement hall, the disciples surrounded in circle after circle, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, waterlogged. Both inner disciples and outer disciples had rushed over, wanting to witness the trial with their own eyes. Yi Lingling stood at the forefront of the crowd, and her line of sight was just enough to clearly see the situation inside the law enforcement hall. She frowned tightly, her mind filled with doubt and worry. How could senior brother Qian collude with the devil Dao? He has always been so friendly and approachable. Yeah, it's unbelievable. But it's nice to know what you know, the surrounding disciples whispered, and their voices reached Yi Lingling's ears. Yi Lingling couldn't help but think of the little moments she had spent with Qianwan. He always had a smile on his face and was kind to everyone. However, now, he was caught within the law enforcement hall for colluding with a devil cultivator, which was unacceptable to her. Even though the current Thousand Dust was very cold to her, one could even say detached, she was just willing to trust Thousand Dust. After all, they were once the closest siblings. Silence, right at this moment, along with a majestic voice ringing out. It was as if an invisible pressure enveloped the entire space, and the air was instantly plunged into a state of tranquility. Everyone dared not make another sound for fear of angering this esteemed elder. The gaze of the elder at the head was like a torch as he scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one dared to open their mouths easily anymore before slowly turning his head and casting his eyes downwards towards Thousand Dust. His eyes were sharp and deep, seemingly able to see into the depths of a person's heart. Heavenly Cliff Peak disciple, Thousand Dust, is it a fact that you colluded with someone from the Devil's Way and spent about a few years with her within the sect? The elder's voice was low and serious, with an undeniable tone. Thousand Dust took a deep breath and straightened his body, his expression calm and firm as he replied, back to elder. Yes, he no longer carried his hands behind his back, but crossed them in front of him as a sign of respect and honor to the elder. The elder frowned slightly and continued to pursue the question. Since you know her identity, why don't you report it to the sect? His tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly questioning Qianwan's behavior. Thousand Dust lowered his head and pondered for a moment before raising his head and saying sincerely, disciple didn't know her identity before? I just saw her pitifully. I did not intend to conceal this matter, nor did I ever intend to deceive the sect. His voice was inaudible, but one could feel the firmness in his words. Oh, the elder's brow furrowed even tighter, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Do you mean she also specifically tricked you down the mountain to repay her favor? There was an obvious skepticism in his tone, as if he didn't believe what Thousand Dust had said. Thousand Dust was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. That's not what the disciple meant. After a pause, Thousand Dust continued to speak. It is true that disciple didn't know her true identity, and it wasn't until later that I realized that she turned out to be a member of the Devil's Way. But by then it was already too late. Then can you prove that you don't have a single link with the Devil's Way? After entering the Devil's Way sect, how come you were able to come back safe and sound? The elder's tone grew harsher and harsher, and his question was like a sharp sword that pierced straight through the heart. Thousand Dust's face did not change in the slightest. He was silent for a moment. Then, in a slow voice, he said, back to the elder. I can't. Well then, since you can't prove anything, then you will be punished according to the clan rules. Heavenly Cliff Peak disciple Thousand Dust, actively colluding with devil disciples, committing a great mistake, with immediate effect, abolish his cultivation and escort him to the heavenly prison. Along with the voice of the law enforcement hall elder that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the disciples outside the law enforcement hall burst into heated discussions. Compared to the noisy environment around him, Thousand Dust was much quieter. He just stood there silently, No joy or sorrow could be seen on his expression. Yi Lingling looked at the lonely figure in the law enforcement hall with eyes full of heartache, and her heart felt very uncomfortable as if it had been severely gripped by someone. Suddenly, the bustling crowd outside the law enforcement hall dispersed in all directions, and a white figure descended from the sky, landing steadily on top of the ground. With a glance, Mu Qingyin noticed Qianduan in the lobby, and she quickly walked to Qianduan's side. Elder Mu, please also take Qianchen back, and when he is ready, within today, go to the criminal law hall to be punished. Mu Qingyin nodded slightly as she looked at Qianduan and said softly, Dusty, come with me. As the words fell, the two of them rose up into the air, their figures quickly disappearing into the sky, and Yiling rushed to follow. Without the protagonist of today's incident, the tranquility around the law enforcement hall soon returned to its usual tranquility, only that the disciples of the spirit-watching sect had one more piece of gossip in their mouths about Qianduan. After returning to Heavenly Cliff Peak, Mu Qingyin took Qianduan back to the Clear Moon Pavilion at the peak. Dust child, for the teacher can only fight for the opportunity for you to stay in the sect. As for the abolition of cultivation, Dusty, don't worry, I've greeted them in advance. They'll try not to damage your base. In this way, you still have a chance to step into the Jindan realm again. There were a few moments of heartache in Mu Qingyin's eyes as she looked at Qianduan, but they were all well concealed by her. As for Qian Chen, hearing her words, his emotions didn't fluctuate much. He just quietly looked at the scenery on the Heavenly Cliff Peak, as if he was trying to carve them into his mind. Many thanks to Master for cultivating me for so many years. Disciple is unable to return the favor. Saying that, Qianduan bowed deeply to express his gratitude to Mu Qingyin. Mu Qingyin looked fixedly into Qian Chen's eyes, in which she could only see a calmness like that of a lake. Other than that, there were no other emotions. There was no panic or fear that his cultivation was about to be abolished. There was only indifference like seeing through the red dust. Dusty, how do you feel now? Subconsciously, Mu Qingyin asked the doubt in her heart. Master, my disciple just feels it's a pity. Thousand Dust returned his eyes to Mu Qingyin. With just a single glance, Mu Qingyin furrowed her brows. It seemed that she hadn't seen Qianduan smile for a long time. Except for the period of time when Qianduan was brought into the Devil's Sect, it seemed that Qianduan hadn't smiled at her since that recent sword practice. Today, there was only calmness. One might even say indifference. On this familiar face, this gave Mu Qingyin a sudden illusion of unreality. Well, then go back and wait a moment. It was clear that he was going to be abolished as a cultivator. But Qian Chen's figure was not despondent, but instead had a feeling of being beyond the world. Feeling that divine sense in Qianduan's body slowly walking toward the mountain, Mu Qingyin fell into contemplation. Chapter 18, Escape. Thousand Dust returned within the bamboo forest halfway up the mountain. He walked silently towards the depths of the bamboo forest, his mind racing with thoughts. Just then, a pink figure shot from the distance at an extremely fast speed, like a light butterfly. This figure was none other than Yi Lingling, only to see her landing lightly outside the bamboo forest, then carefully unfolding her divine sense to carefully perceive her surroundings. When she confirmed where Thousand Dust was, she opened her tiny steps and darted towards Thousand Dust without hesitation. Senior! A clear and pleasant shout rang out in the bamboo forest, as if breaking the tranquility of the place. Hearing Yi Lingling's voice, Shen Shen stopped his steps and slowly turned around, his gaze calmly looking ahead. And at this moment, the distance between Yi Lingling and him was already very close, only a few steps away. Senior brother. Yi Lingling came in front of Qianduan, her expression slightly tense and worried. Senior sister, is there something wrong? Looking at the pink-haired girl in front of him, Thousand Dust calmly opened his mouth and asked. Senior brother, I trust you, Yi Lingling said firmly, trust shining in her eyes. Thousand Dust didn't expect her to say this so bluntly and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After a few moments of silence, Thousand Dust raised his head and looked up at the sky that was mostly covered by bamboo leaves, and he didn't know what was going through his mind. Senior sister, thank you for being able to believe in me. However, everything is finalized now. Thousand Dust sighed softly. Then, senior brother, why don't you flee the sect? That way, the cultivation you spent so much time cultivating won't have to be abolished. Hearing this, Thousand Dust shook his head, not to mention how tightly he would be watched by the clan at this juncture. Besides, with his current Jindan stage cultivation, if he didn't have the clan's permission, he would never be able to leave. Those who were able to freely enter and exit the sect were either elders or those outer disciples with low cultivation levels. Not to mention that everything that happened within the law enforcement hall was already known throughout the Wangling sect. According to common sense, If Thousand Dust were to flee the sect at this point in time, it would simply be a pipe dream, but Thousand Dust obviously couldn't follow common sense. Of course, his true thoughts could not be penetrated by anyone, otherwise, it would only add to the trouble. Senior sister, there isn't much time left. Senior brother still has to go back and organize, so I'll excuse myself. Thousand Dust waved his hand. Then, withdrawing his sight, he continued forward along the familiar route. As he walked, he pondered his next plan. Although on the surface, he seemed to have accepted his fate, in reality, he had already drawn up a plan in his mind, which was to escape. Thousand Dust naturally understood what would happen after he was escorted into the heavenly prison. If he never met a condition, maybe he would be kept inside all the time, like a bird trapped in a cage. Not only did he lose his cultivation, but he also became an invalid. Therefore, it was clearly impossible to get him to willingly accept all this punishment. But now it seemed that both Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling seemed to believe that he was willing to go ahead and accept this punishment. Although the fact that Chen Shen was still able to leisurely return to the bamboo house now was probably all because Mu Qingyin had fought for it. He didn't want to be escorted into the heavenly prison no matter what. But the thought of facing that headache-inducing woman after escaping made Thousand Dust feel a little helpless. There was no way that the space teleportation array left behind by the system could only lead to that place. He had no choice. Watching Qianwan turn away without hesitation, Yi Lingling's heart instantly became empty. Senior brother, I will visit you often. This seemed to be the only thing Yi Lingling could do nowadays. After all, she couldn't prove Chitosa's innocence for him either. Her eyes kept falling on Thousand Dust, and when she saw that he seemed to nod, her gloomy mood finally relaxed a bit. It's also true that I'm so stupid. How could elder brother possibly escape in this situation now? Yi Lingling laughed to herself in her heart. Elder brother, I will definitely save you out. She secretly made up her mind. Meanwhile, on the clear domain continent, within a dynasty called Fushun, in the palace, a young woman with a solemn appearance and wearing a dragon robe was sitting on top of the dragon chair. Her face was incomparably gorgeous, a pair of phoenix eyes winking heavenly, but with an overriding majesty. At this moment, her delicate brows were slightly knitted, and her expression was somewhat annoyed as she looked at the zhengzui in her hands. A few moments later, she placed the folders in her hand on the desk in front of her, and smoothly looked at the maid beside her. No news yet? The maid in a scarlet jacket beside her responded hastily. Back to your majesty. Indeed there is still no movement. Hearing this, Jin Xingyao's brows locked a little deeper. It's been 2 months. What the hell is he doing? She stood up with a look of impatience. You better not make me come to you of my own accord. Looking Spirit Sect, halfway up the mountainside of Skycliff Peak, in the middle of the bamboo house. Thousand Dust had already made all the preparations and was only missing the final step. He looked around the house he'd lived in for at least 10 years, and was overcome with emotion. I'm afraid that I will never return in the future. Thousand Dust had already made up his mind that once he said goodbye today, he would definitely not return within this hopeful spirit sect. Of course it was impossible for the spirit-looking sect to accept him again. Thinking of this, Qianwan let out a slight sigh. If he left now, he would definitely be treated as a fugitive by the spirit-looking sect, thus being hunted down in the clear domain continent. The space spell left by the system still worked. Of course, Qianwan also left a backhand. When he was teleported away, Mu Qingyin would surely be aware of it. So, he set up another spell. What this spell did was to be able to destroy everything inside the bamboo house after he was teleported away. The system originally set up this space array for Qianwan was hoping that Qianwan could be easier when completing the raid mission, but did not expect to be assigned such an important role nowadays, and Qianwan was somewhat unable to laugh and cry about it. Finally taking one more deep look at the scene in the bamboo house, Qianwan did not hesitate to run his aura and maneuver them to activate the space spell formation. Along with a blinding light, a familiar feeling of vertigo swirled in Chidori's mind. After experiencing a moment of heavenly rotation, Thousand Dust's figure completely disappeared inside the bamboo house. At this moment, Mu Qingyin, who was far away in the clear moon pavilion, suddenly noticed that the divine sense she had left in Qianwan's body had suddenly disappeared, and her heart tightened. Duaner, you mustn't do anything foolish. Mu Qingyin couldn't care about that much. Her body flashed, but in a few breaths she arrived in the middle of that bamboo forest. When Mu Qingyin violently opened the door of the bamboo house, she was met with a scene of chaos inside the bamboo house. She dispersed her divine sense. Where was Thousand Dust's figure still in this bamboo house? Dusty. Mu Qingyin's eyes became dark. She seemed to be a bit incredulous. The divine sense Thousand Dust disappeared place inside and outside swept several times, but without exception, could not find thousand dust traces. She breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a heart filled with disbelief. Why did you run away? She seemed to be somewhat confused as to why that obedient disciple had done such a foolish thing now. Dust child, you had promised your master that you would stay by his side for the rest of your life. First time writing a character like Empress. Not sure how it went. Any questions you can add me in the comments section yo. Chapter 19, There's no need to meet again. Along with the continuous leaping of space, the location where Qianhuan was at was also changing. From an unfamiliar environment to finally completely out of the range that Mu Qingyin's divine sense could perceive. When he was conscious again, Thousand Dust opened his eyes and looked around, confirming that he had indeed returned to this old familiar place. This place was located in the Clear Domain continent leaning to the east, and it was none other than Cloud City, the imperial capital of the Fuyun dynasty. And at this moment, Thousand Dust was on the top floor of an ordinary inn. Looking at the familiar room, he let out a small sigh. In the beginning, for the sake of a raid target, Thousand Dust threw away thousands of dollars and renewed this heavenly room for a minimum of 5 years, and by estimating and counting, it was almost time for the day. However, it was good that the payment was cleared at that time. At least he didn't need to deliver the rent now, although he wasn't that bad with the spirit stones just now. Looking around, the room looked a bit old as it had been unoccupied for a long time and had fallen into a layer of dust, but he could still clearly recall the time he had once spent here, because he had specifically instructed that no one should enter this room at will. No one had cleaned it in the past 2 months or so. Thousand Dust raised his hand, and along with the surge of aura, the room was soon cleaned. Seeing that the room was restored to the way he had just rented it, Thousand Dust took big steps towards the door of the room. Coming to the first floor of the inn, Thousand Dust explained the situation with the store assistant. The room. Check out. I won't be coming back. Immortal. There are still 3 days left before the 5-year time consummation. You see this rent. It's okay, no need to return it to me. As the words fell, Thousand Dust turned around, his back gradually disappearing in front of the inn's main door. Take care, Immortal. Thousand Dust walked up the street where people came and went. Compared to the spirit-looking sect, this place revealed a lively atmosphere everywhere. Go back and report to His Majesty. The Thousand Duke has appeared. In a distant alleyway, 2 stealthily dressed royal guards hid in the shadows. Whispering, they stared intently at the entrance of the inn, excitement and nervousness shining in their eyes. One of the guards lowered his voice and said, I didn't expect Duke Qian to actually appear here. We must tell His Majesty this news as soon as possible. Another guard nodded in agreement. Yes, if His Majesty knew that we had found Duke Qian, he would definitely reward us heavily. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then quietly transmitted a message in their hearts. And the message ran towards the direction of the palace at an extremely fast speed. Meanwhile, Thousand Dust continued to stroll through the streets as he immersed himself in the bustling atmosphere around him, feeling the aura of ordinary people's lives. For him, this experience was also a rare relaxation and enjoyment. Thousand Dust spread out his divine sense and took in everything around him, including the conversation between the 2 guards. However, he didn't pay much attention to them, just listened in silence. After all, he had more important things to do. Not only these 2 people, there are 30 to 40 guards spread around the inn, closely monitoring the surrounding area. It would take too much time and energy to solve them one by one. Moreover, as long as any of them discovered him, with the speed at which they passed on information, it wouldn't take more than an incense stick of time for Jin Qingyao to learn of his whereabouts and arrive. Therefore, Thousand Dust decided to leave this place as soon as possible. When Thousand Dust stepped out of the inn, he was fully prepared. He skillfully used a simple disguise technique to change his appearance, making it difficult for people to recognize his true identity. His goal was to leave this Clear Domain continent, and even though this was Jin Qingyao's sphere of influence, he didn't want to meet up with her. And perhaps the reason why these guards thought that Thousand Dust had appeared was because of the shopkeeper's howling voice just now. However, what Thousand Dust did not anticipate was that Im Qingyao's actions were even more swift than he had imagined. However, in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, a figure dressed in a long black coat traveled through the ancient roofs of the houses and rushed straight towards the direction where Thousand Dust was. Im Qingyao's gaze landed in front of the familiar inn and her feet landed firmly on the ground. She slowly looked around, when several figures in black uniforms quickly leaned towards her. One of them spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, just now I heard the shopkeeper in this inn. After that guard explained the circumstances of the matter clearly, Jin Qingyao slightly furrowed her brows. She spoke impatiently. Then you mean he's gone for good? The man quickly nodded and responded. Yes, your Majesty, that's what I meant. Jin Qingyao took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger that was churning in her heart, and roared through clenched teeth. What are you waiting for? Send people around to look for them? Do you want me to show you what to do? She was on the verge of being furious. It was so hard to wait for news related to Thousand Dust, but her own men were actually so mute. Seeing that the guards arranged around the inn had begun to take action, Jin Qingyao naturally would not be idle either. She closed her eyes and dispersed her divine sense, carefully exploring the entire inn and the area tens of miles around. Finally, there were some clues for her to find. Feeling that strong divine sense, Thousand Dust was somewhat speechless. He and Jin Qingyao were not enemies, so how did he make it seem like there was some deep hatred between the two? He just simply didn't want to get along with her. However, Imperatori obviously didn't think so. Soon, her figure rushed towards where Thousand Dust was. Feeling that familiar aura getting closer, Thousand Dust was not at all flustered, until Qingyao blocked his way. Thousand Dust, where do you think you're going? Hearing this, Thousand Dust revealed a puzzled expression without panicking. This Tao, friend, have we met before? Thousand Dust dared to say that his current expression was absolutely natural, because his mind was in such a state. His heart was like water. Pretending is quite decent, but do you think you can fool me? As he said that, a spirit stone engraved with the logo of the spirit-looking sect suddenly appeared in Jin Qingyao's hand. Can fellow Daoist recognize this? Jin Qingyao spoke with amusement. Seeing this, Thousand Dust sighed out slightly. Alright, you win. What is it that you are looking for me for? He didn't bother in spending his aura to waste on his disguise technique, revealing his handsome face. Not going to pretend? What? After 2 months of not seeing each other, you're going to never see each other again for the rest of your life? For some reason, when Qingyao said these words, her tone seemed a bit sad. Thousand Dust didn't dare to be sure. I'm planning to leave the clear domain continent, so naturally there's no need to meet again, Thousand Dust said calmly. Chapter 20, Out of the Tiger's Mouth, Into the Wolf's Nest. There's no need to see each other again. That's easy for you to say. Jin Qingyao's expression was a bit displeased, her eyes complex as she looked at Qianduan. Hey, how am I going to explain this to you? I can't stay in the clear domain continent for too long anyway. Thousand Dust sighed helplessly. Oh, then tell me carefully, why exactly can't you continue to stay in the clear domain continent? Is there some reason that's difficult to talk about? Or is there some great power chasing you? Jin Qingyao stared tightly at Qianduan, trying to find a crack in his expression. However, Thousand Dust had a calm face, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, I won't go back on my word about what I promised you before, but can you wait a little longer? At those words, a trace of sulkiness flashed across Jin Qingyao's luscious face. Do you know that I have been waiting for you for a long time? Since I grew up, you are the first person to make me wait so long. Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Thousand Dust let out a small sigh. That's just it. I'll go with you, but only if it doesn't take too much time. Jin Qingyao frowned slightly. Although it had been at least 2 months since they had seen each other, she was keenly aware that the person in front of her seemed to have changed a lot. Thousand Dust, what have you been through? She pondered in her mind, but did not ask Qianduan directly. Good then. Follow me back to the palace. Saying that, Jin Qingyao rose up in the air, and Chen quickly followed. Seeing that Qianduan didn't seem to be showing signs of running away, she sighed in relief. After a short flight time, Thousand Dust looked at the magnificent building that appeared below. Here, he also saw the entirety of Cloud City. The Imperial Palace stood at the very center of Cloud City, located on top of a short mountain. Being a blue star person, Qianduan also had to marvel at the majesty of this palace. Entering the palace, what met his eyes was a wide avenue that led straight to the palace. Both sides of the avenue are full of exotic flowers and plants. Fragrant. The architecture of the palace was unique and splendid, with the roof covered with sparkling glazed tiles that shone brightly in the sunlight. The walls of the palace are beautifully painted with frescoes showing the history and culture of the palace. The interior of the palace is lavishly decorated with gold. Everything about this ancient royal palace looks so luxurious and spectacular. But Chidori had been here quite a few times, so it wasn't much of a shock right now. He followed Jin Qingyao into the palace, and along the way, he encountered quite a few palace maids and guards, who saluted Jin Qingyao. Qianduan landed in front of the administrative palace along with Jin Qingyao, and after Jin Qingyao landed steadily, the quietly waiting maids around them leaned over. Your Majesty, the room you requested is ready. Jin Qingyao nodded slightly. Then she looked at Qianduan behind her. When he met Jin Qingyao's line of sight, Qianduan also understood the other party's meaning. So the two of them took a step together and walked along the long corridor, slowly walking into the depths of the palace. Finally, Qianduan and Jin Qinyao arrived in front of a magnificent palace, and Jin Qinyao gently pushed open the door of the room, and the two of them entered her chambers together. Crossing the threshold, Thousand Dust noticed at a glance that two still steaming teacups were sitting on the long table in the very center of the room, the rising vapor hovering in the air as if telling something. There was no need for words, he naturally understood the implications. Not only that, there was also a strange, ethereal scent wafting through the air, a fragrance he had never smelled before, light and sweet, comforting and relaxing, thought to be some kind of aromatherapy he hadn't smelled before. Thousand Dust walked to the table and slowly sat down, his gaze falling on Jin Qinyao across from him, who looked at him with a smile. Your favorite red spirit tea, taste it, Jin Qinyao said softly, her voice like a beautiful piece of music, mesmerizing people. Hearing this, Thousand Dust gently picked up the teacup on the table and felt the warmth coming from the walls of the cup. He blew away the tea leaves floating on the water, then carefully took a sip. As the hot air blew out, the water inside the teacup rippled, with the liquid with some warmth sliding down his throat. The full aroma of tea spread in Chidam's mouth. The fragrance instantly filled the air, and it was as if he was in the middle of a tea garden, and the air smelled fresh. Not bad. Thousand Dust put the teacup down and gently nodded in recognition. Then his voice rang out again. Better get down to business. As he spoke, he prepared to take something out of his storage ring. However, right at this moment, Jin Qinyao suddenly stood up and stopped Qianduan's movements. She reached out her hand and gently rested it on the back of Thousand Dust's hand, a warm and affectionate smile blooming on her face. There's still a long time to go. How about we chat and chill for a while? These words caused Thousand Dust to frown slightly. As expected, Qinyao was still the same as always preferring to stall for time. Like I said, I'll help you on the condition that it doesn't take too much time. Before Thousand Dust could finish his words, he suddenly felt a strong sense of vertigo rush over him. This feeling of vertigo was more than 10 times stronger than the last time he had tested the pills for Ling Ling. Qianduan, do you still remember the first time we met? I remember. It was a snowy night. Qinyao suddenly spoke at this time, but Qian Chen's ears were already somewhat inaudible. Not only that, even the aura in his body became restless, rushing across his internal organs. This is. Thousand Dust covered his head, his sanity becoming a little blurry, and now Light Yao was smilingly looking at the man in front of her who was covering his head. I remember when we first met, you still looked like a man of the world. Saying that, Jin Qinyao slightly closed her eyes, seemingly falling into memories. After a long time, she opened her eyes again and realized that Qianduan in front of her was still awake, which also made her feel a bit surprised. As expected, your body is really resistant to poison. I let you go 2 months ago. This time, I can seize the opportunity. Jin Qinyao voice was icy cold, as if it was a cold wind in winter. Her eyes were locked on Thousand Dust, a hint of cunning and triumph flickering in her eyes. Thousand Dust's mind was in turmoil as he tried to concentrate, but he was unable to resist the toxin's erosion. His breathing became rapid and his body gradually lost control. Jin Qinyao slowly walked to Qian Chen's side, squatted down and gently caressed his face. Don't worry, I won't let you off the hook this time. A smirk spread across the corners of her mouth. Thousand Dust struggled hard to stand up, but his legs were as heavy as if they were being pressed by a lead weight. His consciousness gradually blurred, and the world in front of him began to spin. Thousand Dust gritted his teeth and frantically mobilized the aura in his body, but to no avail. Can't even make a basic run for it. As early as 2 months ago, Jin Qinyao had already started to decorate this room. From the exotic aroma to the tea within the teacups, none of them were carefully selected by Jin Qinyao. From the moment she learned the news of Qianduan, she had instructed her maid to prepare these 2 things that she had specially prepared for Qianduan. She herself, on the other hand, had long ago taken the antidote in advance. With regards to Thousand Dust, Qinyao could be said to know it like the back of her hand. After years of observation and research, she was well aware that Thousand Dust had a certain level of resistance to various toxins. Therefore, this time, Jin Qinyao decided to increase the dosage, and even the soul-regenerating incense, which could even put down a Yuan Ying stage cultivator, was put to use. She firmly believed that this time, Thousand Dust would definitely not be able to escape. Of course, if one merely wanted to keep Qianduan, Qinyao could completely force him to stay by force, but she didn't want to do that, because in that case, Thousand Dust would inevitably put up a fight, and might even just disappear into thin air without a trace, just like before. Therefore, force is never an option. And this Light Yao knows the realm of Qianwan, and is bound to take it down in one fell swoop. And now, it's all finally paid off. Thousand Dust, let you leave me. This time, you can't get away. Chapter 21 Mu Chunyan's Remorse. Thousand Dust finally couldn't bear it. Both eyes went black, and his consciousness fell into endless chaos. As Jin Xingyao looked at his planted figure, the corner of her mouth curled up in a smug arc. Qi Dan, I'm not just going to get what I want, I'm going to make you stay here forever. As the empress of the Fuyun dynasty, Jin Xingyao naturally carried a heart full of fighting spirit and ambition within her chest. She walked slowly over to Qi Dori, then gently propped his head up in her hands. Looking at Qian Chen's tightly closed eyes, Jin Xingyao couldn't help but move closer towards him. In that case, you are mine. Feeling the warmth of his breath so close, Jin Xingyao couldn't help but feel a little nervous, her heartbeat accelerating, but at the same time, she also felt a burst of excitement. She gently bit her lip, then slowly reached out her hand and gently stroked Thousand Dust's face, feeling his temperature and touch. Finally, she gently left a kiss on Chidori's cheek. Incoming! With Jin Xingyao's call, the several maids waiting outside the chambers entered the chambers in order. They lowered their heads and stood respectfully, waiting for Jin Xingyao's instructions. Go and bring a few pieces of fine clothing. I will personally change into them for him, Jin Xingyao said softly, revealing a hint of doting in her tone. The maids answered and quickly retreated to prepare the clothes. After the maids left the chambers, Jin Xingyao took out a collar from her storage space. The collar was black as ink, with strange patterns engraved on it, and emitted a burst of spiritual rhythms, appearing mysterious and ancient. This way, not only will I be able to shut the mouths of those old bastards, but I'll also be able to bring you right along with me. Jin Xingyao murmured softly, a determined light flickering in her eyes. She took the collar in her hand and placed it in front of Qianwan's neck. The black collar seemed like it suddenly had a consciousness, and when it approached Qian Chen's neck, it was automatically put on. The size of the collar was not too different from Qian Chen's neck, it just happened to match, so it was thought that it was tailor-made for Qian Chen by Jin Xingyao. Looking at the collar fitting perfectly with Qianwan, the corner of Jin Xingyao's mouth unconsciously hooked up a faint smile. Dust, now you're not going anywhere. Meanwhile, in the distant center of the clear domain continent, the location of the spirit-looking sect, in front of the clear moon pavilion at the top of the heavenly cliff peak, Mu Qingyin sat quietly in the middle of the courtyard, her eyes empty, as if she was in deep thought, not knowing what she was thinking about. More than 3 days had passed since Thousand Dust had escaped. Nowadays, the sect's pursuit order had long been widely spread through various channels and forces, and it was estimated that it would soon spread throughout the entire clear domain continent. Dusty, why did you run away? Mu Qingyin was never able to understand this. Her mind couldn't help but conjure up Qian Chen's clear face with a gentle smile. At one time, Thousand Dust listened to her words the most, and when she said go east, Thousand Dust would never go west. But now he was leaving quietly and without warning, without even a hello. Qianwan seemed to have really changed, becoming cold and unfamiliar, a far cry from the enthusiastic and cheerful teenager Mu Qingyin remembered. The change confused and disturbed her, so much so that to this day, Mu Qingyin still doesn't quite believe that Qianwan left so lightly, but the truth was right in front of their eyes. After learning that Qianwan had escaped, the elders of the law enforcement hall had immediately issued a manhunt order, uniting all the forces that were friends with the Hope Spirit sect to arrest Qianwan, a serious violator of the sect's rules. As Thousand Dust's senior, she should have cooperated fully with this matter, but Mu Qingyin was here in frustration. Did you misunderstand, Dusty? She muttered. As Thousand Dust's senior, she also thought that the matter of Thousand Dust being taken away by the Devil Sect was very strange, and even all the signs were indicating that Thousand Dust and the Devil Sect had a very deep connection with each other. However, it was Mu Qingyin who brought Qianwan up to the spirit-watching sect in the first place, and she often took the time to supervise Qianwan's cultivation. So if Qianwan was involved with the Devil's Path, shouldn't she have noticed it a long time ago? Thinking this way, Mu Qingyin couldn't stop panic from welling up inside her heart. She didn't even choose to believe Thousand Dust's words in the first place. Can it be that the reason why Duaner left was because she felt cold towards me? A horrible conjecture appeared in Mu Qingyin's mind, almost drowning out her emotions. No it won't. No it won't. How could Dusty? For some reason, Mu Qingyin suddenly remembered that rainy day, when Qianwan was dressed in white, and his lonesome back in the rain curtain. It seemed that since then, his eyes had grown calmer, even to the point of indifference. Unconsciously, there was a total absence of the adoration and joy that he had felt when he first spent time with Mu Qingyin. Perhaps Qianwan had changed a long time ago. It was just that Mu Qingyin was slow to realize it. She had thought that Chidam would be his disciple and stay that way. The panic in her heart caused Mu Qingyin to barely catch her breath. She knew that she was very strict with Qianwan, and only with him, and that her discipline towards Yi Lingling, Mu Qingyin, was quite lax. Simply because Chen Chen's talent really couldn't be called top-notch, it was only right to be a bit more strict with him. But Mu Qingyin suddenly remembered that from the past, when Chen Chen had come to look for her, every time he had gone back forlornly, Mu Qingyin didn't even notice her own fault. Until now, it had kind of dawned on her. She couldn't help but begin to reflect on whether she had done something wrong, whether she had put too much pressure and burden on Chidori. Perhaps it was his own harshness that gave Chidori the idea of leaving. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyin's heart was filled with self-blame and remorse. She regretted that she hadn't paid more attention to Chidori's feelings and hadn't given him enough understanding and support. He even regretted not believing Thousand Dust's words in the first place when he returned to the spirit-looking sect, causing him to feel a chill towards himself as his master. No, I must find Dusty and explain. Mu Qingyin suddenly stood up, her eyes firmly looking into the distance, as if she wanted to travel through endless space and find that misunderstood teenager. However, right at this moment, a pink-haired girl also walked to the front of the Clear Moon Pavilion. Her footsteps were hurried, as if she had something important to do. Master! Hearing Yi Lingling's call, Mu Qingyin turned her head and looked at her. Linger, what's wrong? Mu Qingyin asked softly, a hint of concern in her tone. Senior brother has already left for 3 days. Linger wants to go look for him. Yi Lingling lowered her head. Her voice was a little low, as if she was suppressing her inner emotions. When she uttered these words, Yi Lingling placed both her hands on her chest and crossed her index fingers, constantly drawing circles, her heart apprehensive. She was deeply afraid that her master would not grant her request. 3 days ago, Yi Lingling had thought that Qian Shen would be escorted into the heavenly prison, but she hadn't expected that he would still have the means to escape from the sect. It also made her feel a sense of loss, as she would never be able to see Chidori again. Hearing Yi Lingling's words, Mu Qingyin was silent for a moment. Then, in a slow voice, she said, Good, Linger, then let's go together. Seeing Mu Qingyin's face as normal, Yi Lingling was also relieved. She knew that although her master was angry with Chidwan, he still cared about him in the end. Good then, Master, when do we depart? Yi Lingling raised her head, an expectant light flashing in her eyes. Now, Mu Qingyin replied in a deep voice. Chapter 22, Whatever You Want. When Thousand Dust opened his eyes again, he realized that he was in an unfamiliar environment. The scene around him was déjà vu, but not entirely familiar. As he tried to recall, he finally realized that this seemed to be the interior of the imperial palace of the Fuyun dynasty. He was shocked in his heart. Didn't he enter the palace with Jin Xingyao? I remembered that at that time, Jin Xingyao also invited him to have a cup of tea. A stabbing pain came from his brain, and Thousand Dust furrowed his brow tightly as he tried to recall what happened before he passed out. Suddenly, he remembered the cup of tea and the incense, as well as the blurry smiling face of Jin Xingyao before his consciousness disappeared. He shook his head hard, trying to clear it. Today Light Yao, why did you do that? Thousand Dust muttered. He really couldn't figure out why Jin Xingyao would poison him. They weren't close to each other, but they weren't so close as to turn against each other. Thousand Dust remembers that the system's display of Jin Xingyao's favorability has always remained at around 60. Considered a friend, but there is no male-female relationship. Then, what exactly was the reason for her to go to such great lengths to deal with herself now? Thousand Dust began to think hard. After a long time, Qianwan finally thought of an item that might have made Jin Xingyao so attached to it, and it was also the very treasure that was necessary for what Qianwan had promised Jin Xingyao earlier. However, if this Lightning Yao needed it, he could completely surrender it, and anyway, that system-given treasure had considerable side effects and was not very useful to Qianwan, so there's no need to make things like this at all. After letting out a slight sigh, Thousand Dust subconsciously dispersed his divine sense to check his physical state. He found himself lying on top of a bed and couch. His clothes had been changed at some point, and his hands and feet were bound dead center to the end of the bed by chains. Because of this, he could not move his body, but could only remain in a big position. Thousand Dust furrowed his brows and tried to break free from his bonds, but the chains seemed to have a special magical power, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. I'm a Light Yao. You're really sick. He secretly spat at the woman who had tied him up here. At this time, Qianwan dispersed his divine sense to probe the storage ring on the middle finger of his right hand and found that it was still intact on his finger, with no signs of damage or opening. In other words, up to now, Jin Shangyao had not gotten what she wanted. Thousand Dust decided to try to continue spreading his divine sense, wanting to understand the situation outside this strange palace. However, when his divine sense was about to come into contact with the boundary of the palace, it was bounced back by an anonymous force. Thousand Dust furrowed his brows, realizing that there was some sort of powerful formation here, preventing his divine sense from probing outwards. This meant that he was trapped inside this palace, unable to learn about the outside world. He had no choice but to withdraw his divine sense and try to operate the aura in his body. He was surprised to find that his spiritual energy seemed to be restricted in some way, unable to be freely mobilized. Strangely enough, it was clear that the auras in his body were still very abundant, but Qianduan just couldn't mobilize them, as if these auras had fallen into a deep sleep. Thousand Dust's heart was filled with doubt as he tried to utilize his spiritual power once again, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, the powers that were supposed to be at his command were unresponsive at the moment. He looked up, his gaze stretching down his arms to the chains that bound him. One could only see that the chain had a deep purple color all over it, emitting a gust of gloomy aura. The chains were engraved with some kind of mysterious words, which flickered with a faint light as if they contained endless mysteries. Thousand Dust observed carefully and realized that whenever these words shone, the aura in his body would be suppressed and he would completely lose control of his power. Seeing that no matter how hard he exerted, he was unable to break free from the chains, Thousand Dust simply gave up resisting. Am I being imprisoned? He cried a little. Thousand Dust would not have thought that Jin Qingya would pull such a stunt. Why is she doing this? Is it just for that prop given by the system? Shouldn't he have just handed it over? Thousand Dust was truly speechless. What should be done now? Thousand Dust's brows were furrowed. If he stayed trapped within this fuzzy cloud dynasty, sooner or later, the people from the spirit-looking sect would find them. Thousand Dust also do not know what kind of mood he is now. Anyway, only feel helpless. Just as Thousand Dust contemplated a countermeasure, a sudden sound of a door opening came from not far away. Accompanied by a gust of fresh wind, a familiar figure came into Thousand Dust's eyes. Jin Qingyao stood by the bedside, looking at Qianduan with a smile on her face. No other tricks? Hearing this, Thousand Dust was a bit uncertain, so he opened his mouth and inquired, "What?" However, Jin Qingyao did not answer his question, but instead looked at him with a smiling face. It does seem that there are no other means. Jin Qingyao reached out her hand and rested it on Qianduan's cheek. How does it feel? It's very uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, Thousand Dust answered truthfully. Uncomfortable? It's also true that anyone would be uncomfortable if they were tied up. Right. But, Qingyao suddenly leaned down, her scorching breath slapping against Qian Shan's earlobe. Who made you disobey? The playful voice rang in his ears, and Thousand Dust only felt his earlobes itch and become even more uncomfortable. The Empress, who was full of majesty in the past, put on this flirtatious look in front of him now, making him feel a little strange. What do you mean by disobedience? Thousand Dust inquired from the bottom of his heart. Don't want to see me even if you don't listen. Well, Thousand Dust was even more speechless. On the other hand, Present Lightning now quietly looked at Qianduan, trying to find a look of panic or shyness on his face. However, the only thing she saw on Thousand Dust's face was calm. This seemed to be a bit different from the Chidan she remembered. You seem to have changed a lot. Thousand Dust had already heard similar questions for I don't know how many times. So, he answered perfunctorily. It's a human being who changes. Like this? Jin Qingyao looked at Qian Shenmo's black eyes and realized that there were indeed no ripples in them. For some reason, her mind felt a little ridiculous. Can you let me go? I'll just give you whatever you want. Hearing Qianduan's words, Jin Qingyao froze, and then, she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Let you go? Are you kidding me? Thousand Dust. No way. As for what I want, Tianji mirror, take it out. I thought that Chidori would strongly reject his request, but I didn't expect him to state it directly. I can't run my aura and can't open the storage ring, so take it yourself. I'll say this up front. That thing is of no use to me. If you want it, just take it. As far as letting me go or not, I'm wanted by the sect. The reason why I'm leaving the Clear Domain continent is because I want to go out to avoid the wind. If I'm kept locked up here and it leads to a conflict between you and the Hopeful Spirit sect, I hope that you won't blame me when the time comes. That's all there is to say. Jin Qingyao, the choice is yours. The words fell. Qian Dust closed his mouth. A look as you do. See this? The smile on the face of the slight Yao gradually disappeared. Chapter 23, Paranoia and Madness. Thousand Dust. What do you mean? Do you really not care at all, do you? For some reason, Jean Qingyao's emotions suddenly became very agitated. Her chest rose and fell violently, and the two smudges of snowy white drew beautiful arcs as a result. She came up to Qianduan and looked at him with icy eyes, as if she was trying to look through Qianduan's eyes into his inner world. Care about what? Can't you just let me go? Thousand Dust's tone was still calm, so calm that not a single ripple could be heard. In response to what Thousand Dust had said, Jean Qingyao became speechless because from the beginning to the end, she had indeed never thought of letting Thousand Dust go. Perhaps, if you are able to be more obedient and do what I say to make me happy, I will let you go? Jean Qingyao's mouth was hardened. Perhaps? Jean Qingyao, how long have we known each other? If you had the intention to let me leave, would you add the word perhaps? Looking into his heart, Qianduan still had a better understanding of An Qingyao. As the words fell, the atmosphere fell into a silence. Why is your speech so annoying? After a long time, Jean Qingyao moved her face, which had come in front of Qianduan, backward, and then, she moved her eyes away and spoke somewhat absent-mindedly. I think it's actually okay. Thousand Dust replied in a flat tone. Ha, Chidori, are you sure you don't want to get out of here? Watch your words. It's not that I don't want to leave, it's that you won't let me leave. Don't make it sound so good. Thousand Dust's gaze fell on the chains that bound him, and the implications were self-evident. As Jean Qingyao looked at Qianduan, a wave of doubt could not help but well up in her heart. This Qianduan in front of her seemed to have become even colder and calmer compared to the modest and gentle Qianduan she remembered. His reaction was completely out of Jean Qingyao's expectation, making her feel a little overwhelmed. What the hell is wrong with you, Thousand Dust? Are you faking it? Im Qingyao frowned, trying to find an answer from Qian Chen's expression. However, Thousand Dust just looked at her silently. The speechlessness that flowed from his eyes seemed to overflow. Im Qingyao felt a wave of frustration. She originally thought that she had mastered Thousand Dust, but now it seemed that she didn't know him well enough. The feeling of the unknown unsettled her. You secretly poisoned me to bind me here. This I admit. Once upon a time I indeed did not see that you still have this hand. However, you ask me if I am not pretending a bit too much? Is it hard to believe that the current situation is not what you want? What reaction would you like to see from me? Yelling and screaming in desperation? Or as an object to please you honestly? Jean Qingyao, did my previous behavior give you any illusions? It was only after a long time that Thousand Dust managed to answer her question. No. Jean Qingyao was suddenly a bit confused. This is not how things should be. Seeing that her eyes relaxed and caught up in thought, Thousand Dust was simply happy to be left alone. A moment later, Jean Qingyao's eyes suddenly fell straight onto his body. Thousand Dust, aren't you supposed to like me? Shouldn't you obey me in everything? What is the situation now? Jean Qingyao's pupils were lax, her eyes paranoid and crazy. Thousand Dust was silent, just looking at her quietly. You talk. Why don't you speak? Jean Qingyao shouted excitedly, her voice carrying a hint of desperation and anger. The person who always had a faint smile on her face in her memories suddenly became blurry, and in its place, there was a cold-faced Thousand Dust in front of her. She stared at him in a daze, desperate for an answer. However, Chen Chen only gently uttered two words, and as if she could no longer endure anything, Jean Qingyao directly climbed onto the bed. Thousand Dust, you forced me to do this. As the words fell, she bowed down violently, her pink lips pressing dead center on Thousand Dust's lips. Not only that, she stuck out her tongue and tried to pry open Thousand Dust's teeth, until the taste of blood spread inside her mouth. But she acted like she didn't feel it and just claimed it for herself. Chitos, on the other hand, just quietly watched her have a fit. Seems like I shouldn't have called her crazy. He felt a little helpless as he thought this. Since he couldn't break free, Thousand Dust could only be forced to accept it. I don't know how much time had passed, but when Thousand Dust woke up again, he realized that he was still trapped on that soft bed and couch. Today, Qingyao had already disappeared, and it was unknown where she had gone. Thousand Dust tried to move his arms and legs, but realized that he was still bound, and the bed was very disorganized at the moment. Even the clothes on Chidori's body were all in one piece in the east and one in the west. Not only that, because Jean Qingyao's cultivation level was higher than Qianduan's, this caused Qianduan to become a bit weak at this moment. It's like being used as a cauldron. I didn't expect to lose my body here. Thousand Dust was a bit emotional. At this moment, the palace's door was pushed open, and Qian Chen raised his head, just to see An Qingyao walking towards himself with a somewhat awkward gait. You're awake? Im Qingyao sat straight on the bed, her eyes staring at Qianduan with interest. Are you happy now? Of course. Saying that, Jean Qingyao suddenly extended her hand, and in one go, she unlocked all the chains that bound Qianwan. Are you physically okay? Thousand Dust sat up violently, only to feel a wave of dizziness, and then returned to normal. Have you been lying down for too long? His eyes fell back on him. Qingyao, so you're just going to let me go? Naturally not. Follow me. Saying that, Jin Qingyao stood up. You don't think you want me to go out and meet people wearing this, do you? Thousand Dust lowered his head and looked at the rags covering his body. I had thought that you wouldn't care. Saying that, Jin Qingyao took out a long white coat from her storage space. Put it on. Seeing that Qingyao was staring at herself with unblinking eyes, Chen Chen didn't intend to cover anything up and just dressed herself. Well, come with me. Hearing this, Qianwan quietly followed behind Jin Qingyao and left the palace that had bound him for many days. Moving forward in the quiet corridor, Thousand Dust always felt that something was wrong. For example, the current state of Jin Qingyao. She seemed to have figured something out, and had been very natural during her time with Thousand Dust, all without the paranoid and crazy state of the previous days. It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. Thousand Dust. That Tianji mirror. When do you think you can give it to me? Jin Qingyao, who was walking ahead, naturally inquired. Anytime is fine. Now is fine. Well then, give it to me later when you follow me back to my chambers. Aren't you afraid that the spirit-looking sect will come after you? Naturally. Thousand Dust. Don't even think about leaving. I won't let you. That's not true. Both men stopped speaking. Chapter 24, Marriage? Qingyao was now very clear about what exactly she wanted. Ever since her dual cultivation with Qianwan, she had realized that what she wanted was Qianwan as a person. And as for the so-called Tianji mirror, it was just the icing on the cake. Like right now. For example, she was dealing with the affairs of the court while Qidan stood by silently guarding. So, did you call me here just to watch you work? Thousand Dust was a bit bored. He saw that Jin Qingyao had her head lowered and didn't seem to have the intention of taking care of him. So then he took a step and made a gesture to leave the courtroom. Qingyao finally raised her head, a faint smile hanging on her face. Where do you want to go? Thousand Dust was a little confused as to what she was smiling about. It's weird that we're the only two people in this huge courtroom. I want to walk around. Thousand Dust looked around. Then, faintly spoke. It's better than me punishing myself around you. The smile on Jin Qingyao's face faded a lot as she propped her hand on her chin and said playfully, what if you run away? Thousand Dust was silent for a moment, somewhat at a loss as to how to answer Qingyao's question. If I am comfortable here with you, and you are indeed not afraid of the spirit-watching sect coming to find trouble, there is naturally no need for me to run away. Wandering the sky certainly offers many different sights, but I prefer to be a flower in a hothouse and live as I please. And, on your watch, I can't run away. Hearing Qianduan's words, the corner of Jin Qingyao's mouth twitched, and a moment later, she voiced her inquiry. Thousand Dust. Who do you think is more powerful, the Hope Spirit sect or my fuzzy cloud? It's not easy to evaluate. Each has its own flavor? Thousand Dust always felt that the word each has its own merits shouldn't be used for this, but he was too lazy to correct himself. Ha ha ha, what a great one each. Qingyao stood up, her hands behind her back as she exuded a faint majesty. I'm sitting on the world. It's hard not to be able to protect you? As she spoke these words, Jin Qingyao exuded a terrifying pressure. Even the space around them was about to shatter. Feeling this intense sense of oppression, Thousand Dust sighed out helplessly. This was one of the reasons why he was unwilling to meet with Jin Qingyao. There was too much difference in realms. If it wasn't for the help of the system in the past, otherwise it would have been difficult for him to leave the Fuyun dynasty. And what he couldn't figure out the most was that obviously he could rely on force to make Qianwan submit, but Jin Qingyao preferred to play the poison game. It's really kind of abstract. Well, I called you here mainly to familiarize the ministers with you, lest there be any ungrateful people within the palace to mess with you. Furthermore, I will marry you again when you stay here completely after a while. Getting married? Thousand Dust somewhat wondered if he had heard wrong. You want to marry me? Even after cutting off his lust, Thousand Dust still found these two words very explosive. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Don't you want to be responsible? Jin Qingyao, please get it straight. All of this is because you forced me to do it. Anything is fine. Only marriage is not. Why not? No means no. Do we still need a reason? We don't have much emotion in the first place. So why should we get married? Just because of a double cultivation? Nothing emotional. Qingyao's face instantly clouded over. Okay, Qidan. If I make you like me, can you promise to marry me? Thousand Dust wanted to laugh a little. You like Jin Qingyao? If you hadn't cut off your lust before, it might still be possible. But now it's. Chidori had forgotten what it was like to like. What's the measurement? You want to marry me from the bottom of your heart. At those words, Thousand Dust shook his head. Jin Qingyao, you won't succeed. As the words fell, Qianduan stopped speaking. He didn't want to state that he had cut off his lust because it would involve the system, and he was too lazy to be making up lies to deceive Jin Qingyao. Success or failure, you always have to try. If Jin Qingyao knew that Qianchen couldn't fall in love with her no matter what, would she break down? Come on people. Accompanied by Jin Qingyao's call, one after another people from outside the court hall walked in. Meanwhile, the center of the clear domain continent, Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling wore light veils on their faces as they quickly traveled between the mountains. Fuyan Dynasty. Mu Qingyin muttered the name under her breath. Why did she know about this place? It started 5 days ago. 5 days ago, when she figured it out. She planned to go down the mountain to look for Thousand Dust, and after descending the mountain, an ethereal voice suddenly came from within her mind. The voice guided her to the Fuyan Dynasty, saying that the person she wanted to find was there. At first, Mu Qingyin had thought that it was her hallucination or some kind of cultivator's spell, but after she had checked her body over, she found nothing, and that ethereal voice never sounded again. Everything seems to be a vain dream, but Mu Qingyin remembered very clearly that it was a voice that rang in her head and informed her that Qianchen was now in the Fuyan Dynasty. Because she could no longer perceive the divine sense buried in Qianduan's body, Mu Qingyin planned to go to that so-called Fuyan Dynasty to try her luck. By now, with Mu Qingyin's speed, it wouldn't take more than a few days to reach the eastern part of the clear domain continent, where the Fuyan Dynasty was located. Master, I want to take a break. But Mu Qingyin wasn't the only one on the road. Hearing Yi Lingling's words, Mu Qingyin gradually slowed down. Alright, Linger, take some rest on the spot. With that, the two landed together under an ancient tree. Sitting under the shade of a tree, Yi Lingling took out the elixir to replenish her aura from her storage ring, then swallowed it in one gulp. The aura was replenished, and even her face looked better. Master, where are we going? Until now, Yi Lingling wasn't sure which place they were rushing towards. She was just following behind Mu Qingyin. Fuyan Dynasty. Fuyan Dynasty? Yi Lingling stated that she seemed to have heard of it. It was one of the more famous places in the east. Is elder brother there? At those words, Mu Qingyin shook her head. Who can say? I just hope Dusty is there. Senior, do you think senior brother will be willing to go back? Yi Lingling clasped her hands on her knees and buried her face between her legs, revealing only her long pink hair. She recalled Qianchen cold attitude towards her earlier, and was a little apprehensive in her heart. Duster has always been obedient. It's just that he made a mistake this time, and Master did do something wrong. I believe that after Duster accepts the apology, he will definitely be willing to return to the sect. But Master, Yi Lingling opened her mouth, but in the end, she swallowed back the words she wanted to say. Well, elder brother must be willing to go back, Elaine affirmed as if she were reassuring herself. Chapter 25, The choice is yours. At this time, Qianchen, who was far away in the Fuyan Dynasty, did not yet know that his master and sister had embarked on a journey to find him. Now, he stood frozen in the middle of the courtroom, while the ministers who had entered into the courtroom just now had already left in an orderly manner. It was precisely because of this that only Qianchen and Jin Qingyao were once again left in the courtroom. Alright, the things to be accounted for are all accounted for. Follow me back to my chambers. Jin Qingyao slowly got up and said softly. Hearing this, Qianduan nodded slightly, and when Jin Qingyao stood up, he naturally followed behind Jin Qingyao. The two of them walked side by side through the palace corridors and arrived at Qingyao's exclusive chambers. After returning to his chambers, Qianchen subconsciously opened his storage ring and took out the prop given by the system from it, the Tianji mirror. He passed the Tianji mirror in front of Jin Qingyao, and then opened his mouth. Here, what you asked for. The corner of Jin Qingyao's mouth curled up into a smile. She liked the way Qianchen took such initiative. Of course, it would be nice to be more proactive in other areas. Thinking of this, a trace of anticipation couldn't help but well up in Jin Qingyao's heart. So very good. Jin Qingyao reached out and took the heavenly chance mirror, confirming that this was the treasure that Qianchen had used to help him calculate the heavenly chance back then. Alright, the item has been given to you. What else is there? Thousand Dust said in a flat tone. First things first, I won't help you with your heavenly calculations anymore. The price required for that is just too great, and if you bear too much, the immortal society will suffer as a result. Qianduan said as he looked at Jin Qingyao seriously. Hearing his words, Jin Qingyao was silent for a moment, Then she placed the Tianji mirror into her storage space. Then just don't use it, Jin Qingyao said indifferently. This makes Qian Chen feel a little surprised. According to the former behavior of Jin Qingyao, she should be very interested in this Tianji mirror. But why can't she say it now? Is it because she doesn't want to bear the price? Thousand Dust speculated wildly. Alright, let's get down to business now. Jin Qingyao suddenly came over to Qian Chen with a bad smile on her face. The scorching breath slapped on Qishan's face, to which Qishan didn't feel much. After all, he had already cut off his lust now. What do you want? Thousand Dust wondered. Double cultivation. Jin Qingyao stared straight at Qianwan with an expectant glint in her eyes. Thousand Dust gently shook his head after hearing this, then tried to push Jin Qingyao away. He said in a firm tone, why should I double cultivate? Besides, it's daytime now. The corners of Jin Qingyao's mouth rose slightly as she looked at Qianwan with a smile or not, a sly light flickering in her eyes as she asked softly, do you mean it'll be fine at night? Thousand Dust's brow frowned slightly. He could feel the flirtatious intent in Jin Qingyao's words, but still explained seriously, naturally not. No matter when. I don't want to double cultivate with you, and I said in advance that if you force me to do so, I'll. Before Thousand Dust could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jin Qingyao, who curiously pursued, and what would you do? Jin Qingyao looked Qian Chen up and down with interest, seemingly anticipating his next reaction. Thousand Dust took a deep breath and said slowly, that's just it. I won't agree to double cultivate with you anyway, and you don't want to make this situation ugly. Jin Qingyao still had a hint of a smile on her face, as if the situation was still under her control. Is it hard to believe that you don't want to? Thousand Dust was silent for a moment, and finally answered truthfully, not a single thought. However, when she heard his words, Jin Qingyao's face instantly became much colder, and the smile that was originally hanging at the corner of her mouth disappeared. The two pairs of ink-black eyes stared at each other as if they were trying to penetrate each other's souls, neither one refusing to take a step back. A gust of pressure emanated from Jin Qingyao's body, like a heavy mountain pressing down on Qianwan's heart. Jin Qingyao, your nature is truly unpleasant. As the words fell, Jin Qingyao clearly froze. She blinked her eyes as if she couldn't believe the words she heard. A moment later, she exhaled softly, the stubbornness in her eyes gradually dissipating. That's just it. If you don't want to, I won't force myself on you, Jin Qingyao said softly, a hint of helplessness and loss in her tone. Qianwan frowned slightly. He was a little confused as to why Qingyao suddenly became so understanding, but a feeling of uneasiness inexplicably welled up in his heart. It's just that. Jin Qingyao wanted to speak, her gaze flickering. Thousand Dust couldn't help but get curious and stared at her, waiting for the following. It's just that this heavenly chance mirror, I'll have to trouble you to open it again for me. As Jin Qingyao said that, she took out the Tianji mirror that had been put back into her storage space just now and placed it in front of Qianwan. Qianwan's brows instantly tightened, somewhat unable to understand what Jin Qingyao's current actions were for. Didn't he say? Just now he just wanted to open his mouth, but was unceremoniously interrupted by Jin Qingyao. Dual cultivation or opening the heavenly chance mirror. You choose one. Qianwan, the choice is yours. Jin Qingyao's voice was calm and firm, not to be doubted. Countless thoughts flashed through Qian Chen's mind. He always felt that the words spoken by Jin Qingyao seemed familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. He shook his head, his tightly locked brows stretching, and then responded faintly, what's the difference between you and forcing yourself? What's the difference? Thousand Dust. Think about it. What I mean by forcing is forcing you to cultivate with me. But now that I've given you two choices, how can this be considered forcing? Jin Qingyao said in a brutally unreasonable manner, which gave Qianwan a headache. Aren't you still forcing me to make a choice? Thousand Dust retorted helplessly. Stop wasting time and make a decision, Jin Qingyao impatiently urged. Thousand Dust bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, and when he looked up again, he already had a clear answer in his mind. Alright, in that case, I'll open the heavenly chance mirror for you once more. With Qian Chen's current physical condition, if he were to open the Tianji mirror again, he would definitely suffer some injuries, but these injuries shouldn't jeopardize his foundation. It would just take some time to recover. Therefore, he did not hesitate to choose the latter, namely, to open the Tianji mirror. Hearing his reply, a nameless fire surged in Jin Qingyao's heart, and the aura in the bedchamber began to stir. She stared at Qianwan with wide eyes, her eyes filled with anger and disappointment. However, Thousand Dust was not intimidated by her aura, and did not change her stance in the slightest. Well, Thousand Dust, you chose well. You don't want to come into contact with me even if you face the risk of damage to your immortal foundation. Do you? Count yourself ruthless. Jin Qingyao reharvested the Tianji mirror. This was confusing to Thousand Dust. Is it hard to believe that I would really let you open the heavenly chance mirror for me? Thousand Dust. The image of me in your mind is very unpleasant. Chapter 26, Places to Meet. In fact, when present-day Lightning Yao poisoned Qianduan, her image in Qianduan's eyes had already changed. However, Thousand Dust did not intend to reveal this fact at the moment. He said indifferently, well, if I'm not needed to open the celestial mirror, then there's nothing else, right? Am I free to go? The word go here means to leave the bedchamber and do something you want to do. Jin Qingyao gazed at Qianduan and asked with a hint of displeasure in her tone, you don't seem to be willing to be alone with me? Or else what? But the two of us really have nothing to do in this chambers, so we might as well walk around and relax. Thousand Dust replied calmly. Jin Qingyao nodded slightly, indicating that she agreed with Qianduan's statement. Well, also good. Then, she gave a slight wave of her hand, and the clothes on her body instantly changed into another set. What are you doing? Thousand Dust asked suspiciously. Jin Qingyao smiled and explained. You can't wear such formal attire on a trip to the palace, can you? Thousand Dust nodded in understanding. Also, afterward, Qian Shen and Jin Chengyao maintained a certain distance and walked out of the bedchamber side by side. At the same time, in the distant skyline, two black shadows were rapidly flying towards the Fuxian dynasty. They had sensed the huge dynasty that stood on the earth. One of the young women turned her head to look at the other mature woman beside her and asked softly, Master, is that the Fuyun dynasty? Hearing Yi Lingling's inquiry, Mu Qingyi nodded slightly and confirmed. Yep, that's the place. Let's go down to. A few moments later, Mu Qingyi and Yi Lingling landed smoothly in the middle of Cloud City. When Yi Lingling stepped into the city, despite the bustling scene in front of her, there was no joy in her heart, and instead, she was filled with uneasiness. Her mind couldn't help but conjure up the figure of Qianduan, and a deep worry welled up in her heart. Senior, can you feel the exact location of your senior brother now? Yi Lingling turned her head to ask Mu Qingyin about the situation, but was surprised to find that Mu Qingyin had quietly closed her eyes at some point, as if she was searching for something in contemplation. Thus, Yi Lingling decided not to disturb anymore and quietly stood still and waited. Both wore bucket hats, under which hung light veils that made it impossible to see their faces. Because of this special dress, it attracted a lot of curious gazes from passers-by, but everyone seemed to have been used to such scenes for a long time and did not feel too surprised. After all, there were also many cultivation families in this Cloud City, or those sect disciples, who almost all liked this outfit. At this moment, after Yi Lingling's heart was in her throat, Mu Qingyin finally slowly opened her eyes flashing with excitement. Senior, is there news of senior brother? Yi Lingling asked impatiently, her voice filled with anxiety and anticipation. Mu Qingyin gently nodded, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. Well, spirit, let's wander around here first. Dusty, he should be nearby. Upon hearing this news, an ecstatic expression immediately appeared on Yi Lingling's face, but her smile didn't last long, and her mood instantly transformed from joy to apprehension. Good, master. Yi Lingling's voice trembled slightly, revealing the uneasiness and nervousness within her. Unlike Yi Lingling's apprehension, Mu Qingyin only had joy and anticipation within her heart at the moment. In her subconscious, Qianduan would definitely accept her apology and follow her back to the sect. However, reality was often not as one would wish. The two of them, Qianduan and Jin Qingyao, left the palace and arrived on the streets of Cloud City. Because Jin Qingyao had changed into an extremely low-profile outfit and had simply changed her appearance, no one was able to easily recognize her as the empress of the Fuyun dynasty. As for Thousand Dust, he didn't bother to change himself, so he kept his usual image and walked on the street. Thousand Dust, what do you want to play? Jin Qingyao asked Shen Chen, who was at her side. Thousand Dust pondered for a moment, then faintly spoke. Take a look around. See what's interesting in this Cloud City. Hearing Qianduan's words, Qingyao couldn't help but feel a bit lost, but still nodded. They strolled along the streets, looking at the coming and going crowds and the bustling streetscape. Well, I do have a good place to go. Would you like to know? Jin Qingyao suddenly said to Qian Shen, an expectant light flashing in her eyes. However, Thousand Dust's reply was so concise and decisive. Don't want to. The corners of Jin Qingyao's mouth couldn't help but twitch as she sighed in her heart. Why is this guy so uninterested? But she wasn't willing to give up on this and continue to pursue. Really don't want to go? Jin Qingyao's face became a bit gloomy as she stopped walking, her eyes staring at Qianduan without blinking. After a moment of silence, Thousand Dust finally made a concession. That's fine. I'm bored anyway, so I'll walk with you. Hearing Qianduan's words, a smile immediately appeared on Jin Qingyao's face and her mood improved. That's more like it. Only after the words fell did Qingyao retake her steps. She led Thousand Dust through an intricate street and finally came to a narrow alley. The alley was very quiet, and the walls on both sides looked a bit old, but it gave off a feeling of serenity and mystery. Thousand Dust followed Qingyao closely into the alley. Through the alley, a small clearing opened up in front of us. In the center of the clearing, a huge tree stood, its crown towering into the clouds, its branches and leaves luxuriant, as if a big green umbrella covering half the sky. The large tree gave off an ancient and solemn feeling, as if it had been there for a long, long time. It is said to be a tree of immortality, capable of growing endlessly. Thousand Dust carefully observed the surroundings and realized that everything here was very familiar. The dilapidated houses, the narrow streets, and the tall evergreen tree were all part of his memory. Memories tumbled through his mind, and Chidori realized where this place was. Do you remember how we met? It was under this tree that you saved me in the beginning, and at that time, you had the appearance of a man of the world. Jin Qingyao suddenly spoke, a hint of emotion in her voice. Thousand Dust nodded slightly as some fragmented images suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a day 7 years ago when he received guidance from the system and came to this cloud city. At that time, he didn't know what he was going to do. He just acted according to the system's prompts. It was then that he met Jin Qingyao. At that time, Jin Qingyao was being besieged by a group of enemies. Right under this tree, Xian Chen saw her pitiful, so he stepped in to save her. It was only after saving Qingyao that Xian Chen learned from the system that she was also one of his raiders. Reminiscing back in the day, when we first met Jin Qingyao, how could she have such an empress-like demeanor nowadays? She was just a poor woman who had been hunted down and killed. However, only 7 years had passed, and she had already transformed from a downtrodden young girl into the dominating empress she was now, perfectly inheriting the throne and cultivation that should have belonged to her. All of this, Qianduan was watching, and he had sort of witnessed the growth of Jin Qingyao. But what he always found hard to understand was that even after spending 7 long years together with Jin Qingyao, his favorability in her heart had never been able to break through 70, staying at the level of an ordinary friend. What was even more excessive was that, in the course of getting along on a regular basis, Thousand Dust felt that he was only a tool person in the eyes of the other party who was able to use the heavenly chance mirror to act out heavenly chances. Because of this, the later Thousand Dust was not very willing to set foot in Cloud City. Chapter 27, I'm his fiancé. As his thoughts returned to the present, Shenwan turned his head to look at Jin Qingyao beside him and spoke with some doubt. So what are we doing here? Thousand Dust searched. There seemed to be nothing else here other than this eternal life tree in front of him. When Jin Qingyao heard this, she shook her head with a hint of a grudge in her tone, not understanding. She then took a step towards the everlasting tree, stretching out her slender arm and gently caressing the trunk. Thousand Dust watched as Qingyao closed her eyes, not knowing what she was doing, and not being able to interrupt. She quietly stood in place and waited. A moment later, Qingyao opened her eyes and walked back to Qian Chen's side. Go, she said softly, although there were many doubts in Qian Chen's mind. In the end he didn't ask. He just silently walked through the quiet alley with Jin Qingyao and returned to the street. Alright, where are we going now? Thousand Dust looked at Qingyao beside him and softly inquired. However, just then, he suddenly noticed 2 pretty figures wearing bucket hats walking towards him. For some reason, Thousand Dust always felt that these 2 figures were very familiar. Like who? 2 familiar faces came to his mind. And then the figures of the 2 people actually coincided with the people in his memory. Thousand Dust shook his head, feeling that it was somewhat impossible. The distance between the spirit-looking sect and the fuzzy cloud-seeking dynasty could be said to be very far. There was no reason for them to be able to find this place. That's right, the 2 figures in the distance happened to coincide with Mu Qingyin as well as Yilingling and Shenwan's memory. Although there was some disbelief in his heart, the facts were right in front of him. However, if it was just the figure alone, it was not possible to determine that the duo was Mu Qingyin and Yilingling until they walked straight towards Qianwan and Jin Qingyao. Jin Qingyao obviously also noticed the people coming from the distance. You recognize? She said with amusement. She could sense that the other party's attention was locked on Chidori and did not seem to care about herself beside Chidori. Thousand Dust nodded. Well, but I don't understand why I met them here. Jin Qingyao raised her eyebrows. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Let me guess. Are they your confidants? No, don't guess blindly. Qianduan did not notice the thick jealousy in Jin Qingyao's words as he indifferently exited. Although he said so on his lips, Qianduan seemed to have no interest in continuing to stroll around, which Jin Qingyao standing beside him was able to clearly perceive. Senior. That's senior brother. Under the light veil, Yi Lingling's emotions became very excited as she stared wide-eyed and tightly at Qianduan in the distance. Her heart filled with anticipation and joy. She couldn't wait to rush to Chidori's side, throw her arms around him, and pamper him like they once did when they were together. However, reality prevented her from doing so. She knew deep down that today's Thousand Dust was no longer the elder brother who had doted on her in the past. Well, Linger, let's go over. Mu Qingyin gently patted Yi Lingling's hand and told her through voice transmission. Looking at the two people in the distance getting closer and closer, Yi Lingling tried to restrain her emotions, took a deep breath, and followed Mu Qingyin along towards Qianduan. Seeing that the distance between the two in the distance was getting closer and closer, Thousand Dust was still standing at the same place, showing no signs of leaving. Jin Qingyao let out a helpless sigh, a hint of disappointment showing in her eyes. So it seems that they are indeed your acquaintances, Jin Qingyao said in a low voice, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Thousand Dust nodded in silence, with little expression on his face. It won't waste too much time, Thousand Dust said softly. Then he took a step towards Mu Qingyin as well as Yi Lingling. He had already confirmed the identity of the duo, and judging from the aura fluctuations emanating from their bodies, there was no doubt that they were none other than Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling. Walking up to Mu Qingyin, Qianduan stopped, slightly lowered his head, and respectfully called out, Master. There was respect in his voice, and beyond that, no other emotion. Hearing this, Mu Qingyin slowly removed the covering from her head, revealing the stunning face with white hair and red pupils. Dusty. Her voice trembled a little, mixed with many complex emotions, but most of all joy. Senior brother. Yi Lingling also pulled off her veil and looked at Qianduan with a face full of surprise. Subsequently, looking at Qianduan, the smile on her face gradually disappeared until finally, only deep suspicion and fear remained. Because Yi Lingling realized that even though she hadn't seen her for a long time, when she was reunited again, Chen Chen's expression was just like it was before she had to be escorted to the heavenly prison, calm as a lake. Mu Qingyin apparently also noticed that Chen Chen's demeanor didn't seem to have changed due to the reunion, and although she was puzzled in her heart, she didn't show it. Master? How did you guys find this place? For Qianduan, the biggest doubt today was how Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling had found their way here. From the current situation, there was no doubt that their purpose for coming here was to come and bring themselves back to the sect to be punished. But how did they know about this place? Qianduan had never mentioned the Fuyan dynasty in front of Mu Qingyin before, and he had never told Yi Lingling anything about the Fuyan dynasty. Could it be that the spell formation he had set up when he left did not completely destroy the space formation left behind by the system? Thousand Dust could only think of this one possibility. Dust Child. The reason for this is something that Master can't explain in a moment. Master came to find you, and most of all, he wants to apologize to you. Thousand Dust furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled in his heart. Apologize? Apologize for what? Mu Qingyin's words made him a little puzzled for a moment. Seeing that Qianduan didn't seem to have much of a reaction, Mu Qingyin took a deep breath and continued in a slow voice. Dust Child. Master never stood in your shoes and considered your feelings before, causing Master to do something excessive. So Master apologized to you a bit specifically for that. Hearing Mu Qingyin's words, there was nothing rippling in Qian Chen's heart. He even felt that Mu Qingyin's former indifference didn't have the slightest effect on him now. If he hadn't been cut off before, he would have been very moved to hear such words, wouldn't he? He finally got the treatment he wanted, but now it was too late. There was no turning back from drawing the bow, and it was impossible for Qianduan to recover his lust just because of these words from Mu Qingyin. Master, in fact, there is no need for you to apologize to me. Disciple by now has long since stopped taking those to heart. Senior brother. Then, will you return to the sect with us? Yi Lingling, who had remained silent, opened her mouth at this moment, her voice cautious as if she was afraid of hearing certain answers. At those words, Thousand Dust only shook his head slightly. Senior sister, you cultivate well. The spirit watching sect. I won't be going back. Master, if your aim is to bring my disciple back, I'm sorry that it's difficult for me to follow your orders. As the words fell, Qianduan made a move to turn around and leave, but Mu Qingyin suddenly pulled her wrist. Wait, Dusty, we're going to. Yo. So this is how the elders of the spirit-watching sect treat their kneeling disciples? Jin Qingyao had already walked beside Qianduan at some point, seeing a woman whose appearance was not inferior to her own. For some reason, A sense of crisis suddenly emerged in Mu Qingyin's heart. Who are you? Who am I? Jin Qingyao paused, her tone rather mischievous. I'm his fiancé. Jin Qingyao's slender finger pointed straight at Qianwen. The air solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 28, Disciple cannot go back with you. Fiancé? Mu Qingyin's brows were furrowed. Her eyes filled with suspicion and doubt as she stared at Qianwen, as if she wanted to see through his eyes to see what was really going on deep inside his heart. A hint of dissatisfaction and skepticism was revealed in her voice, as if she was confused by the sudden address. Meanwhile, Yi Ling, who was standing at the side, had her mouth wide open in surprise, an expression of disbelief written all over her face. She couldn't help but turn her gaze to Chidori, expecting him to give a negative answer to confirm that this was just a misunderstanding or a joke. What is this talk of a fiancé? A hint of displeasure flowed out of Qianwen's tone as he furrowed his brows, clearly dissatisfied with Jin Qingyao's statement. In his heart, he secretly wondered what kind of trick Jin Qingyao was playing. How can she be so credulous? As the empress of the Fuyun dynasty, how could Jin Qingyao, with her honorable status, have a marriage relationship with herself? Thousand Dust was annoyed by Qingyao's behavior, and at the same time, he was also tired of this kind of unwarranted farce. Hearing Qianwen's reply, Yi Ling, who originally had a gloomy face, finally sighed in relief, and her taut nerves relaxed slightly, and Mu Qingyin's frown gradually unfolded as she loosened her tight grip on Qianwen's hand, and the doubts in her eyes gradually dissipated. After all, if Thousand Dust really had a fiancé, then she should have known about it a long time ago. Mu Qingyin and Yi Ling sighed in relief, but Jin Qingyao's face became very ugly. She didn't expect Thousand Dust to deny it so directly, not even leaving her with a bit of mercy. A surge of anger welled up in her heart and she gritted her teeth. Fine. Thousand Dust. You're actually so quick to tear me down. Her eyes huffed, not blinking as she stared at Thousand Dust. In response, Thousand Dust said that he was also very helpless. You're the one who wants to talk nonsense. It's not my fault. I'll clean you up when I get back. As the words fell out of her mouth, Jin Qingyao quickly adjusted her emotions, and her line of sight fell back on Mu Qingyin and Yi Ling. White hair and red pupils are indeed rare, coupled with the fact that the other party also looks like a beautiful country. Even the pink-haired disciple on her side does not look bad, and a slight sense of crisis welled up within Jin Qingyao's heart. There's no way he's going to follow you guys back, so die. He can only stay here with me. He can't go anywhere. If you guys have opinions, you can bring more people to try. I will entertain you well. After saying that, Jin Qingyao made a gesture to turn around and leave with Qianwen. Wait! Mu Qingyin rushed out. What else? Jin Qingyao frowned and asked impatiently. You're the empress here? Mu Qingyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jin Qingyao. That's right. Jin Xiangyao did admit it graciously. Hearing this, Mu Qingyin's eyesight towards Qianwen suddenly became much more complicated. How should this feeling be described? Did Qianwen feel as if he had become the adopted gigolo in Mu Qingyin's eyes? Shouldn't that be up to Dusty? You are not qualified to restrict his freedom. Mu Qingyin gathered her courage and said, fine. Then Qianwen, do you want to leave with them? Jin Qingyao sneered and said to Qian Chen. There was a coercive tone in her voice, as if something bad would happen if Qidwan dared to say a single word of thought. After listening to the conversation between Mu Qingyin and Jin Qingyao, Qianwen let out a helpless sigh. Didn't he just say, he won't go back with Mu Qingyin? And I don't know why Mu Qingyin is still inquiring once again, is not understanding the meaning of what Qian Chen said just now? It's just a matter of explaining it in detail. Once thought it wouldn't take too much energy. Thinking of this, Thousand Dust spoke slowly. Master, I thank you for the many years of your kindness in educating me, but I shouldn't explain to you how to explain in detail that I have never been involved with the Devil's Way, and when I first met her, I didn't know that she was a member of the Devil's Way, so the punishment of being escorted to the heavenly prison is just too severe for a disciple. In my opinion, disciple didn't want to lose the cultivation that I had only accumulated after cultivating for so long. That's why I decided to find a clean place within this Fuzzy Cloud dynasty, just so that I wouldn't be deprived of my cultivation. The sect no longer has a place for disciples to stay. So, Master, forgive my selfishness, I cannot return with you. As the words fell, Qianwen bowed deeply towards Mu Qingyin, after which, his gaze no longer looked at the duo of Mu Qingyin and Yi Ling. Hear that? What about Thousand Dust's unwillingness to return with you? Even the truth hasn't been clarified before you come to ask for someone. If you ask me, you're not very competent as a master. Then both of you, take your time. I won't see you off. Jin Qingyao and Qianwen turned around, their silhouettes rising up in the air as lightly as a breeze, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. Mu Qingyin quietly gazed at the direction the two had left in until they completely disappeared from view, and only then did she slowly retract her gaze. Suddenly, she covered her chest and gasped as if she couldn't breathe. "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Yi Ling asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. "It's fine. It's just that woman's cultivation is unfathomable. I can't even see her depth," Mu Qingyin said with a bitter smile, her voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. She recalled the cold expression on Qian face just now, and a stabbing pain ran through her heart, as if a sharp blade had cut through it. When did that disciple, who had once treated her with respect and obedience, become such a stranger? She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Mu Qingyin was deep in thought, trying to understand why Qianduan had become like this. Could it be that he had been taken over? Otherwise, how could he be so cold to her and pay no attention to her concern? This change confused and pained her, and she didn't know how to face this reality. "Senior, then what should we do now? Although we have met Senior." Yi Ling bit her lip unwillingly, even her eyes became a little red. It had been so hard for her to meet the thousand dust she had been thinking about day and night, but she had hurriedly parted without even having a chance to say a word. She felt an overwhelming sense of loss and heartache, and her heart was filled with resentment. She wanted to go after them, to question what exactly was the relationship between Thousand Dust and that Empress. Why that Empress could say that she was Thousand Dust's fiancée in a dignified manner, and what exactly had happened between them. All of this was something that Yiling wanted to get to the bottom of. But sadly, she couldn't do it. She didn't even have the courage to go after them, not to mention the calm and cold manner in which Chidori treated her. "Linger, let's stay here for now. Dusty, he will definitely be able to figure it out. He just needs some time," Mu Qingyin said somewhat to herself. She also made up her mind at the same time to prove Qianshen's innocence. Perhaps then, without the punishment of the clan, maybe he would be willing to return within the clan, as her only apprentice, and for the sake of those complicated emotions in her heart, she couldn't continue to run away, because her Dusty is getting away from her. Meanwhile, in the shadows in the distance, a man in black was silently watching what was happening here. After Mu Qingyin and Yi Ling moved again, she also disappeared into the darkness without leaving a trace. Chapter 29, Undercurrents. Thousand Dust. Tell me, what do you mean? Inside the executive palace, Jin Qingyao looked at Qianduan and said with a face full of displeasure. Although in front of Mu Qingyin as well as Yi Ling she didn't state the matter of Qianshen tearing her down again, it didn't mean that she didn't care anymore. Hearing her words, Thousand Dust felt a bit helpless. What else could I have meant when it was supposed to be a moot point? He asked rhetorically. What a moot point, but I am very unhappy because of this moot point, so tell me what to do. Jin Qingyao stared at Qianshen closely, as if she was trying to discern a flower out of him. Then what do you want? Thousand Dust didn't want to get into a conflict with Jin Qingyao as he would definitely be the one to suffer, so he opened his mouth and asked, "What do I want?" "That's a really good question." Jin Qingyao suddenly laughed, then lowered her head and made a thinking appearance. "Then, if I ask you to accompany me for double cultivation, will you promise?" Upon hearing these words, Thousand Dust's face changed. Then, in a slow voice, he said, "Other than this request, anything else will do." "This is what you said. A gentleman's word is a promise." The corner of Jin Qingyao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. At this moment, the anger between Jin Qingyao's eyebrows had disappeared without a trace, and in its place, there was a burst of joy. Thousand Dust always felt as if he was on the hook, but words spoken were like water thrown out, and it was difficult for him to take them back. Therefore, it could only be left to Qingyao. "It just so happens that there is a serious matter in the court, and it is not convenient for me to show my face, and the result that this matter concerns is what I am most worried about." Seeing Qingyao in this state, Qianduan felt that the matter she was about to entrust was very troublesome. How about taking this opportunity to run away? This idea flickered in his mind and was also silently memorized. Thousand Dust. Don't worry, there's actually no rush in this matter. It's fine for you to recuperate for a few more days, and when that time comes, I'll personally tell you what to do. Seeing that Qingyao trusted herself so much, Qianshen decided that when the time came, she must run faster. As long as Jin Qingyao didn't place any restrictions on his body, running away was inevitable. Otherwise, when the time comes, he will become Jin Qingyao's assistant in dealing with political affairs. Chen Duan's brain hurts just by looking at the folders piled up on that desk, not to mention dealing with them. Anyway, Thousand Dust just wanted to clear his mind now and didn't want to care about anything. Well, that's all we have to say about that aspect. Now, let's talk about you. Chidori. Jean Qingyao clasped her hands to her chest, a hint of a smile on her face, but a complicated light flickered in her eyes. She quietly looked at Qianduan, waiting for his response. Thousand Dust furrowed his brows slightly and asked with some confusion, "About me?" There was a hint of puzzlement in his tone, as if he didn't understand why Jean Qingyao suddenly brought up this topic. Qingyao nodded and said seriously, "Yeah, it's been so long, I haven't even figured out why you're here. Chidori, I want to know more about you, okay?" Her eyes revealed sincerity and anticipation, as if she wished to gain a deeper understanding of Thousand Dust's inner world. Saying that, Jean Qingyao slowly approached Qianchen, the distance between the two of them instantly closing. Her gaze was tightly locked onto Qianduan's body, and her rolling line of sight seemed to penetrate his soul. Her right hand gently grabbed Thousand Dust's hand and lifted him at chest level. Holding it gently but firmly, Thousand Dust felt the warmth coming from the palm of his hand, but his heart did not give birth to any strange feelings because of it. The white-haired woman, and the pink-haired girl, I want to know who they are and why they are here, Jean Qingyao said softly, with a hint of determination in her voice. Then, Changyao's left hand gently climbed onto Qianduan's cheek, and the delicate touch caused Qianduan to subconsciously tremble. Her fingers rubbed his face gently, as soft as a feather. Also, once upon a time, did you like them? There was a hint of faint sadness in Jean Qingyao's voice, and her gaze gazed at Qianduan, trying to find an answer from his expression. Thousand Dust silently took a step backward, and as he did, Qingyao's hand created a separation from his skin. There was a subtle atmosphere in the air. However, this subtle atmosphere became fragmented because of what Thousand Dust said next. "If you want to listen, I'll just tell you, there's no need to get so close." Thousand Dust's voice was cold and flat, as if he was stating an insignificant matter. Changnyao originally thought that Qianchen was just shy, but when she looked at Qianchen's face, she realized that his expression was unchanged. There was still a look of indifference on that face, and the eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest. This cold attitude made Jean Qingyao feel that her heart instantly became empty, as if she had lost something important. "What you were saying about me liking them, how did you see that?" Thousand Dust's voice rang out again with a hint of curiosity and doubt. Jean Qingyao took a deep breath and tried to calm down. "Qianduan, I'm not stupid. We've been together for 7 years. I've memorized all your previous behavior." Her voice revealed a hint of firmness and confidence. "Is that so?" Thousand Dust's tone revealed a hint of contemplation. Seeing that Qianchen did not deny the fact that he liked Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling, Jean Qingyao's face turned much more somber. A complex wave of emotions welled up in her, a mixture of loss and anger. Still, she tried to keep her emotions in check and didn't show them. "It's you who misunderstood. As for why I came here, it still has to start from that time when I went down the mountain to practice." Thousand Dust followed up by recounting everything that had happened in the Hope Spirit sect as well as within the Devil sect, while Enlight Yao was all ears. Within a certain hidden corner of Cloud City, a silhouette silently coalesced and took shape from the dark shadows. A few moments later, she walked up the street and gazed over to where the palace was. "Thousand Dust, I've come to find you." Dong Mengyu narrowed her eyes as a flash of heat flashed in her eyes. Along with her movements, not only the place where she appeared just now, but many corners within the Cloud City had silhouettes emerge from the shadows, and they all looked towards the location of the Imperial Palace in unison. And at this time, Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling had already found an inn and opened 2 good rooms to stay. "Senior, when will we see Senior again?" "Dusty is in the palace right now. Linger, there's no rush. There's always a chance later." Through the window, Yi Lingling's sight fell on top of the grand palace in the distance. Thousand Dust's figure once again surfaced within her mind. Sifu. When Mu Qingyin saw Yi Lingling's appearance, the complex emotions in her heart almost engulfed her. "Everything will be fine. Dusty, Master will help you to prove your innocence." Chapter 30, Trust Me So Much? So you came here because you were desperate? Qingyao sat on top of the noble dragon chair, her hand propped up her head, inclined her head, looking at Qianduan, and said word by word. Thousand Dust nodded slightly, and was considered to have agreed with Jean Qingyao's statement. "Then you mean that if it wasn't for the fact that you were going to be executed by the sect for punishment, you wouldn't have any intention of coming back here again?" Jean Qingyao suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Qianchen. Regarding what Jean Qingyao said, Qianchen did not deny it, but boldly recognized it. "That's right. I did intend to stop coming here before. It's just a pity that creation and fate have made things difficult for me." Thousand Dust put his hands behind his back. his tone quite emotional. What a creation! The anger on Jin Xingyao's face was obvious. However, Chen Shen did not know what was wrong with her again. Why are you angry again? He spoke from his heart in confusion. Qianduan was a bit puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why. Ever since he returned to Im Qingyao's side, the other party seemed to have become particularly easily angered. He clearly remembered that the previous Jin Xingyao was not like this although she was a bit overbearing at that time. She was after all the head of a country and was not so quick-tempered. Was it because she had gone through something very sad during her absence? Thousand Dust made wild guesses in his mind, but could never find an answer. Yeah, why am I angry again? Jin Xingyao sneered expressionlessly. She knew in her heart that ever since Qianduan had returned, her emotions had become more and more difficult to control. Especially when facing Qianduan, her temper had become abnormally short-tempered. And all of this was inextricably linked to Thousand Dust. How could she be so easily angered if he didn't always say irritating things? More to the point, Thousand Dust seemed oblivious to this, as if he didn't care about her feelings. Thinking of this, Jin Xingyao decided not to sit back and wait for death. Qianduan, if in the future you talk nonsense to make me angry, then I can only lock you up in your chambers and not allow you to go anywhere, Jin Xingyao said coldly. Hearing this, Thousand Dust couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that there was some sort of ambiguity in what he had just said? Why would Jin Xingyao be so unhappy? Where did I speak? However, before he could finish his words, Jin Xingyao covered his mouth with her hand. I advise you to think before you speak. Jin Xingyao's smile carried a hint of eeriness that sent shivers down one's spine. Thousand Dust unconsciously took a few steps backward before speaking. Alright, I'll keep an eye on it. That's only right. Jin Xingyao nodded in satisfaction and withdrew her hand before sitting back on top of the dragon chair. Since you can't go back to that hopeful spirit sect, then stay here in my place, Im Qingyao said, then gently snapped her fingers crisply and did not wait for Qianduan's response. With a pop sound, an attendant dressed in black brocade suddenly appeared in the originally empty courtroom. With a flash of her figure, she instantly arrived in front of Jin Xingyao. Only seeing her head lowered, she knelt on one knee, clasped her hands together, and said respectfully, Your Majesty. Aha! Jin Xingyao gently nodded her head, responding to the black-robed man Thousand Dust's call. Thousand Dust, the matter I want you to investigate is very complicated. This is the person who will assist you, and is also my personal guard, called Li Shui. Hearing this, Xianchen subconsciously looked at the woman kneeling on one knee beside him, only to see that the woman was tall. A black power suit wrapped around her exquisite body. Her face wore a piece of black veil, making it impossible to see her face, but from the part that was exposed, one could see that her appearance was beautiful. Li Shui, get up. When the woman named Li Shui stood up, Jin Xingyao spoke again. I've ordered you to assist the Thousand Dukes in 3 days to investigate the recent events plotted by those old men. Do you understand? I understand. Li Shui slightly bowed her head and answered. Well, this is very good. 3 days later, you will meet him again. Go down. Jin Xingyao waved her hand, signaling Li Shui to retreat. Your Majesty bids farewell. As the words fell, Li Shui's figure flickered and quickly disappeared like a ghost. But in the space of a few breaths, it disappeared without a trace. Looking at the direction where Li Shui left, Qianduan secretly pondered. In fact, Qianduan knew this woman called Li Shui, but he had only met her before and did not know what she was called. After all, there were many personal guards of Jin Xingyao, and it was impossible for him to understand each and every one of them. Alright, Qianduan, come here. After Li Shui left, Jin Xingyao called Qianduan to her side. What else? Thousand Dust opened his mouth to inquire. The following transmission said that your master and sister have taken up residence within Cloud City, and it seems that they won't be leaving for a short period of time. What are you going to do? Qianduan frowned slightly, somewhat unable to understand why Mu Qingyin was doing this. Haven't I made my words clear? I'm sure I won't go back with them, so why should they stay here? He felt puzzled from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that there was something that attracted them in the middle of this Cloud City? After a long time, Qianduan sighed slightly. That's just it. If they are willing to stay here, they can stay here. Anyway, I will definitely not follow them back. Hearing Qianduan's words, Jin Xingyao inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, and the voice that drove Mu Qingyin as well as Yilingling out of Cloud City was not sent out. She was originally worried that Chi Dori would be swayed by this, but now it seemed that his heart had not changed. That's good. I'm going to deal with the affairs of the court, so you can wait here. Thousand Dust nodded slightly, so he stood beside Im Qingyao and quietly watched her work. I don't know how much time has passed, When Jin Qingyao finished dealing with today's Zhangfang, the sunlight has already become dusky. Time's up, Jin Qingyao lightly exclaimed. Then she stood up and led Qianduan out of the courtroom. Where are we going now? Thousand Dust wondered. Back to the bedchamber. Oh, this this Emperor's Day is really monotonous. Every day is the court hall bedchamber both sides of the run. In addition to this, has not seen her travel to the other parts of the palace. What? You don't want to go back? That's not true. I'm going back to cultivate. And so are you. Jin Qingyao spoke faintly. Hearing this, Thousand Dust nodded slightly. Along the way, in addition to the palace maid's greetings, Qianduan was not in the hearing of other voices. The palace was quiet and scary. After smoothly returning to her bedchamber, Qingyao informed Qianshan where she should cultivate, and then, she sat alone on the bed couch, lightly closing her eyes. Trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I'll pull a fast one? Seeing that Qingyao appeared to have no defense against herself, Qianshan spat out powerlessly. This life in the palace is really tiresome. Forget it. If there is a chance to run away, I must not miss it. The days were clean, but Thousand Dust didn't feel free, and that wasn't what he wanted. So, it's time to run. It's not just talk. Chapter 31, I hope you won't let me down. 3 days pass like a white horse. In the blink of an eye. Early this morning, the sunlight poured into the chambers through the windows, illuminating everything inside. Thousand Dust slowly awoke from his bed and rubbed his bleary eyes. However, when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that Jin Qingyao had already sat quietly by the bedside at some point. The corners of her mouth rose slightly with a faint smile as she silently watched Thousand Dust, but said nothing. Awake? Did you sleep well? Jin Qingyao asked softly, her voice revealing a hint of gentleness and concern. Chidori blinked, trying to clear her head. His gaze landed on Qingyao's face and immediately noticed her mysterious smile. For some reason, a strange feeling welled up in him, as if there was some secret hidden behind this smile. You're not practicing anymore? Thousand Dust asked suspiciously. He knew that Jin Qingyao had always been diligent in her cultivation, and at this hour on weekdays, she should still be immersed in her cultivation. He turned his head to look out the window, only to realize that the sun had only just risen and was still below the horizon at the moment. Jin Qingyao did not directly answer Qianduan's question, but instead smiled faintly and said softly, "What day is it? Do you remember?" Hearing these words, a thought flashed through Thousand Dust's mind. He quickly recalled the words that Light had said to him 3 days ago, and finally remembered. Naturally, saying that, Thousand Dust quickly put on his clothes, his movements skillful and smooth, as if he had already gotten used to such a rhythm of life. He got out of bed lightly, his body stretching and exuding an air of lethargy. Very good. Jin Qingyao nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of birds chirping in the morning. With that, she stood up, her body tall and elegant. Jin Qingyao stepped forward, the skirt underneath her fluttered gently as she moved, as light as the petals of a flower in the breeze. Seeing this, Thousand Dust followed her unhurriedly, keeping a certain distance, neither too close nor too detached. The sun wasn't much warmer at the moment, but it brought plenty of light. It spilled through the cracks in the railing and onto the promenade, creating a golden patch of light. These patches of light jumped across the ground, adding a touch of warmth and energy to the whole scene. The dew dampened the flowers on both sides of the promenade, making them appear even more delicate. The dampness was in the air, not yet fully dissipated, and it was refreshingly pleasant. You slept all night again last night? At Qianshan's side, Jin Qingyao spoke softly. There was a hint of curiosity and concern in her tone, as if she was interested in how Chidori was sleeping. Aha! Thousand Dust's answer was succinct, his voice low and calm. His demeanor was calm and self-effacing. No mood swings could be seen, neither exhaustion nor excitement. Why don't you want to cultivate? It's been like this for the past 3 days. Don't you want to have more strength? Jin Qingyao stopped her footsteps and turned her head to look at Qianduan, doubts and incomprehension showing in her gaze. Her question was direct and pointed, clearly confused by Chidori's behavior. Facing Jin Qingyao's doubts, Qianshan did not answer immediately. He was silent for a moment, a light of thought flashing in his eyes before he slowly spoke. The matter of cultivation must not be rushed, and these 3 days are considered to be nourishing. His tone was calm, as if he were explaining a simple and taken for granted truth. You're good at talking. There was a lot of helplessness in Jin Qingyao's voice. In her impression, Qianshan had not been cultivating since he returned to the palace again, and when her divine sense swept over Qianshan, she found that he was still at the Jindan realm without any change. However, it was impossible for her to force Thousand Dust to cultivate. and she could only let him go on like this. Perhaps he was as unthinking as his master said he was? But he wasn't like that once upon a time. It's a little strange, like people who have no desire to be there. Jin Qingyao shook her head, dispelling these unwarranted thoughts in her mind. After passing through a long corridor, Qianduan and Jin Qingyao walked into the administrative palace together. Just after stepping into the administrative palace, he saw a familiar figure dressed in black brocade clothes standing here, seemingly waiting for a long time. Your Majesty. After seeing Jin Qingyao, Li Shui hurriedly clasped her hands respectfully, the proper etiquette not missing at all. You came early. Jin Qingyao nodded in satisfaction. Your Majesty is joking. It's what I should do. Alright, Qi Dan. I'll talk to you now about the specifics of this matter. Thousand Dust nodded and waited for Qingyao to clarify. That's the thing. It's a bit complicated. So run through it and try to get it done quicker. After Jin Qingyao explained everything clearly, Chen Chen also understood what he had to do. To put it simply, it was that the ministers of this Fuyan dynasty had accidentally obtained a treasure. This treasure was able to plunder the qi not limited to humans or demons, thus causing the thing plundered to lose the qi it was supposed to have and wither away. As a one-time empress, Jin Qingyao was still not favored by these ministers despite her illustrious achievements. So these ministers planned to use the qi of this country as blackmail to make Jin Qingyao step down. Although their plan was meticulous, it was fortunate that the eyes that Jin Qingyao had arranged around them had still gotten some information. It was precisely for this reason that Jin Qingyao needed to send out her most trusted person to snatch this treasure over. And now the treasure was kept in a hidden place, guarded by those ministers who had sent heavy troops. That place is away from the snow will take you there. You guys move fast and don't get caught. Wait, just me and her? After hearing the words of this lightning Yao, Qianduan asked with some doubts. Well, just the two of you. You two are the ones I trust the most. You're not afraid I'll defect? You could have tried. Then why don't you go yourself? If I go, they will also know that things are lost, and the qi of my dynasty will naturally disappear, and eventually the country will die out. Is that so? Jin Qingyao didn't say anything at first, but now that he knew how important this mission was, Chen Chen naturally couldn't hold on to a playful mentality. I'll try. Thousand Dust sighed helplessly. What are you afraid of? Li Shui is a late-stage Yuaning cultivator. Can't she still protect your safety? Thousand Dust shook his head and said in a slow voice. It's not so much that I'm afraid of whether or not I'll be able to come back safely. Go over there, and don't be delayed. At those words, Li Shui, who had remained silent, respectfully said, Your Majesty bids farewell. With that, she turned around and made a move to leave. Well, I'll be off then. Seeing this, Thousand Dust also had to take a step. It was not until the two figures left the palace that Jin Qingyao slowly revealed a smile. Dust, I hope you won't let me down. The matter sounded serious, but in fact it wasn't at all. The reason why he wanted to let Thousand Dust, a Jindan realm cultivator, to go there was also just to let him know how much he trusted him. I hope you'll just be a little bit closer to me again when I return this time. Chapter 32, Just look at you from a distance. Li Shui, where are we going? Thousand Dust looked at the woman beside him, who was dressed in black brocade clothing, and asked out loud. Li Shui replied with a cold demeanor, Go change your clothes first. After saying that, without the slightest hesitation, she brought Thousand Dust to a tailor store. Just after entering the tailor store, Li Shui shouted inside, Boss, the clothes I customized here 3 days ago, are they ready? The owner of the tailor store was an old man with a kind face, and when he heard Li Shui's voice, he hurriedly walked out from the depths of the store. Guest, well, I'll fetch it for the two of you. When he finished, he turned back to the tailor store. Thousand Dust asked with some surprise, And did mine? Li Shui nodded and said softly, Well, what His Majesty has commanded, must not be missed. Then, she took out a mask from her pocket and handed it to Chi Dori and explained, This is a transfiguration mask. If you put it on your face, you won't need to perform the transfiguration technique, so you can save some aura. Thousand Dust nodded slightly and took the mask from Li Shui. He scrutinized the mask, which was engraved with some strange runes that seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. Thousand Dust couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You are well prepared. However, Li Shui did not pick up on Thousand Dust's words as she stood there quietly, her gaze falling deep into the tailor store as if she was thinking about something important. Thousand Dust looked over at her and saw that she was staring at herself alone, so she didn't bother and started thinking about herself instead. How should I run? After some deep thought, Thousand Dust realized that there was a huge gap between himself and Li Shui. Li Shui was a cultivator of the late Yuaning stage. Her realm alone was a head above Qianduan, and I didn't know how well she had cultivated her body techniques. If stance was her shortcoming, then maybe Thousand Dust still had a chance to escape. This was Thousand Dust's confidence. The only way to judge Li Xue's strength was to first go to the place that hid treasures that could take away other people's qi. Only through actual action could Thousand Dust realize the true level of Li Xue. In addition, Chen Chen recalled that during the days he spent with Jin Qingyao, he did not notice any unusual or strange aura fluctuations in his body. This was a relief to Qianyuan, because if Jin Qingyao had done something to his body, it would really be hard to escape. There was nothing else to do but wait for the system to awaken. Guest, the clothes are here. Not a moment later, the old man held 2 pieces of clothing in his hands and walked quickly to Qian Chen and Li Xue. Guest, please also keep it. Li Xue reached out her hand, took the clothes, said thank you, and walked out of the tailor store with Qi. After exiting the tailor store, Li Xue, however, did not stop, but continued forward until she came to a dark alley. What are we doing here? Qian Chen had just opened his mouth to inquire, when he saw Li Xue stretch out her hand. An aura flowed around her fingertips, which then transformed into a barrier that enveloped the two of them. Change your clothes. Li Xue opened her mouth indifferently, and then, she began to undress Broadband in front of Qianyuan. Seeing this, Thousand Dust felt a bit strange. Isn't this girl shy? As a decent man, or because of no fluctuation in his heart after cutting off his lust, Thousand Dust faintly turned around and started to take off his clothes as well. Only after putting the plain gray clothing on his body did Thousand Dust turn around, only to see that Li Xue had already changed her clothes and was waiting for Qianyuan. After Thousand Dust turned around, she also retracted the barrier built with her aura. Let's go. Li Xue took the lead and walked out of the alley, and as she passed by Thousand Dust noticed her reddened ears. Isn't this going to be shy? What's the big tale you're pretending to be? Thousand Dust felt a bit speechless. Just say it if you're shy. It's not like he wouldn't close his eyes and turn around. After silently spitting in his mind, Thousand Dust quickly walked over to Li Xue's side. As he was about to walk out of the alley, he put the disguise mask on his face, and in an instant, his face was turned upside down, only to see Thousand Dust's unbelievably handsome cheeks suddenly become plain and uninteresting, coupled with a gray cloth outfit. No one would give a second glance when walking on the road, turning into a plain and unassuming passerby. And Li Xue also removed the veil on top of her head, revealing the light face below. The two walked down the street like this, like ordinary people within the world. Meanwhile, inside an inn in the center of Cloud City, Mu Qingyin was sitting by the edge of her bed, her eyes closed, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. It turned out that she sensed that the divine sense buried in Qianyuan's body was undergoing subtle changes. This made her realize that Thousand Dust had left the palace at this moment and was heading in a certain direction. Mu Qingyin couldn't help but be caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, she missed Thousand Dust very much and wanted to find him immediately. On the other hand, remembering what Thousand Dust had said to her a few days ago, she began to hesitate again. Just as she was distracted, there was a soft knock at the door. Mu Qingyin took a deep breath and calmed down, then walked to the door and gently opened it. Standing in the doorway was Yi Lingling, who looked at Mu Qingyin with a heavy face, and there seemed to be tears flickering in her eyes. Before Yi Lingling could speak, Mu Qingyin took the lead and said, "Linger, do you want to see Duaner?" Hearing these words, Yi Lingling's expression shifted and a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face as she nodded without hesitation. "Senior, could it be that senior brother he left the palace? Of course Linger wants to see him." Seeing how determined Yi Lingling was, Mu Qingyin also had a decision in her heart. She smiled and nodded, and gently said to Yi Lingling, "Well then, Linger, go pack up quickly, we're ready to leave." When Yi Lingling heard this, she was so happy that she almost jumped up and down. She quickly turned around and couldn't wait to run back to her room and start cleaning herself up. Mu Qingyin, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, looking at Yi Lingling's departing back, her heart filled with complex emotions. She silently chanted an incantation, and along with the surge of aura, her appearance changed. "Dusty, it's good for Master to see you from afar." Li Xue led Qianyuan into a tavern. Though Thousand Dust was puzzled in his heart, he didn't say anything more. It wasn't until Li Xue ordered something and found a corner seat with him that he opened his mouth and inquired, "What are we doing here? The informant is here." "Informant?" Thousand Dust frowned slightly. He thought that Li Xue knew where that place was. "I know where it is, naturally, but don't panic. Going over there now will just get you a bunch of air." Li Xue seemed to have seen the doubts in Qianyuan's mind as she spoke faintly. "Then there is no harm in waiting for a while." Thousand Dust's expression returned to its natural state, and he just sat on the chair, propping up his face with one hand, quietly waiting, until a figure in a gray robe entered within the tavern. Chapter 33, Staggered Encounters. Coming. Li Shui transmitted a voice in her mind towards Qianwan. Hearing this, Thousand Dust dispersed his divine sense and swept through the surroundings. He noticed a man in gray robes walk up to the shopkeeper and ask for some food and wine, then walked towards where he was. The person's face was covered by a gray hat, making it impossible to see his face, but using his divine sense, Thousand Dust quickly saw the person's appearance. It's very plain and has no character. He walked to the table of Thousand Dust and Li Shui didn't stop, but continued to walk forward, and when he left, there was an additional shadow-retaining stone on the table. Li Shui reached out her hand and quickly swept it across the table, only to see the shadow-retaining stone disappear without a trace after her sleeve swept across it. Afterward, Li Shui closed her eyes and contemplated. A few moments later, when she opened her eyes, Thousand Dust received another transmission from her. You can go now. The time will soon be ripe. Upon hearing this, Qianwan nodded slightly as he stood up and walked out of the restaurant with Li Shui. Walking up the street again, Thousand Dust and Li Shui quickly blended in with the coming and going crowd. Along the way, both of them were not talking, but remained silent, and Thousand Dust just silently followed behind Li Shui. I don't know how long I had been walking until Thousand Dust was a bit numb, and Li Shui's voice once again sounded in my heart. We're being followed. Tracking? Thousand Dust furrowed his brows. If he was being followed, he should be able to sense it, unless the other party's cultivation far exceeded his own. Associated with this, Thousand Dust's mood became a bit heavy. When you look at it like this, the task does seem a bit tricky. What Thousand Dust didn't realize was that the two people following him were none other than his oldest and closest master and sister. Senior, are you sure that the person in front of you wearing gray cloth is Senior? Yi Lingling's doubtful voice rang out. She was a little confused. The back of the man in front of her did look like her senior brother, but surely his senior brother wouldn't be dressed so plainly. Even if that was really her senior brother, who was the other person beside him? It can't be the Empress of the Fuyun dynasty, can it? Are the two of them making a private visit? But you can't be so modest in your clothes. That shabby look, anyone who looks at it cannot think that she is the emperor. Yi Lingling felt that if it wasn't that master teacher was joking, it was that she was a little tired from practicing cultivation. Well, yes, that's your senior. What? You don't recognize him? Mu Qingyin said somewhat flirtatiously. In fact, it was not Yi Lingling. Even she, who had lived with Tong Qianwan for 10 years, almost did not recognize her, because aside from the fact that there was still a slight resemblance in body shape, no matter whether it was from the aura or the aura emanating from it, the person in front of them couldn't possibly be Thousand Dust. As Thousand Dust's master, Mu Qingyin naturally knew that his disguise technique hadn't yet reached such a level, so he must have used some sort of magic treasure to be able to disguise himself like this. Linger, it's not your fault. Dusty used some sort of magic treasure to become what he is now. Don't worry too much. This way. Hearing Mu Qingyin say this, Yi Lingling's heart felt a little better. Then, Master, where is he going? Senior brother? Mu Qingyin shook her head. Just follow up and see. Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling suddenly sped up their steps as Qian Shen in front of them also sped up. Unlike Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling's frankness, at this moment, Qian Shen was filled with gravity. What to do? It doesn't seem so easy to get rid of them. Is it possible that they are from those ministers? I'm not sure, but if we don't lose them, our operation should be a bust. Then hurry up. Thousand Dust spoke in an indifferent tone as he kept speeding up his pace, almost to the point of running. Looking at their stance, it seems like they are coming for you. Li Shui's words made Thousand Dust a bit puzzled. Coming at me? How? Without waiting for Thousand Dust to finish his sentence, a possibility suddenly surfaced in his mind. Wait. If it's them, then it's directed at me. There was some helplessness on Thousand Dust's face. In order to make sure that the two people in the back were not Mu Qingyin as well as Yi Lingling, Qian Shen slowed down a bit. Seeing this, Li Shui frowned slightly. What are you doing? They could be my master and sister. Upon hearing this, Li Shui looked around and realized that there was a fork in the road right in front of them on the left side, leading to nowhere. Li Shui pulled Qianwan and hurriedly walked into the middle of the fork in the road. She transferred her aura and kept sketching something on the ground, seemingly setting up a spell formation. You quickly spread out your divine sense to confirm if they are your acquaintances or not. Upon hearing this, Qianwan lightly closed his eyes as his divine sense swept over Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling. Opening his eyes, Thousand Dust's expression was somewhat grave. The duo feeding back within the divine sense was not Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling. They were clearly two strangers. Not them. The moment Thousand Dust's words were spoken, an aura wrapped him and Li Shui in it, accompanied by a heavenly whirlwind. Thousand Dust and Li Shui disappeared without a trace. Master. Brother? Yi Lingling, who had rushed up, looked at the empty alleyway and was somewhat puzzled. Senior brother did enter this alleyway just now, but where are they? Yi Lingling said to Mu Qingyin beside her, her voice somewhat anxious, and Mu Qingyin sighed helplessly as she felt the divine sense that suddenly appeared in the distance. Dusty, he doesn't seem to want to see us. Hearing this, Yi Lingling suddenly looked like a deflated ball, seeing that she was about to fall down, but fortunately Mu Qingyin supported her. Why? Senior brother, what have I done wrong? Yi Lingling's pupils were lax and her eyes were lifeless, with an appearance of having lost her heart. Seeing her like this, Mu Qingyin's heart didn't feel good either. Dusty, what do you want? Thousand Dust arrived in the middle of a forest, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. Where is this? Looking to his side, he realized that Li Shui was standing nicely by his side, so he asked towards her, this is Yuanmu Forest, the outskirts of Cloud City. Did you set up the spell formation that teleported us here? Li Shui didn't have much of an explanation for what Thousand Dust had said, as she took out the shadow-retaining stone she had obtained at the tavern from her storage space, and then placed it in the palm of her hand, along with the continuous influx of aura into the shadow-retaining stone. The shadow-retaining stone also flashed out a clear image. The two men are shown whispering, I heard that this yuan-shaped clothes is a good treasure. It can even plunder other people's qi. Do you think that if we have this treasure, we will still worry about the narrow road in the future? Be careful what you say. If the people above hear you, you'll lose your head. Don't lose your life just for the sake of being quick to speak. Hey, no. This is not talking about playing around. Who would have thought that such treasures were buried in the wilderness above? Sending a bunch of capable people to guard it? Ha ha ha, if I say, that empress also should give way. A woman who doesn't stay at home to raise her children, but becomes an emperor. How can this be acceptable? Okay, stop. I don't want to lose my head with you, so watch your mouth. Hey, don't worry. In this Yuanmu forest, it's just the two of us. Are you still afraid of someone eavesdropping? Chapter 34, The Harbinger of Storms. After listening to the conversation between the two men on the shadow-retaining stone, Qianduan also understood that at this moment, he was in the place where that yuan-shaped clothes was buried. Since that thing is right here in the Yuanmu forest, let's move quickly. Li Shui nodded her head as she crushed the shadow-retaining stone, which had finished playing its contents and was no longer useful, and then clapped her hands. Come on, it's in the middle of this forest now. We need to find it there before dark. Hearing this, Qianchen subconsciously looked up, but saw that the sky had become dusky at some point, and it looked like it was getting late. So fast? Thousand Dust felt that the sky had just dawned until now it seemed that not much time had passed. How come the sky is going to be dark again? Li Shui stretched out her hand, and along with her movement, an aura suddenly wrapped around Qianduan. Along with the aura he emitted was also shielded within it. This is to prevent those two stalkers from the party from catching up. We need to hurry. Perhaps by now they have tipped off those Prime Minister's men. Stay close to me and don't make a sound, Li Shui said softly. Thousand Dust nodded in understanding. Thus, Li Shui and Qianduan exerted their body techniques together and carefully vanished towards the depths of the Yuanmu forest. Inside the Yuanmu forest, the trees were dense, the light was dim, and the ground was damp and full of decay. Li Shui and Qianduan traveled through the forest, trying to avoid making noise. Along the way, they found many strange creatures and plants, but none of them stopped and kept moving towards the picture shown by the shadow-retaining stone. As he went deeper, Thousand Dust realized that the atmosphere around him was becoming more and more oppressive, as if some great danger was approaching. Both men were on high alert until a valley stopped them in their tracks. Li Shui stopped and looked around carefully. The valley was filled with a faint layer of mist, like a light veil, making the entire valley shrouded in it, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Thousand Dust locked his brows tightly as the image shown by the retaining shadow stone did not have such a thick mist in it. However, when he turned his head to look at Li Shui, he realized that the other party was not surprised, but instead, it was as if he had already known that there was a misty mountain here. You know what to do, don't you? Thousand Dust asked softly. Li Shui nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. She walked up to the mist and reached out her slender fingers, gently touching the seemingly invisible barrier. Just the moment her fingertips touched the mist, A circle of ripples spread out in all directions on the empty mist, like a mysterious painting that was breathtaking. As Li Shui moved, the mist in front of him was like clouds blown away by the wind, gradually dispersing, revealing an entrance the size of an average person. Li Shui walked into this entrance without hesitation, her figure disappearing into the mist. Thousand Dust followed closely behind and stepped into the world of the Misty Mountain. As soon as he entered the Misty Mountain, the fog that permeated the surroundings was significantly reduced, and although there was still some mist, it no longer obscured his vision like it did outside. Seeing that he seemed to be able to see his surroundings clearly, this made Chidori breathe a little sigh of relief. The scenery in the Misty Mountain was very different from the outside world. The trees were tall and dense, their branches and leaves intertwined to form a green canopy. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves and moss that made a slight rustling sound when stepped on, and the air was damp with a hint of coolness. Li Shui, who was walking in front, didn't know when she had already risen up in the air, and her figure was lightly suspended in mid-air, just like an elegant bird of prey. When Thousand Dust saw this scene, his heart was clear and he no longer had the slightest hesitation. He mobilized the aura in his body, and his body slowly rose up, floating lightly in the air like leaving snow. Li Shui took the lead and flew in a certain direction. Her speed was extremely fast, her figure was like a meteor cutting through the sky. Thousand Dust followed close behind her, keeping some distance but not losing contact as they flew through the air, through the clouds, straight to their destination. Time passed quietly, I don't know how long. The original dense woods below gradually disappeared, replaced by an endless plain. Li Shui finally slowed down and landed back on top of the ground, and Thousand Dust followed suit and landed firmly. When the two of them stood firm, Xian Shen was about to open his mouth to inquire about the next step in the plan, but he saw Li Shui suddenly stretch out his finger and point it in a direction. She whispered, "It's not far ahead, we'll have to be more careful." Thousand Dust followed her instructions and saw that the front was quiet, but from time to time, white smoke kept drifting into the sky. Thousand Dust nodded slightly in understanding. He raised his head to look at the sky and realized that the sky had completely darkened, and night enveloped the land. The sky sparkled with bright stars and a bright moon, giving the whole world a touch of mysterious atmosphere. Li Shui carefully collected her breath and tried not to make any noise. Thousand Dust did likewise, his movements as light as a feather so as not to draw unwanted attention. Together, the two of them quietly moved forward in the direction that Li Shui had pointed out, wary of any dangers that might appear around them. As the distance continued to close, Thousand Dust gradually saw the source of the smoke. He fixed his eyes on a group of people sitting around a campfire not far ahead. There was a grill on the bonfire, on which an unknown demonic beast meat was being roasted, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The campfire was surrounded by people. A rough estimate was that there were at least 20 to 30 of them, and all of them were cultivators. Among them there were even individuals whose cultivation was even comparable to Thousand Dust. However, due to the late hour, most cultivators were in a state of cultivation as they closed their eyes in contemplation and wondered as they silently operated their auras, except for the very few cultivators who still had their eyes open, taking a bite of the roasted meat in their hands from time to time. Thousand Dust had wanted to quietly leave this place and continue to look for the place where the yuan-shaped clothes were buried, but right at that moment, Li Shui suddenly stood up, while a flying sword quietly appeared in her hand. Immediately afterward, in an instant, those 4 or 5 awake cultivators were killed by Li Shui with a single sword, without the ability to fight back. Chidori was confused by Ryuki's sudden action and wondered why she was doing it. Just then, Li Shui told him through voice transmission, "His Majesty has decreed that anyone who participates in this event will be killed without pardon." Hearing these words, Thousand Dust realized that he had no choice but to act together with Li Shui, so he quickly joined Leaving Snow, ready for the battle to come. The scene of fierce fighting did not appear, with Li Shui, a Yuaning cultivator. In less than half a quarter of an hour, all these cultivators went to meet Taiyang, and the sounds they made were shielded from spreading. Thousand Dust put away his sword and looked at Li Shui. "I didn't expect Li Shui to be so decisive. It is better to say that it is really the guards of this light Yao. The heart is really ruthless enough." Li Shui wiped the blood on her sword, and then, she transmitted her voice to Qianduan. "Go." The two moved on. However, what Thousand Dust and Li Shui didn't know was that a large number of demonic cultivators wearing black clothing had already gathered at the entrance of the Misty Mountain. The leader, Dong Mengyu, looked at the mist in front of him and was searching for a way to break it. "That thing can't fall into other people's hands. It has to be taken by me personally. 5 chapters a day. That's the limit. It's got to be a little gift or something." "Hey, just kidding." Chapter 35. Thousand Dust and Li Shui continued to walk forward, and this time it didn't take too much time to reach a small mountain. The size of this mountain was relatively small, compared to the misty mountain that blocked Li Shui and Qianduan when they first entered. Because of this, the two quickly noticed something unusual on the mountain. Thousand Dust could clearly feel that the top of this small mountain was constantly emitting a strange aura fluctuation outwards. This fluctuation was very weak, but the power contained within it was undeniable. And even the aura that had already been refined within Qianduan's body began to stir. He turned his head to look at Li Shui beside him and realized that the other party's situation seemed to be similar to his own. At this moment, Li Shui had a serious look on her face as she said to Qianduan through voice transmission, "The yuan-shaped clothes are here. We need to go and return quickly. Those ministers have arranged for many cultivators to guard this place. Completely different from those scattered cultivators on the periphery just now. I'm not sure I can take them all out." Hearing this, Qianduan nodded slightly, and then the two of them, who had completely concealed their breath, walked quickly towards the mountain. I don't know if someone from those ministers had built a special trail for the way up the mountain. Anyway, along the way, Thousand Dust had seen quite a few people in armor on this trail. These people were obviously soldiers belonging to the Fushan dynasty. Fortunately, Li Shui and Qianduan's concealment spells were both very good, so no one found them along the way. As he continued to get closer to the top of the mountain, the faint aura fluctuation gradually grew stronger. Is that the fluctuation generated by the yuan-shaped clothes? Thousand Dust transmitted his voice to Li Shui. Since he didn't really know what the yuan-shaped clothes actually looked like, he had to find Li Shui and ask. Hearing his words, Li Shui shook her head. That's a blindfold. The real yuan-shaped clothes are hidden under this mountain by those ministers. Then won't we have to lift this mountain to get that thing? Otherwise, just come with me. Thousand Dust realized that Li Shui seemed to know this place very well, and in 3 or 2 steps, she led Thousand Dust to turn between a pile of grasses. The grass here was man-high, and if someone was outside the bushes, they wouldn't be able to realize that there was someone hiding in them, only to see Li Shui strangling his hands and reciting something in his mouth. A few moments later, the lush grass in front of Qianduan suddenly had a sea change, only to see that these weeds suddenly looked as if they had been drained of their vitality by something, and their height began to regress until they were only as high as Thousand Dust's knees before they managed to stop. Seeing this, Thousand Dust immediately looked around and realized that no one seemed to have noticed this place, which was a relief. The real danger is inside this cave. Those soldiers won't be able to discover this place because they also don't know that the real treasure is hidden in this weed. The aura fluctuation on that mountain is what those old guys use to attract people. No need to pay attention to it. Hearing Li Shui's words, Chen Chen nodded slightly, and at this moment, he also noticed that the grass had become shorter, revealing a pitch-black hole. This hole was facing downwards as a hole, and was concealed in such a way that if not for the use of divine sense, it would be difficult for the ordinary naked eye to discover it. Go in. Li Shui had just transmitted her voice, when suddenly, a gurgling scream came from the distance. Thousand Dust and Li Shui subconsciously looked toward the place where the voice sounded, but they saw that at some point in the misty mountain, a black mist had surged up. This black mist kept rushing towards where Chen Chen and Li Shui were, and wherever it passed, the living beings were in a state of misery and screaming. Those cultivators hired by the minister didn't even have a chance to fight back before they went to see the dowagers melt completely. Demon cultivator? Seeing this black mist, Thousand Dust always had an illusion of familiarity. Ignore them for now. We have to get the yuan-shaped clothes first. Li Shui realized that an unplanned factor had appeared. She couldn't care about Qianduan's so-called demonic cultivator right now. She had to get her hands on the yuan-shaped clothes first. Otherwise, so many days of meticulous thinking would be lost, and Jin Qingyao might be implicated as well. Good. Thousand Dust responded to Li Shui's words, and the two of them together jumped straight down the cave and kept moving forward along the mountain wall. Meanwhile, Dong Mengyu looked at the cultivators who fell to the ground one by one with a playful smile on her face. Just send these shrimp soldiers to guard something important? It's really ridiculous. She shook her head, her gaze falling to the hill in the distance. She raised her slender arm, and within moments, something shaped like a flame appeared in the center of her hand. That thing is inside the hill up ahead, isn't it? Hearing the voice of the demoness, the heart of that Fuzzy Cloud Dynasty's minister was filled with fear, and his voice couldn't stop trembling. Yeah, it's in there. I hope so. If I find out you lied to me, then I'm going to give you a good taste of what pain feels like. Dong Mengyu snorted coldly as the soul in the center of her hand dissipated and returned to its usual form. Afterwards, she operated her aura and her figure instantly disappeared in place. while part of those demonic cultivators who came with her stayed in place to deal with those cultivators who were still struggling, while the other part quickly followed her lead. Thousand Dust and Li Shui followed the rock wall and made their way down, and soon, they noticed the constant flickering of firelight in front of them, while two rough voices echoed continuously within the cave. This cave is so boring. I can't sit still. I can't sleep well. I'd better go out earlier. Big brother, don't be impatient. Those old guys have given us a lot of benefits. After some more time, we will be able to go out. At that time, continue to cultivate. Maybe by relying on those resources. Breaking through the bottleneck is not a problem. That's true. Just wait it out. Thousand Dust silently dispersed his divine sense, which moved forward along the complex tunnel until he sensed two very powerful presences. These two are Yuaning stage cultivators. Can't beat them all. Thousand Dust was somewhat helpless as he transmitted his voice to Li Shui. Don't be afraid. These two have empty cultivation, but their brains are not good. Later I will lure them away. You go directly to get the yuan-shaped clothes. By the way, that yuan-shaped cloth is buried within the innermost stone wall, so you can open it with some brute force. This is for you. When the time comes, you'll rebury this in the stone wall. They won't be able to find anything unusual. The transmission ended, and Li Shui placed a token in Thousand Dust's palm. How do you know these two are not good in the head? Thousand Dust was a little puzzled. In response, Li Shui did not explain, but instead transmitted her voice. Get ready, it's about to start. Unable to do anything about it, Thousand Dust had no choice but to put that aside for now. Well then, remember not to blame me if you get caught. Upon hearing this, Li Shui revealed a smile, as if she was certain that Thousand Dust's words were a joke. It's on. After hearing this, Li Shui suddenly withdrew the concealment spell on her body, and she flew straight towards the two people who had just spoken. Not a moment later, two cursing voices rang out from the depths of the cave, and a moment later, three figures flew straight toward Thousand Dust. However, neither Li Shui nor the other two big men stayed, but flew straight toward the way they came. Seeing this, Thousand Dust did not hesitate in the slightest as he operated his aura and rode in the air until he felt an inexplicable stirring. He then stopped in front of an ancient stone wall. Chapter 36, Is this avoiding me? Just as Li Shui had said, Thousand Dust soon found the end on the stone wall in front of him. Only a tiny crack was being engraved in a very inconspicuous location, and if he hadn't looked closely, I'm afraid it would have been hard to notice. Luckily, Chen Shan was careful enough to spread out his divine sense to observe the stone wall in front of him, which allowed him to discover some clues. Moreover, ever since the severance of lust, Thousand Dust's heart was as if it had been sealed by some special power, and there was only calmness within, like a lake. However, in the face of the ancient stone wall in front of him, an inexplicable stirring surged within him. This feeling was strange, and it had been a long time since Thousand Dust had felt this illusion. This also made Thousand Dust take a keen interest in the yuan-shaped clothes that were buried within the stone wall. Without thinking too much further, Thousand Dust stretched out his palm and placed it on top of the stone wall. Along with the surge of aura, the tiny crack began to tremble and expand. After an unknown amount of time passed, a silver-white cloak appeared in front of Thousand Dust. Is this the metamorphic clothing? Thousand Dust said to himself, while carefully clearing the surrounding stones, then gently took out the yuan-shaped clothes that were buried inside. Just the moment he touched the yuan-shaped clothes, a strange power instantly spread throughout his body, causing his body to involuntarily begin to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, a strange fluctuation came from his sea of consciousness, as if something was stirring in it, and that yuan-shaped clothes seemed to possess its own spirit. And after Qian Shen held it in both hands, it turned into a stream of light and quickly attached itself to Qian Shen's body. Only when all the strange sensations had disappeared, did Thousand Dust slowly come back to his senses. He lowered his head, but suddenly realized that at some point, the yuan-shaped clothes had been automatically put on his body, and was emitting a faint light that appeared mysterious and bizarre. Not only that, the feeling that made his heart palpitate just now had all but disappeared at this point, as if it had never appeared. All of this made Thousand Dust feel incredibly strange and puzzled, but right now he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. That's just it. Let's take care of this place first. Thousand Dust shook his head and decided not to think about these issues for now. Afterward, he took out the token that Li Shui had given him from his bosom and placed it at the location where he had dug out the yuan-shaped clothes just now. Only a flash of light was seen, and in a moment, the stone wall that had been destroyed just now was restored to its original state, as if Thousand Dust had never been here before. Having gotten the treasures he needed and with everything prepared, Thousand Dust intended to leave. He operated his aura and rose out of thin air, following his memory and leaving the stone wall where the yuan-shaped clothes were buried, along the cave all the way out. Qianduan did not sense the aura of Li Shui and the two yuaning stage cultivators along the way, and as he was about to leave the cave, he finally heard the sound of swords clashing. The three brute forces caused the cave to hum, and when Thousand Dust dispersed his divine sense, he noticed at a glance Li Shui, who was in the midst of a bitter battle. Li Shui also seemed to sense that Qianduan had managed to obtain the yuan-shaped clothes, so she stopped struggling to hold on. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Shui offered an escape spell from her storage space and was about to leave with Qianduan. Unexpectedly, just at this moment, a familiar voice rang out, and after hearing this voice, Thousand Dust felt a bit helpless. What's with the fighting here? No fun. Dong Mengyu didn't know when he had actually found the entrance to the cave, only to see a cloud of black mist hovering in the air, and then, transformed into the appearance of a stunningly beautiful woman. Dong Mengyu landed smoothly on top of the ground, and the gazes of everyone present looked towards her. Seeing that Dong Mengyu only had Jindan stage cultivation, the two yuaning stage cultivators sneered. Have you come to die? One of them spoke. Upon hearing these words, Dong Mengyu did not get angry, but instead revealed a playful smile. She reached out her hand and waved it casually in the air. Just then, the moonlight that had originally shone into the cave suddenly disappeared. Fixing his eyes, the outside of the cave was suddenly filled with demonic cultivators dressed in black robes, and they exuded a terrifying pressure just by standing there. Demon cultivator? The two yuaning stage cultivators' faces stared. The heavenly blending demon sex cultivators surrounded the cave, and when Li Shui saw this, she also furrowed her brows tightly. There was no lack of yuaning stage present amongst these demonic cultivators, and although Dong Mengyu only had Jindan stage cultivation, these demonic cultivators all seemed to follow her orders. Seeing this situation, Thousand Dust also understood that if he didn't leave now, he would definitely not be able to leave later. So then, he transmitted his voice to Li Shui. Move. Hearing this, Li Shui didn't hesitate for a second as she violently erupted a terrifying aura, her aura enveloping her body and forming a phantasm if nothing else. Afterwards, she pinched her hands together and her aura continued to surge around her. In just a single breath of time, a powerful aura was continuously surging in all directions. Seeing this, Thousand Dust also hurriedly ran his aura and prepared to go to Li Shui's side. Rise! Along with Li Shui's angry shout, Qianduan had almost reached her side. Make your move. Accompanied by Dong Mengyu's order, those two yuaning stage cultivators were quickly surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators, and so was Li Shui. Thousand Dust's concealment spell lost its effect amidst such a powerful aura fluctuation, and Dong Mengyu also noticed the man who suddenly appeared beside Li Shui. Dong Mengyu looked at Qianduan and always felt something familiar, but no matter how she looked at it, the man was a stranger, and there were no features in her memory that overlapped with it. Tie him up and take him alive. Obviously, Dong Mengyu was interested in Qianduan after his disguise, or maybe she had realized that this person was Chidori. Seeing that Dong Mengyu had focused on herself, but Chidori wasn't flustered at all, because he's leaving soon. Locking eyes with those stunningly beautiful lavender eyes, the expression on Thousand Dust's face didn't change in any way. Along with the activation of the spell, suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from Li Shui's body. Dong Mengyu narrowed her eyes slightly, and a moment later, when the light dissipated, Li Shui and Qianduan's figures had disappeared without a trace. Interesting, Thousand Dust. Are you avoiding me? Dong Mengyu looked around. From the glance between her and Thousand Dust just now, she understood that that person was none other than Thousand Dust after changing his appearance, because only Thousand Dust would have the ability to give her this special, alien feeling. I'll settle the score with you after I get the treasure. Thousand Dust. Run faster. Don't let me catch you. Chapter 37, You are the only man at His Majesty's side. Together, Thousand Dust and Li Shui were teleported back to a familiar place. Thousand Dust looked around and was surprised to find that they had returned to the entrance of the Misty Mountain. Why are we back again? Could it be that there's something important that we haven't taken? Thousand Dust suspiciously asked Li Shui, who was beside him. No, I just reported everything that happened here to His Majesty. Now we just need to wait for His Majesty to lead the men here to deal with it. Li Shui explained. Is that so? Indeed. This place still belonged to the territory of the Fuyun dynasty, and since there was a large number of demonic cultivators infesting the area, Jin Qingyao as the emperor naturally needed to come and deal with it personally. At this time, Li Shui suddenly opened her mouth and asked, by the way, where is that yuan-shaped clothes? Thousand Dust pointed to the cloak on his body and spoke. Don't you see it? It's right here on me. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Li Shue's face as she explained. The situation was too urgent just now. I really didn't notice. Thousand Dust looked down at his body, and at that moment, the yuan-shaped clothes draped over him were radiating a dazzling light due to the illumination from the moonlight. Can you take it off now? Hearing this, Thousand Dust stretched out his hand and realized that this yuan-shaped clothes could indeed be undone. Yes. After removing the yuan-shaped clothes, Thousand Dust held it up in front of Li Shue. Do you want to keep it? No. Just take it and ask His Majesty's opinion later. Saying that, Li Shue casually found a cleaner location, sat cross-legged, and began to exhale his aura. That battle just now had used up quite a bit of her aura, along with the use of a space-type magic weapon, which had resulted in very little aura left in her body right now. Seeing that Li Shue was recovering her lost aura, Shen Shen stopped bothering her and started to study this yuan-shaped clothes. According to what Jin Qingyao said, this yuan-shaped clothing is able to take away other people's qi, and it is really an evil object. Then how did one come to be associated with such an evil thing? Thousand Dust was a bit confused. He was a completely righteous cultivator. It's just a matter of not thinking about it. Now it's time to think about how to slip away from Li Shue. Leaving Snow, I need to go to the convenience. Seeing that Li Shue didn't have the intention to take care of himself, Qianduan operated his aura and was planning to fly away. But unexpectedly at this time, the misty mountains suddenly produced some movement, only to see a large area of mist suddenly disperse in all directions, revealing the woods outside, and a familiar silhouette appeared in front of Thousand Dust. Your Majesty! The moment she felt Jin Qingyao's aura, Li Shue opened her eyes and hurriedly retreated from her cultivation state. She clasped her hands and landed on one knee, respectfully calling out to Qingyao. Be excused. Jin Qingyao's clear and cold voice echoed in the air, her sharp eyes instantly noticing Qianduan, who was planning to run away by the side with his aura running. Did you get the stuff? Behind Jin Qingyao, followed by countless cultivators. It was thought that it was the helpers she brought to round up the devil cultivators. Got it. Thousand Dust replied. That's good. Keep it safe, and when I wipe out these demonic cultivators, I'll come back for you. Thousand Dust nodded, and then, he saw Jin Qingyao leading a group of cultivators towards the small hill that was just there. Li Shue hurriedly followed, but was stopped by Jin Qingyao. You've done well. Rest for a while, and keep an eye on Thousand Dust by the way. Don't let him run away. Jin Qingyao glanced at Qianduan, as if she knew what was going on in his mind. At those words, Thousand Dust skimmed his lips, somewhat speechless, though he had planned to run at this point is all. Jin Qingyao really? Why are you looking so closely? Thousand Dust stayed in place helplessly. Seeing him like this, Li Shue didn't know what to say and simply remained silent. Not long after, the sounds of fighting and killing came from the distance, and it was clear that the two groups of people, Jin Qingyao and Dong Mengyu, had already dried up. Wait, Thousand Dust suddenly felt something strange. How did two of his usual raiders suddenly fight? Shaking his head, Thousand Dust dispersed the useless thoughts in his mind. A fight was a fight. It was none of his business anyway. The main problem now was still how to escape under the eyes of Li Shue. Thousand Dust suddenly realized the disadvantage of not having a space-type magic treasure. It was now, for example, when it was clear that the exit was close at hand, but he couldn't leave. Li Shue, how old are you? Thousand Dust had to ask some questions to attract Li Shue's attention. 28. Qianduan nodded slightly, not realizing that this Li Shue was the same age as himself, and she was still a yuaning stage cultivator. Isn't this where the talent gap comes into play? Then how long have you been following him, Qingyao? I've been with His Majesty since I was a child, except for the time when His Majesty was being hunted. That is, 7 years ago. Thousand Dust has just come to the body of this Li Yao that period of time? So, then you really are the one who has been with her the longest. However, Li Shue revealed a smile when she heard his words, though the words are like this. But Sir Qian, the person that His Majesty cares about the most, is still you are. Me? Where did that come from? Thousand Dust raised an eyebrow, somewhat disbelieving what Li Shue said. After all, when the system was still around, he was able to use his naked eyes to see how favorable Jin Qingyao was to him. If the person that Jin Qingyao cared about the most was him, then the favorability system would be a joke. Compared to present-day Lightning Yao, Thousand Dust still trusted the system a bit more. Your Majesty, when she was a child in the palace, she was the coolest one. Even His Majesty had never seen her smile. 7 years ago, when the Emperor collapsed, the court was in chaos, and she was also made to suffer by those villains, so she could only escape from the palace as a way to save her life. That's when Sir Qian saved His Majesty. isn't it? Li Shui turned her head to look at Qianduan, waiting for his answer. That's right. Yes, that's right. Since then, when His Majesty returned to the palace again, even I was a bit unable to recognize her. She's changed so much, although she's usually still cool, but at least she can smile. Mr. Qian, I'm sure His Majesty was very happy when he spent time with you, right? Not really. Thousand Dust suddenly remembered what Qingyao had said earlier. What did Qingyao say? Oh yeah, said that he's really good at pissing her off. You are the only man at His Majesty's side, and that is saying a lot. Sir Qian. Li Shui looked at Qianduan with an unspoken meaning in her eyes. However, hearing her say this, Thousand Dust was still not touched inwardly. It'll come later. The world is such a big place. I can't be the only one. Thousand Dust spoke calmly, and upon hearing this, Li Shui shook her head helplessly. No wonder His Majesty told me to keep an eye on you. What do you mean? Thousand Dust realized that Li Shui, this person is still a bit of fun to talk to, haha, without a clue. Chapter 38, he must have been taken over. After this day's experience, compared to the high spirits at the beginning, Li Shui had indeed become a bit more cheerful now, willing to gossip at least. Just as Thousand Dust and Li Shui were chatting, the misty barrier in front of them suddenly changed again. Only two silhouettes slowly walked inside the misty mountain, and with only one glance, Thousand Dust realized that the other party was someone he was familiar with. Senior brother. Yilingling was not as excited as usual after seeing Qianduan, but her voice was a little choked. Why did Mu Qingyin and Yilingling find this place? It had to start an hour ago, after Qianduan was teleported away by Li Shui. Mu Qingyin returned inside the inn with the disoriented Yilingling. Senior, does senior brother really hate us that much? Yilingling's voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a hint of sadness and despair. Her eyes were hollow and lifeless. Her originally bright eyes were now dull, as if they had lost all vitality and vigor. Her mood had hit rock bottom, so heavy she couldn't breathe. Crystalline teardrops coalesced in her eyes and shimmered like pearls. These teardrops slid down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls, tracing a graceful arc in the air. Every tear carries the pain and grief that is so deep inside her that it is heartbreaking. Yiling covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her vulnerability and helplessness. However, her body trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil and fear. The once gentle Thousand Dust constantly surfaced in her mind, but now, that image had completely disappeared, replaced by indifference and detachment. The suffocating feeling almost tore her apart. Senior, what have I done wrong? Why is senior brother treating me so poorly? Yilingling's voice was filled with confusion and disbelief. Her emotions were on the verge of breaking down, as if she was about to shatter at any moment. She didn't know what she had done wrong and why she was treated like this. The feeling made her feel incredibly lonely and lost, as if the whole world had abandoned her. Obviously she had apologized to Thousand Dust long ago, and at that time, although Thousand Dust's attitude was perfunctory, he did accept it. So why was the situation now? Is it because of that Empress? But back before Thousand Dust left the clan, he was still able to talk to her normally, so why did he not even want to see her anymore? Grief overwhelmed Yiling, causing her to constantly think it was her fault. Linger, it's actually not your fault. Mu Qingyin gently patted Yilingling's shoulder, trying to give her some comfort and support. But why? Why doesn't senior brother even want to see me? Could it be that I'm some kind of harmful plague god? Senior, disciple can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Yilingling fell into Mu Qingyin's arms and let out a loud cry. Her tears soaked Mu Qingyin's clothes, as if she was telling the grievances and unwillingness in her heart. Mu Qingyin hugged Yilingling tightly and felt her body trembling slightly. She knew that Yilingling needed someone to talk to, someone to share her pain and grief, and Mu Qingyin's heart was likewise not in the right place. After all, she and Yilingling were, no matter what, the master and sister of Qianduan. Even if they were mindful of the 10 years they had lived together before, they could at least see each other. But today, Thousand Dust's behavior was clearly saying, I don't want to see you guys. Mu Qingyin sighed deeply, her eyes filled with helplessness and exhaustion. She knew that today's incident was undoubtedly a huge blow to Yiling. Looking at Yilingling's heartbroken appearance, Mu Qingyin's heart couldn't help but surge with a wave of sourness. Linger, today's matter, Duaner did go a bit too far. Forget about it, just treat it as if nothing had happened. Mu Qingyin softly comforted. Yilingling raised her head, tears blurring her vision, but she still struggled to look at Mu Qingyin. Master, disciple can't forget. Obviously senior brother used to be so gentle, but why now? Saying this, Yilingling suddenly stopped crying, as if she had thought of something important. Those originally lax pupils unexpectedly began to slowly focus. Yes, master. Everything is because of that rain. Lingling suddenly shouted in excitement. Rain? Linger? What does it mean? Mu Qingyin asked suspiciously. It was after that rain that senior brother was like a different person, becoming cold and heartless. Her voice trembled as if a drowning person had grabbed a life-saving straw, and she began to recount in great detail what had happened on the day when Qianwan had just severed his affections and desires. After that rain, senior brother tested the pills for me for the last time and became extremely cold or perfunctory in his attitude when facing me. Lingling's tears slid down her cheeks, her voice filled with despair and pain. That's not senior brother. That's definitely not senior brother. Her body kept trembling, as if she couldn't bear such a blow. Senior brother has definitely been seized. He must have been seized. Lingling's eyes shone with determination. She was convinced that Qianshan must have been taken away from his body. However, she didn't notice Mu Qingyin's face becoming more and more somber. Only after Lingling finished venting her emotions did she realize that Mu Qingyin had been watching her in silence for a long time. At some point, a wave of uneasiness welled up in her heart, wondering how Mu Qingyin would feel about this. Linger, don't go off the deep end. Mu Qingyin sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and regret in her tone. But master. Lingling wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Mu Qingyin. For the teacher knows. You let Dusty Child try the pills, or what kind of pills? And what you said about apologizing, but also only Dusty Child he is to you. Disappointed to the core, these 4 words Mu Qingyin didn't say them after all. Master. Seeing that Mu Qingyin didn't even believe what she said, Lingling stood up in dismay. Senior, I remember that day. It was you, senior, who sought out senior brother for sword practice, saying that you wanted to test whether or not senior brother's strength had improved. If master teacher is unwilling to believe in disciples' words, then forget it. Seeing Lingling take a step away, Mu Qingyin's mind couldn't help but recall what happened that day. Linger, wait. Mu Qingyin suddenly called out to stop Lingling. Then we will go and see. Master, what are you looking at? Mu Qingyin touched Lingling's head. Then, softly said, let's see if Duster was taken over as you said. That day when Qianwan's back was despondent in the rain. Mu Qingyin hadn't forgotten it even now. Alternatively, a large part of the reason why Thousand Dust had become what it was now was because of his own master. So, Mu Qingyin intended to go and figure it out. So then, she and Lingling left the inn once again and went to look for Qianwan. Chapter 39, People Change. Time back to the present. Relying on Mu Qingyin's divine sense buried in Qianwan's body, the two of them didn't have to spend much effort to find Qianwan in the Misty Mountain. Senior sister? Upon seeing Mu Qingyin and Lingling, Qianwan's heart was filled with doubt. How did they find this place? It was reasonable to say that this Misty Mountain could be considered a very secretive place. How did you get in so easily? It wasn't just Mu Qingyin and Lingling, but also Dong Mengyu. Thousand Dust suddenly realized an amazing phenomenon. All of his raiders, minus the demon, seemed to have gathered here. It made him cry a little. Duster, master has some questions to ask you. Mu Qingyin walked towards Qianwan while Lingling followed behind her. Lingling didn't really want to talk at this point. She was afraid that some hurtful words would pop out of Qianshan's mouth. Therefore, she just timidly shouted out Qianwan and did not move otherwise. Li Shui, who was beside Qianwan, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth when she saw that these two stunningly beautiful women were both here for Qianwan. However, she was relieved when Qianshan addressed them as master and sister. At least it's not a confidant, or else his majesty would be. Li Shui shook her head, unwilling to continue thinking about it. Then I will cultivate for a while. After uttering these words, she gently closed her eyes and then shielded her hearing. After all, it was Thousand Dust's personal matter, and Li Shui felt that it was better for her not to eavesdrop. Master, if you have any questions, just ask. I know everything. Mu Qingyin looked at Li Shui on the side and saw that she had already lightly closed her eyes and started to utilize her aura. Duster, talk to master nicely about that day. All that happened. What day? Although it was unclear how Mu Qingyin had found herself, she was after all the master teacher who had taught her for 10 years, and the proper etiquette still could not be missing. However, the one thing that made Qianshan not figure out was why every time Mu Qingyin looked for her, she had Lingling with her? Do they have a lot of time on their hands? In fact, there were many doubts in Thousand Dust's mind, but he just didn't care much about them. After all, with his current state of mind, there was nothing that could cause him too much emotional turmoil anymore. The day that master practiced with your sword for the last time. Hearing this, Thousand Dust began to ponder. Scattered images began to float through his mind. In a moment, though, he remembered, hadn't his lust been cut off that very day? Associated with this, Thousand Dust's expression became a bit heavy. Duster, you kindly talked to your master about all your experiences that day. I don't know why Mu Qingyin suddenly wanted to know what happened that day. Could it be that she sensed something? I don't think so. If she did, wouldn't she have already asked? Qianduan thought this in his heart, but since Mu Qingyin wanted to hear it, Qianduan told her about it. And so, Thousand Dust began to narrate. Master, that day, disciple had just completed a task when you, excluding the part of abandoning the mission to accept the system's punishment. Thousand Dust described that day's experience clearly without any details. Master, that's it. Mu Qingyin furrowed her brows slightly. According to what Qian Shen said, on that day, he didn't experience anything weird, but Yi Lingling said that after that day, Chen Shen seemed like a different person. Although Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling also empathized, she looked into Qi Chen's calm eyes and somehow felt some inexplicable panic in her heart. I can't wrong Dusty again. Mu Qingyin recalled that day when Qian Shen fled the clan without saying a word and was unwilling to go back until now. The reason for all of this was precisely because she didn't believe Thousand Dust's words that day, which indirectly led to him fleeing out of the clan. Then, Dusty Child, why are you unwilling to see Master in Spirit Child this morning? It was not easy to talk about the issue of taking over the body, so Mu Qingyin changed the direction of the topic. This morning? Senior, where did Disciple not want to see you and Senior Sister this morning? Thousand Dust's words were filled with doubt. Dusty, are you really not unwilling to see us? On the side, Yi Lingling's eyes brightened a bit when she heard the question Mu Qingyin asked. Master Teacher, how could Disciple be unwilling to see you guys? Although Disciple is unwilling to accept the sect's punishment, it doesn't mean that I don't want to see you guys but if Master Teacher insists on bringing Disciple back to the sect, please allow Disciple to refuse. After Qianduan finished his words, he carefully observed Mu Qingyin's expression, as if as soon as there was the slightest change in her expression that she wanted to force him away, she would immediately change her face. Then why did you want it in the morning? Mu Qingyin suddenly realized a problem. That is, in the morning when they followed Qianduan early, they were disguised in order not to cause trouble. In other words, Thousand Dust most likely treated the master and disciple who were following him at the time as strangers. This would perfectly explain why Thousand Dust had suddenly increased his speed and moved away from her and Yi Lingling at that time. Senior, although I don't know what you're talking about, but it's true that I hadn't seen you and Senior Sister in the morning, so why would I be unwilling to see them? Mu Qingyin now understood that this was all a misunderstanding. Thousand Dust was just unwilling to return to the sect, not that he didn't want to see them as master and disciple. As for Yi Lingling, who was on the side, after hearing Qianduan's words, the gloom in her heart finally dissipated a lot, but she still didn't understand why the gentle senior brother of the past days had now become the way he was now that he couldn't be interested in anything, even cold. Then senior brother, why are you? Yi Lingling, who had been silent on the side, suddenly gathered enough courage to speak up. Elder brother, Linger really feels like you've changed, as if you've become a different person, and the gap between you and the past is a little too big. The further back she spoke, the smaller Yi Ling's voice became. How could Qianduan not understand the meaning of Yi Lingling's words? Wasn't it because after he cut off his lust, he wasn't treating her as gently as before? Thinking of this, Thousand Dust sighed slightly. He wouldn't have done so if it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't been able to complete the quest, and the reason why he hadn't been able to complete the quest wasn't because of these strange raiders. It was obvious that he had worked so hard and given almost all of his heart, but he had not gotten even a tiny bit in return, and all he got was always the feeling of being treated as a tool person. His heart had long since become riddled with holes in the process, and if the system hadn't cut off his lust, he probably wouldn't have known how to get along with these people after giving up his mission. So, he won't regret his decision. Senior Sister, I've long said that people change. Chapter 40, No Misunderstanding Matters. Dusty, so what are you doing here? Mu Qingyin narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze as sharp as a cold star as she looked toward the small mountain in the distance, keenly aware of the abnormality there. This matter is a long story, and disciples can't explain it clearly in a moment. Thousand Dust shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness and confusion on his face, and did not directly answer Mu Qingyin's question. Rather, Master, how did you know I was here? Thousand Dust frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. Not only now, but also why Mu Qingyin was able to find her way into this fuzzy cloud dynasty. These were all questions. Thousand Dust had previously thought that it was because he hadn't cleaned up the teleportation spell formation on Heavenly Cliff Peak, allowing Mu Qingyin to find the direction he was running in. But what's going on now? And what did Mu Qingyin rely on to find her way here? By now, Qianyuan can also understand that there must be something fishy in this. Mu Qingyin has no reason to be able to find him every time. Master has her own means. Mu Qingyin smiled faintly, her eyes revealing a mysterious glint. She had no intention of telling him about her burying her divine sense in the thousand dust. After all, it was a good safeguard to ensure that within a certain distance, she could feel Chidori's position at all times. It's kind of a little selfish of her. For some reason, Mu Qingyin doesn't want Qianchan to know about this, ever and ever. Alright. Seeing that Mu Qingyin had no intention of clarifying, Qianyuan didn't bother to pursue the matter further. Then, Master, is there anything else? If not, then please return. Hearing this, Mu Qingyin felt a bit displeased. At the same time, she could also perceive that Thousand Dust had indeed changed quite a bit compared to before, but she took it all as if Thousand Dust was still angry about the punishment and didn't think of it in any other way. Master did misunderstand you once upon a time, but Master is also trying to find ways to be able to let you go back to the sect openly and honestly. But Dusty, the apology has been made, and Master has personally come to look for you. Why are you still angry? Angry? What kind of anger? Thousand Dust was puzzled. Where did Mu Qingyin see that he was angry? He sighed helplessly. Master, disciple is not angry. Disciple is just. Without waiting for Qianyuan to finish his sentence, a huge aura fluctuation suddenly came at him. In an instant, both Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling suddenly changed their faces. Senior brother, Yi Lingling exclaimed in shock. Just now she was still thinking about what Qianyuan had said, but when she came back to her senses, she suddenly saw a cloud of black mist rapidly coming towards Qianyuan's back. The black mist ran at an extremely fast speed, and in just a breath's time, it arrived behind Qianyuan. Hearing Yi Lingling's call, Qianyuan subconsciously turned his head, only to see the black fog suddenly coalesce to form an absolutely beautiful face. And this face was also very familiar to Qianyuan. It was Dong Mengyu, Thousand Dust. It's been a long time. Dong Mengyu's purple eyes flickered with a strange light. Dong Mengyu, how did you? Without waiting for Chidori to finish her sentence, she felt a sudden warmth on her lips. A faint fragrance madly surged into his nostrils, and Qianyuan slightly widened his eyes. Feeling very puzzled by Dong Mengyu's behavior at this moment, he tried to resist, but realized that for some reason, his body didn't respond at all, and the remaining three people present froze in place when they saw the scene. After a moment, Dong Mengyu finally let go of her mouth, and the crystalline liquid threads traced a graceful arc in the air. At that moment, a furious cry also echoed through the heavens and earth. What are you doing? It was the voice of Jin Xingyao. A majestic pressure was released from her body, and even Qianchen felt a burst of pain coming from his body. I'm leaving first. I lost this time, but Chidori, I'll come back for you, as my toy. You can only be mine. After the words fell, her figure also turned into a bubble and completely disappeared. Qianyuan. Im Chingyao landed beside Qianyuan, her ink-black eyes filled with anger. Why don't you fight back? Can't resist. Thousand Dust said somewhat helplessly. And now Lightning Yao seemed to understand why Thousand Dust couldn't resist in general as she gritted her teeth and said, that demoness has a divine-grade treasure weapon on her. I can't help her. But the demonic cultivators who traveled with her have been exterminated cleanly. Hearing this, Thousand Dust nodded slightly. That's not bad. He looked over at Mu Qingyin as well as Yi Lingling, and realized that the two of them were still frozen in place, seemingly not having recovered from the images of the party. It's you guys. What? Want to bring Qianchen back? Jin Xingyao obviously also noticed Mu Qingyin and her duo. She looked condescendingly at Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling, waiting for them to reply. Dusty, what exactly is your relationship with that witch? Mu Qingyin's face was gloomy and her words were filled with coldness. Her body even exuded a gust of terrifying pressure. Seeing this situation, Jin Xingyao reached out her hand and protected Qianyuan behind her, isolating Mu Qingyin's aura. Thousand Dust opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. Anyway, he felt that it didn't seem like there was much use for him to explain to Mu Qingyin, just like when he was just rescued. Mu Qingyin wouldn't necessarily believe his words. Master of Thousand Dust, you have to figure out whose territory you're in now. Thousand Dust has already been forced here by you guys. What? And you still want to make a move to teach him a lesson? Im Qingyao's voice was filled with scorn, but she did possess the backbone to speak in such a manner. Thousand Dust, is it hard for you to keep hiding behind a woman? Mu Qingyin no longer called Qianyuan as Dusty, so it was evident that she was indeed very angry right now. I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you and that witch to have this kind of relationship. thanks to which I thought I had misunderstood you and came all the way here, wanting to take you back. So that's what the truth turns out to be? Mu Qinyan's voice was filled with anger and disbelief. The gentle and understanding thousand dust in her mind suddenly shattered apart and turned into a wisp, disappearing without a trace. Senior brother. The Yilingling on the side obviously also recognized the image she saw just now as a fact. Her senior brother was the one who had an affair with that witch, and was the one who deserved to be punished. Senior brother. Why? Obviously Linger isn't too bad. Yiling had broken down. Do yourself a favor and I'll leave you alone. Mu Qingyin tried her best to restrain her emotions. Then, greeting Yilingling, she turned to leave. Your master and sister seem to have misunderstood something. Won't you explain? Jin Qingyao looked at Chen Chen, but found that his expression remained calm and unchanged. No matter. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. Anyway, by now, it doesn't matter what misunderstanding. Chapter 41, you asked for it. You really don't care at all? Qingyao looked at Chen Wan and frowned slightly. Care about what? How am I supposed to explain it when Master and the others only believe in what they have seen with their own eyes? Thousand Dust's voice was filled with helplessness, just like last time. I can't explain it clearly. And, if they have the heart, they can naturally understand that what happened just now was not from my intention. Jin Qingyao was also angry in her heart, but compared to Mu Qingyin and Yilingling, she didn't intend to show it here. Hearing Thousand Dust's words, she let out a soft sigh. So you're not going to deal with them? Thousand Dust shook his head. I don't mean that in myself, and as to whether or not they want to see me again, that's their business, not mine. Thousand Dust now is indeed changed a lot. He seems to have become cold and heartless, even if it is the teacher's father, who has been together for 10 years, after this incident, also did not show the slightest bit of attachment or regret. Qingyao's heart was suddenly a little apprehensive. No matter what Qianduan became, she would like it, but when she looked at Qianduan's bland look now, her heart was also thinking, did she really have what it took to make Chitos fall in love with her? What are we staying here for? Just as Jin Qingyao was thinking, Qian Chen suddenly spoke, and at the same time, his gaze landed on Li Shui, who had remained silent behind him. Li Shui's heart was overflowing with shock after watching this good show, and she subconsciously moved her head away when she noticed Qianduan's line of sight. Your aura has also recovered a lot, right? Li Shui subconsciously nodded. It's also true that everything here has been taken care of. That yuan-shaped clothes are on you, right? As Jin Qingyao came back to her senses, she opened her mouth and asked towards Qianduan. At those words, Thousand Dust took out the silver-white cloak from his storage space. This one is. That's good. You can keep it for now. Well, go back to the palace. Jin Qingyao greeted towards Li Shui. Snow, go check again and see if there are any leaks here. As you command. Li Shui quickly rose up into the air, her figure quickly disappearing within Thousand Dust's line of sight. Let's go back first. Chidori. There's one more important thing. Thousand Dust furrowed his brows. He could have only promised Jin Qingyao one thing. As for the rest, shouldn't he ask to inquire about his opinion again? However, when he saw that Jin Qingyao was even quickly disappearing on her own, some thoughts arose in his heart. Perhaps this is a good time. At this moment, looking at Qingyao's back going away at an extremely fast speed, Xian Chen looked around and realized that he was the only one left at the entrance of the Misty Mountain. The idea of running away kept circling in his mind. Although it was true that most of the time he was at leisure around Imperatory Lightning Yao, yet Thousand Dust was restricted in his freedom. It certainly wasn't what he wanted. Thus, he worked his entire body's aura and began to perform body techniques. He was only seen flying in a different direction from Qingyao, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. On the way to the palace, Jin Qingyao was a bit distracted. It was clearly impossible for her to forget what had just happened. The lip-to-lip appearance between Qianduan and Dongmengyu was like a thorn in her heart. However, at that time, due to the presence of Li Shui and the others, it was indeed inconvenient for her to lash out. Therefore, when Chidori said, "That's not bad," she didn't say anything more. Only now, there was only her and Qianduan left, so she definitely had to find Qianduan to settle the score. Thousand Dust can only be kissed by her. He can only be hers. As the empress of the Fuyun dynasty, Jin Qingyao's greatest dislike was to have her own things tainted by others. However, just as she wanted to bring Chidori back quickly, she realized that he wasn't keeping up with her. Jin Qingyao dispersed her divine sense and realized that the familiar aura was actually continuously disappearing into the distance. And in an instant, the anger that already existed once again flourished. Thousand Dust, you really have a lot of guts. Jin Xingyao was simply going to be laughed at as she shifted her direction and chased after him with a speed 10 times faster than thousand dust. On the other hand, Qianduan also exerted all his strength, just to quickly leave the range that Jin Xingyao's divine sense could cover. But I didn't realize it was still a step too late. A majestic pressure came from far and near, aiming straight at thousand dust. The earth even resonated when the might of this pressure was strong, and Qianduan was suddenly unable to move at this moment. Thousand dust! How dare you! Jin Changyao's angry roar drowned him out, even as a sharp pain came from his body. However, he didn't regret it. This was considered a try. Under the eyes of Jin Changyao, he indeed couldn't run away. Helplessly, because of his lack of strength, Qianduan could only act like a lamb to be slaughtered, allowing Jin Xingyao to take advantage of him. What are you running for? Why are you running? The mighty pressure emanating from Jin Xingyao was almost ready to tear thousand dust apart. Think, try, good enough. Jin Chengyao's gaze was chilly as she stared dead on at Qianduan, who was fixed in midair and unable to move. You asked for it. Jin Xingyao flew to Qian Chen's side and held him in her arms, then flew towards Cloud City. A few moments later, Jin Xingyao returned to Cloud City with Qianduan. She roughly carried the immobilized thousand dust back to her chambers and threw him on top of the bed. Thousand dust. There's no one to blame for what you're going to go through next. You can only be blamed for what you've done to yourself. A furious cry rang out within the bedchamber, accompanied by the closing of the bedchamber door, and the sound of messy and disorganized voices came from within the room. Mu Qingyin and Yi Lingling returned to the inn in Cloud City. Along the way, neither of them were talking, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Mu Qingyin's face did not look good, and it was clear that the anger in her heart had not dissipated. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, was filled with stupefaction and looked as if she had collapsed. Linger, pack up, let's go back. Mu Qingyin had already made up her mind. When she returned to the sect, she would definitely report this matter to the sect, and the sect disciple who hooked up with the demonic cultivator should receive the punishment he deserved. At this moment, for Qianduan, Mu Qingyin was filled with disappointment. She also does not intend to prove the innocence of this indisputable disciple in. He loves how to do it. Although her head was thinking this way, for some reason, Mu Qingyin's heart was vaguely aching after seeing that witch kissing Qianduan, and even now it was still doing so. She just assumed that she was pissed off. Linger? Seeing that Yi Lingling didn't have any reaction to her words, so she called out again. Yi Lingling raised her head. Those empty eyes looked straight at Mu Qingyin. Only one glance, then she lowered her head again. Got it, master. Her voice was breathless, and it seemed to be laced with great sorrow. Chapter 42. I've long since given up on lust. Yiling is gone. Early the next morning, when Mu Qingyin packed up everything and transmitted her voice with Yi Lingling, she did not receive any reply. Mu Qingyin's brows frowned slightly, and there was some doubt in her heart. She tried to transmit her voice again, but still received no response. She couldn't help but worry. Could something have happened to Yi Lingling? Thus, Mu Qingyin hurriedly walked out of the room and came to Yi Lingling's room door. However, the sight before her froze her. Only the door of the room was open, and the room was a mess, with items in disarray. It was as if Yi Lingling had vented hard in there. Mu Qingyin's heart tightened and she rushed into the room. But the room was empty, and Yi Lingling was nowhere to be found. Mu Qingyin didn't hesitate as she unfolded her divine sense and tried to search for Yi Lingling's scent. But what shocked her was that she was unable to detect Yi Lingling's presence. How is this possible? Mu Qingyin felt very confused. With Yi Lingling's early Jindan realm cultivation and strength, it would never be possible for her to run out of her divine sense range. Unless, Mu Qingyin suddenly thought of a possibility, perhaps Yi Lingling had swallowed the elixir she had refined. As an alchemy wizard, she could practically get her hands on any elixir she wanted. Otherwise Mu Qingyin wouldn't have let Qian Chen try out elixirs for Yi Lingling, because she knew that Yiling had degrees in her own mind. As a sword cultivator, Mu Qingyin's means of making a sword was one of the best within the Wangling sect, and her divine sense was also very powerful, much stronger than the average Yuaning stage consummate cultivator. If she wanted to conceal her divine sense, she would need at least a 7th grade or higher elixir to do so. 1st to 9th grade, 9th grade being the highest. After Mu Qingyin searched again and again to no avail, she sighed out helplessly. Not only was it Qian Chen, but by now, even Yi Lingling had left her side, and these were the only 2 disciples she had at her knee, which made her feelings a little complicated. Linger, I hope you won't do anything stupid. Recalling Yi Lingling's empty and lifeless eyes just now, Mu Qingyin had to give up her plan to return to the clan, to find Yi Lingling first. I also don't know how long the medicinal effect of the elixir she made lasts. I just hope it won't be too long. At this moment, Lingling's body was wrapped in a strange power, covering up all the breath around her, and the whole person became as transparent as the air, so no one could notice her existence. She walked down the street like a walking corpse, her gaze dull and her eyes empty, as if she had lost her soul. Elder brother. Elder brother. Her lips kept opening and closing without making a sound, but deep inside she kept calling out Thousand Dust's name, over and over again, tirelessly. Her face wore a crumbling look, her expression twisted in pain as if she was suffering great torment. Lingling knew in her heart that Qian Chen must be in that palace at this moment. She had to go to him. She had to question Qian Chen face to face. What exactly was his relationship with that demoness and that empress? They were obviously senior siblings who had been together for 10 years. So why did she know nothing about the existence of those two? All of this was unacceptable and incomprehensible to her. At this moment, the aura in Lingling's body was very disorganized and had almost reached the critical point of going off the deep end. But she was completely oblivious to her own safety, and all she could think about was Qidwan's figure. Elder brother, wait for me. You must wait for me. She consumed the only 7th grade elixir she had on her person, the breath-covering and life-restoring elixir, in order to avoid Mu Qingyin's eyes so that she could go to Qianwan without any hindrance. She was unwilling, obviously together for so long night and day. For her to the Thousand Dust of everything is still such a blur. She did do a lot of wrong things in the past, but she pleaded, Thousand Dust don't use such means to punish her. She can't carry it, already about to suffocate. Meanwhile, inside the chambers deep inside the palace, Thousand Dust's breath was weak as he lay on the bed. His hands and feet were firmly locked to the head and tail of the bed as if they were within the heavenly mixed demon sect from before. Jin Qingyao looked at Qianwan condescendingly, but didn't see any emotions on his face, helplessness or despair. There was none of that. There was just a calmness that made her feel angrier and angrier. Why are you running? Are you going to say it or not? Jin Qingyao's clear and cold voice echoed within the bedchamber. Thousand Dust locked eyes with it. No fear in his pupils. Just to try. Try? Jin Qingyao suddenly grabbed Qian Chen's neck. Why do you want to try? Do you really think I'm too spoiled for you? What's this talk of spoiling me? You did what you wanted to do, didn't you? You! Jin Qingyao's hands fiercely exerted their strength, with an aura of wanting to strangle Qianwan to death. But it was a good thing she let go when it mattered most. Thousand Dust, is there nothing in this world that you care about? Treating your master teacher and sister like this, and treating me like this, what's wrong with you? Qingyao's voice was full of incomprehension, while Chen Chen also seemed to be spent. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Wouldn't care. What? From now on, no matter if it's you two, Dong Mengyu, Mu Qingyin, or Lingling, none of them will care. Why? For I have long since cut off my passions, and what you do will not make a ripple in my eyes. Thousand Dust articulated a most cruel fact in the calmest of words. Otherwise, do you really think I would be so forgiving? Not only did I forget about your poisoning, but I also stayed by your side for such a long time, but only because everything you do seems like a farce to me. Now it's time for the farce to end. No joy or sorrow could be heard in Qianwan's voice, but it allowed Jin Qingyao to feel his firmness. Severed your lust? Thousand Dust. Make up a decent reason. Jin Qingyao clearly did not believe what Thousand Dust said. I know that your main cultivation technique is the way of the sword, not the way of emotionlessness. Jin Qingyao looked at Qian Chen seriously, trying to find a hint of lying in his eyes. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You're the first person to know the secret. Thousand Dust's indifferent attitude once again provoked Jin Qingyao's anger. Cutting off lust and still maintaining the most basic reactions? Thousand Dust. Who are you kidding? I just cut off my lust. It's not like I can't. Thousand Dust said rightfully. Hearing this, Jin Qingyao was a bit at a loss as to what to say for a moment. And how do you prove that you've cut off your lust? There is no need to prove. Qingyao, we have been together for so much. I think you should feel it. I am the same as before. Shut up. Without waiting for Qianwan to finish his sentence, Jin Qingyao suddenly interrupted him. Chapter 43, The Madness of Jin Qingyao. Jin Qingyao's face was filled with anger, her eyes staring deathly at Qian Chen, simply not believing what he said in his mouth about severing his lust. Thousand Dust. It's not easy to cut off a person's lust unless he laid the foundation for it a long time ago. We haven't seen each other for just 2 short months. I don't believe you can break off your love in such a short time. You fooled me with that excuse. Did you really think I wouldn't punish you severely? Hearing Jin Qingyao's words, Qian Chen sighed helplessly. How should he explain it? Anyway, even if he told the truth of the matter, Jin Xingyao would still not believe what he said. So is there any point in continuing to explain? If you don't believe me, why are you forcing me to ask? Ha, thousand dust. I'm just trying to understand why you ran away yesterday. Can't it be that I wasn't good enough for you? I hadn't planned to stay here for long. And the reason why I haven't been able to leave the clear domain continent yet isn't it precisely because of what you've done? Thousand Dust's voice sounded cold. I also don't know why you're doing this. Once upon a time, didn't you treat me as a tool person to open the heavenly chance realm? The relationship between us also only stayed at the most basic level of friends. You're making it sound like how much you like me now. Poisoning, forcing, things I don't care about. Is it hard to believe that you really think I'd accept that? Jin Xingyao, you're just a madman. I didn't see it before, and now it's too late to understand. Whatever you want to do, it's your own will that you're completely following. There is nothing more to be said. It is a fact that the severance of lust is a fact. I have made everything clear. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. When the words fell, Thousand Dust closed his mouth. Qingyao froze in place for a moment after hearing Qianshen's words. It wasn't until a long time later that she looked as if she had slowed down and looked at the Thousand Dust beneath her. I'm crazy? Qingyao looked like she didn't believe what she was saying. She actually burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, yeah, I'm the crazy one. Jin Xingyao suddenly became red in the eyes and fierce in the face, completely losing the majesty that an empress should have in the past. Thousand Dust, I was driven mad by you. Do you know that during those 2 months when you disappeared, every night when I closed my eyes while practicing, it was all about you? You're like a devil that lingers in my heart. And that time, obviously you promised me that you'd be back soon. But what about you? You actually made me wait for 2 months. I like you. That's right. I just like you. It's just that I wasn't aware of this emotion before. And I didn't realize it until you completely disappeared from my world. Thousand Dust. How long have we known each other? 7 years. From the time you barged into my world. 7 whole years have passed. Why? Why is it so easy to leave for such a long time? I was so happy after hearing your news again. Because I've been preparing for this for a long time. Thousand Dust. Do you know? In order for you to be able to stay by my side completely, during the time you were away, I had been preparing plans just waiting for you to come back. And my carefully prepared plan did work. You are indeed trapped with me. I got what I wanted. But Thousand Dust, why is it that this time when you came back, you became so cold and all but lost your former appearance? You said I was crazy. Yup. A madman who has been repressed around you for 7 whole years. It was so hard for me to get what I wanted. So hard for me to make up my mind to let you follow me around and get along well with me. But you tell me that you cut off your lust? How could you? How could you? I don't believe it. If you cut off lust, then what is the point of what I have done to you? What do you take me for? A monkey trick? I will never allow anyone to trick me. And neither will you. Thousand Dust. I've gotten all this with great difficulty. And I'm going to hold it firmly in my hand. This country or you. So, Thousand Dust. You lied to me, right? What you said about breaking off your lust and all that, it was all a lie to me, right? I did all this just to keep you by my side. All of this, it all worked, right? A majestic aura emanated from Jin Xingyao's body, pressing down on Thousand Dust's bones as they began to click, while the bedchamber began to shake. Tell me, Thousand Dust, it's all true. It's not a dream of mine. You haven't cut off your lust. You're still you, the hero of old who saved me from the water and the fire. Please, Dust, tell me. The crystalline liquid slid all the way down his eyes and finally dripped on top of his lapel. With hot tears in her eyes, Jin Xingyao seemed to be deceiving herself as she waited for her beloved's reply. Thousand Dust saw this and shook his head. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, as the pressure of Jin Xingyao's might on his body caused sharp pains to emanate from everywhere in his body. There are no more heroes for a long time. Jin Xingyao, you should understand that your current cultivation realm is far higher than mine. After saying that, Thousand Dust breathed heavily. Like I said, about breaking off lust, believe it or not, it's all up to you. Hearing these words, the tears that kept slipping down Qingyao's face finally broke the layer, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into an ugly smile. You really are heartless, and all I've said doesn't help. Well then, Chidori, you go to hell. Saying that, she slapped her palm out, and the bed underneath Thousand Dust crumbled. And because of this palm, a large amount of blood sprayed out of Chiden's mouth. Fresh blood instantly dyed the originally pure white bedding red, as Jin Changyao looked down at Qianwen, whose breath was rapidly weakening, and pulled out a bizarre smile on her face. Since I can't have your heart, you can go to hell. Dust, don't worry, I'll be coming to stay with you soon too. tears began to flow again. And Jin Qingyao was clearly crying, yet the corners of her mouth were upturned. Dust, don't blame me, I just love you so much. With that, she was about to slap down another palm. However, at that moment, a golden light burst out from within Qianwan's body. This golden light instantly illuminated the entire bedchamber. And now Qingyao's figure even flew directly backwards at this time. After ruthlessly smashing onto the ground, Jin Qingyao looked at Qianwan incredulously, only to see that golden light wrapped Qianwan in death. And then, in front of Jin Qingyao, suddenly flew towards the outside of the bedchamber. Seeing this, Jin Qingyao didn't have any hesitation as she waved her hand and a piece of clothing appeared on her, after which, she hurriedly ran her aura and chased after them. Dust, you can't leave. The moment that golden light appeared, Qianwan lost his consciousness, and he naturally couldn't hear I'm Qingyao's call. Chapter 44, Am I Alive? A golden stream of light crossed the sky like a meteor, illuminating the entire sky for a few moments. After chasing out of the bedchamber, Jin Qingyao could only watch the golden light go far away. Even though she had the cultivation of the transformation of God stage, it was useless at this moment. Chidori! Her unwillingly angry cry echoed through the air. However, when that golden light completely disappeared into thin air, it was as if her body suddenly lost all of its strength, and her entire body froze in place, standing stupidly in the air. What's wrong with me? Jin Qingyao looked at her palms incredulously. She really couldn't comprehend what she had just done. Why would I want to kill Dust? Jin Qingyao's hands tightly covered her head. Tears uncontrollably gushed out of her eyes as she cried out in pain. No, it shouldn't be like this. Dust, we should have gotten married. Sorry. It was only at this moment that Jin Qingyao woke up as if from a dream, realizing that she had just been in the midst of extreme anger and had almost done something wrong that she would regret. But luckily, Thousand Dust didn't die. He's still alive. Dust, don't hate me. Please, don't hate me. I really didn't mean it. Jin Qingyao's voice trembled, her heart filled with endless pain and remorse. Even if Thousand Dust had really cut off her lust, she could still completely pretend that he hadn't cut it off in general and continue to keep him by her side. But now, how could she do that? She just tried to kill the sweetheart who protected her growing up. Dust, don't blame me. Jin Qingyao sobbed like a helpless child, tears sliding down her cheeks. She couldn't believe she had done such a horrible thing and was filled with remorse and regret. Meanwhile, on the streets of Cloud City, Yi Lingling stood in the middle of the crowd, her eyes staring vacantly at the sky. She seemed to be attracted by the mysterious golden light just now, but it was as if she had lost her soul. She slowly raised her head, her gaze locking onto Jin Qingyao in the sky. She watched carefully, trying to find Chidori Dust. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any trace of Thousand Dust. Yi Lingling's numb expression instantly became incomparably flustered. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. Logically speaking, Qianwan should be right beside that empress. Why is it that there is only Jin Qingyao alone in midair right now? Yi Lingling's heart sank to the bottom, and she felt a wave of despair. Senior brother, where have you been again? Linger is having a hard time finding you. She frowned, recalling the direction in which the wisp of golden light had just departed. Perhaps it was in that direction that her senior brother had departed. Thinking of this, Yi Lingling did not hesitate to quicken her pace and ran towards the place where the golden light flashed by. At the same time, Mu Qingyin, who was anxiously searching for Yi Lingling, was also briefly attracted by the golden light that suddenly appeared. However, she didn't pay too much attention to the golden light, and only felt a slight trace of doubt in her heart. After all, in this mysterious world, strange phenomena are commonplace. At the moment, she was more concerned about how to find Yi Lingling as soon as possible. Thus, Mu Qingyin continued to keep searching for Yi Lingling's figure, hoping to find her quickly. However, she did not notice that Yi Lingling had already started to rush towards the outskirts of Cloud City at that moment. When Thousand Dust opened his eyes in a daze, what he saw was a completely unfamiliar sight. All around him was white, as if he was in a huge white space, and it was as if he was floating in the air. What is this place? He mumbled somewhat blankly, trying to make sense of the situation before him. Suddenly, a sharp headache hit him, causing him to frown. He tried to recall what had happened before, and in the end, he only remembered that he had been severely slapped by Jin Qingyao, and then he lost consciousness. The very moment he closed his eyes, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed by. Where the hell did that golden glow come from? Thousand Dust sat in this void of space and fell into deep thought. Could it be? He suddenly called out silently to the system in his mind, but received no response. Forget it. He sighed softly and stood up slowly. Right at this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly came from the distance, growing clearer and clearer from afar, and eventually reaching Thousand Dust's ears. You finally woke up? The voice was so full of mystery that one couldn't help but be intrigued. Who is it? Thousand Dust looked around alertly for the source of the sound. However, he saw nothing but endless white. Suddenly, countless tiny particles surfaced in front of Thousand Dust's eyes, and they quickly converged into a human form. Did you save me? Thousand Dust asked suspiciously. That's right, the humanoid responded. What is this place? Thousand Dust looked around, trying to find an answer. This is my inner space, the humanoid explained. Your inner space? Does that mean you're a magic treasure? Thousand Dust carefully guessed. Well, to be precise, I'm the metamorphic suit, which is its aura. The humanoid replied affirmatively. In that case, I'm inside the yuan-shaped clothes right now? Thousand Dust bowed his head in thought for a moment, then looked up and said slowly, Indeed, the humanoid confirmed. Thousand Dust was silent and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and asked softly, So, am I still alive? Of course, if you are already dead, you will enter the way of reincarnation. The humanoid patiently answered. I see, so should I stay here to recuperate? Thousand Dust asked again. Hearing Thousand Dust's question, the humanoid shook his head. You can only stay here for now, the time is almost up. As soon as the humanoid's voice fell, Thousand Dust felt a wave of dizziness once again. Wait, Thousand Dust reached out his hand and wanted to say something else. However, his eyes went black and his consciousness fell into darkness once again. Opening his eyes once again, there was no longer a white space in front of Thousand Dust. He came back to his senses and hurriedly took out the yuan-shaped clothes from his storage space. Metamorphic clothing? As if hearing Thousand Dust's call, the ethereal voice from the party once again resounded in Thousand Dust's mind. Because I consumed too much energy, so I need some time to replenish some. During this time you should act carefully and not fall into that kind of situation again. As the words fell, the yuan-shaped clothes transformed into a golden light and disappeared into Thousand Dust's storage ring. Seeing this, Thousand Dust had no choice but to wait for the yuan-shaped clothes to recover completely before asking about the doubts in his heart. This light Yao is really heavy-handed. Thousand Dust covered his chest that was still sending out sharp pains and shook his head with a bitter smile. Well, gotta figure out where we are now to. Chapter 45, Fox Fairy Valley. Looking around, Thousand Dust realized that he was in the middle of a gloomy forest. It was dimly lit and eerie, as if it hid endless dangers and secrets. There was nothing else around but dense trees. The trees were tall and stout, with bushy branches and leaves, forming a green barrier that made it difficult to see the road ahead. Thousand Dust tried to walk forward, but with every step, a sharp pain would come from his chest, making it almost unbearable for him. He had no choice but to search for a nearby tree, lean under it, and sit down on his knees. Taking out a 5th grade healing elixir from the storage space, he put it into his mouth, gently chewed and swallowed it. As the elixir entered his stomach, a warmth quickly spread throughout his body, causing Qianluan to feel an inexplicable comfort. Although the pain in his chest had not completely disappeared, it was much less severe compared to before. Thousand Dust closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to adjust the operation of the aura in his body to accelerate the recovery of his injuries. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense and vigilantly observed his surroundings. After all, in this mysterious forest, no one knew what would happen next. After his body recovered a bit, Thousand Dust slowly opened his eyes and tried to stand up once again. This time, he managed to stand up, and although his pace was still a bit slow, it was already much better than earlier. At this moment, the damage caused by Ima Qingyao already had little effect on his actions, so Qian Shen planned to leave this place first and figure out what this place was. Most importantly, he had to find out if he was still within the clear domain continent first. This was a question he wanted to ask Yuan-shaped cloth's spiritual sense, but since Yuan-shaped cloth was recovering its vitality at the moment, he had no choice but to figure it out on his own. Because of the damage to his body, although he had taken the healing elixir, he would need to recuperate for a few more days before he could fly with his sword. Therefore, Thousand Dust could only vanish in one direction of the forest at his fastest speed. The surroundings began to regress, and Thousand Dust's divine sense enveloped a few miles around. However, his divine sense did not sense any powerful presence. It was also a secret relief for him. After all, he was now heavily injured, and if he encountered some powerful demonic beasts, the situation would be a bit grim. Thousand Dust traveled forward, not knowing how much time had passed. He watched the sky go from light to dark, so he planned to find a safe place to rest for a while. He found a clearing where the trees were sparse compared to the rest of the area and the view was relatively wide. Raising a bonfire, Thousand Dust looked at the pleasant flames. Then he lightly closed his eyes and began to regulate his vitality. However, when he closed his eyes, a small cloud of white creatures was creeping towards him. The white creature seemed to be attracted by the bonfire in front of Thousand Dust as it crept and ran quickly to the bonfire. Its tiny nose kept sniffing around the campfire as if it was looking for something. However, there was nothing else but the smell of burning branches. Seemingly resigned, it moved a little closer to the campfire. Just then, however, its nose became hot all of a sudden, and feeling the pain, the little creature screamed miserably and suddenly ran away all of a sudden, its white back disappearing into the darkness without a trace. Thousand Dust slowly opened his eyes, and there was a slight doubt in his eyes. Little fox? All this way? He hadn't found the fox around, and he didn't know where this guy had popped out from. Just as Thousand Dust shook his head, intending to continue to recuperate, suddenly, a powerful aura came from the distance. That aura was at least a Jindan stage cultivation demonic beast. Seeing this, Thousand Dust furrowed his brows slightly. With his current physical condition, it was better not to actively provoke these demonic beasts. So, he then planned to continue his journey. However, when he was about to put out the campfire and move on, the powerful aura in the distance suddenly ran towards him. It was obvious that the demonic beast was targeting him. Thousand Dust didn't hesitate for a second, and after casually extinguishing the bonfire, he quickly concealed his vitality and disappeared into the darkness. In just 2 breaths of time after he left, a woman came to where he was just now. "Seer, you said something here hurt you?" The woman looked no different from a normal person. However, she had 2 ears growing from the top of her head, and behind her, 3 white tails were standing silently. Behind her, a small white fox looked around timidly, then it walked over to the campfire. It called out a few times, and the woman sniffed and walked over to the campfire. "Isn't that just a mass of burned branches? Wait, this scent is human? How did he enter here? No, I have to report this matter to the elders." Saying that, the woman suddenly held the white little fox in her arms and quickly rushed towards the direction where Thousand Dust had vanished. However, because she was in a hurry, she surprisingly did not notice Thousand Dust, who was constantly wandering in the forest. After a long time, the woman brought the little white fox into a valley. "No good, no good." Accompanied by a rush of calls, the woman led the little white fox to quickly walk into the palace deep inside the Fox Fairy Valley. What's the panic? At this moment, there was only one very dazzling-looking fairy inside the palace, who was reclining on a long chair, holding a bundle of bamboo slips in her hand. "Lord Valley Master, a human has entered Fox Fairy Valley's territory." The woman fell to her knees, her tone one of unrivaled panic. "Oh, after so many years, someone actually broke through the boundary? Interesting." Someone. Along with her command, many Fox Clan cultivators in armor suddenly appeared inside the palace. "Come with me and see what that man is made of." Yes, the Fox Immortal Valley Master flew quickly towards the outside of the palace, while those Fox Clan cultivators followed behind her. Meanwhile, Thousand Dust, who was still moving forward in the forest, didn't realize that great dangers were rapidly coming towards him. He is still moving forward in the direction he has decided to go. At this moment, he realized that the trees around him gradually became sparse, and a huge mountain range appeared in the distance at some point. Thousand Dust looked at that mountain range and sighed helplessly. Let's just hope there are people there. He was running his aura and was planning to move on, but he didn't want a very powerful pressure to suddenly lock onto him. This mighty pressure was more than a match for this lightning yowl. Thousand Dust was instantly fixed in place, unable to move. Suddenly, countless figures appeared in the sky, and they all stared at Thousand Dust in death, like he was a very powerful enemy. "Who are you? How did you enter the Fox Fairy Valley?" Hearing this ethereal voice, a cold sweat began to break out continuously on Thousand Dust's forehead, because the spirit pressure that made him unable to move was coming from the person who spoke. Chapter 46, The Fifth Raider. Thousand Dust was puzzled in his mind. He was a little confused as to what the man meant by what he said. "What do you mean?" He spoke with difficulty. "Oh, do you not know where this is? Or are you just playing dumb?" The man stared at Thousand Dust with amusement, as if he had seen through him. Hearing this, Thousand Dust subconsciously shook his head. However, the moment he shook his head, the man suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the demonic face of the woman in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Thousand Dust's eyes. "It's amazing how fast she is. A liar is a man who swallows 1,000 needles. Yo, I really didn't know this was Fox Fairy Valley when I woke up and appeared here." Bai Zhu looked at Qianwan and realized that there was no change in his demeanor, and his eyes were just calm in the face of danger. Oh, you said when you woke up, you appeared here? She narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes full of distrust. Indeed. As to the reason for this, I am sorry. I am not sure, and if I have offended you, I hereby say I am sorry. I'd like to get out of here if I could. When White Ancestor saw that Thousand Dust really didn't seem to be lying, so she opened her mouth to inquire. What's your name and where are you from? Thousand Dust. Clear Domain Continent. Oh, Thousand Dust? Hearing this name, Bai Zhu seemed to feel some familiarity. A flash of playfulness flashed through her mind. This is the Clear Domain Continent, and you're a Jindan stage cultivator? What is your clan called? Thousand Dust was silent for a moment, slowly shaking his head. Sorry, it's not convenient. Before he could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted in the air. It's not up to you. If you don't say it, then I'll have to let you vanish into reincarnation now. Seeing Bai Zhu's eyes glazed over, Qianwan did not doubt the credibility of her words in the slightest, so Qianwan slowly spoke. Elder comes from the Hope Spirit sect, but, because of some reasons, Senior is being hunted down by the sect. It really is the spirit-looking sect. White Ancestor looked at Qianwan and revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad, and quite handsome. Bai Zhu let go of his hand, and due to gravity, Thousand Dust sat on his but on the ground. Why are you being hunted by the clan? Because some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Come on man, bring him back to me and watch him. With Bai Zhu's order, two people suddenly came up beside Qianwan. They pressed Qianwan's hands behind his back, and right at this moment, I don't know if it was because of the White Ancestor's action just now, but the wounds all over Qianwan's body suddenly began to transmit bursts of intense pain again, and Thousand Dust's brain felt a burst of dizziness, but in a moment, he passed out. Watching Chidori fall to the ground in one fell swoop, Bai Zhu shook his head. I don't know if you or will blame me. That girl Bai Zhu waved her hand, and with the sound of her voice, the surroundings instantly cleared up. Go back, all of you. I'll watch him myself. Valley Master. It was getting late, so without hesitation, all of these fox clans turned around and left, and White Ancestor walked over to Thousand Dust and picked him up in a hug. Rainy, now you should be happy. Bai Zhu looked at Qianwan in his arms, his tone filled with helplessness. As the words fell, her figure disappeared like a ghost. I don't know how long had passed, but when Qian opened his eyes again, he realized that he was currently lying on top of a stone bed. The stone bed came with an icy cool touch and carried a pure aura. Thousand Dust realized that the injuries on his body were suddenly much lighter. He lowered his head and looked at his body, only to find that he was currently naked, and there was suddenly an extra layer of bandages on his chest. Where is this place? Thousand Dust covered his head, carefully recalling everything that happened before he passed out. Fox Fairy Valley. Senior. After remembering everything, Thousand Dust looked around. This is still the Clear Domain Continent. He felt a bit helpless. He had thought of leaving the Clear Domain Continent after he had gotten away from Jin Xingyao, but he had never thought that after going around and around, he would still be within the Clear Domain Continent. Getting off the stone bed, Thousand Dust tried to move his body. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in his body, he intended to figure out if he was still in the Fox Fairy Valley that Senior had spoken of. However, when he had just taken 2 steps, a delicate cry entered his ears. Gongzi, you're so badly injured. Don't act rashly. Thousand Dust looked at the owner of the voice and realized it was a young girl with fox ears on her head. The young girl was a good-looking girl, and she quickly walked over to Thousand Dust and circled around him several times, looking him over. Seeing that Chidori wasn't in any discomfort, she breathed a slow sigh of relief. Gongzi, quickly return to Linglong's bed and lie down. If not, if anything happens to you later, the Valley Master will surely be the only one to ask me. Hearing this, Chen didn't resist in any way, but allowed that Fox Clan girl to lead him back to the stone bed. Where is this? My lord, this is the Linglong Hall. The reason you are here is because your injuries are too severe and you need to lie on the Linglong bed to nourish your body. The Fox Maiden patiently explained. Gongzi, wait here first, I'll go inform the Valley Master. Saying that, the Fox Maiden quickly ran towards the outside, and Shidan realized that he was still in the Fox Fairy Valley at this time. It seems that Senior did not throw me out. Thousand Dust felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. I don't know how much time had passed, but the Fox Maiden came back with a porcelain bowl in her hand. Your Excellency, drink the medicine, and after you do, you'll be going to see the Valley Master. The Fox Maiden scooped up a scoop of medicine with a spoon. and then placed it to her mouth and blew on it before handing it over to Qian Chen. Seeing this, Thousand Dust opened his mouth and drank the medicine from the spoon. After finishing the bowl full of tonics, Thousand Dust's mouth was filled with a bitter taste, but compared to the pain in his body, he still found the bitter medicine better. Alright Gongzi, pack up, it's time to go see the Valley Master. After saying that, the Fox Maiden put the already clean porcelain bowl back into the dinner plate and carried it away from the room where Chidwan was. Seeing this, Thousand Dust got off the stone bed and took out a brand new set of clothes from within the storage space to change into. A few moments later, the fox girl returned to the room, and she walked over to Thousand Dust, who was wearing a long white coat. Sir, please follow me. Thousand Dust nodded as he unhurriedly followed behind the Fox Maiden. After exiting the Linglong Hall and going through 3 more turns, Qianwan heard a voice that was very familiar 7 years ago. Mother, what exactly is this surprise you speak of? The voice rang out from within the great hall, clearly reaching Thousand Dust's ears. Bai Yu? Thousand Dust felt a bit surprised, and after a moment, he slowed down, while that Fox Clan girl led him to stand in front of the gate of the great hall, and did not hurry to enter. My lord, wait outside for a moment first. Chapter 47, You're not leaving. You're not going anywhere. Bai Yu is one of Chiden's raiders. However, for some reason they haven't seen each other in 7 years. Remembering when they parted, Bai Yu's favorability towards Qianwan had already reached 69 points, just one step away from the critical value of 70 points. According to the system, 70 points of favorability meant treating the other person as a lover. Unfortunately, Thousand Dust's quest objective was to raise his favorability to 90 points, which was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Even though 7 years had passed, Thousand Dust still vaguely remembered Bai Yu's voice. After all, during the first 3 years of crossing over, Bai Yu had been by his side and was an important figure in his life, and she was the first one designated by the system that Chidori needed to be rated. However, what made Thousand Dust feel puzzled was why Bai Yu would appear in the Fox Fairy Valley. From the name, Fox Immortal Valley should be a place filled with Fox Clan cultivators, but the quest information that the system had initially provided him with did not mention that Bai Yu was related to the Fox Clan. Combining all the previous experiences, Thousand Dust realized that the system might be hiding something important. Just as Thousand Dust pondered, the conversation between White Ancestor and Bai Yu suddenly came again from within the large hall in front of him. Mother, you didn't see the surprise you mentioned. Bai Yu's voice was soft, and her tone sounded a bit downcast, as if she had lost her motivation for life. Don't be so disheveled. Bai Zhu shook his head. Mother, wants to go and rest some. Hey, you girl, ever since you came back from the last outing you've been looking like this. Is that man that good? Worthy of your tea and rice chanting for these 7 years? White Ancestor's words contained the implication of hatred. Mother, you don't understand. Forget it. Anyway, Mother, you must be teasing me even if you say anything about surprises. If Mother really wants to make you happier, let you go out once more. Really? I don't understand her coming. Bai Zhu's voice took on a touch of snark. Do you think that if I brought back your so-called brother Dust, would you be able to cultivate well and head to the Holy Land to complete the trial? If Mother can really bring brother Dust to this Fox Immortal Valley, you will naturally willingly go to the sacred ground to try out. In Bai Yu's questioning but expectant gaze, Bai Zhu suddenly burst out laughing. True enough, I don't even know what to say about you after being mesmerized by a human man like this. Hearing this, Bai Yu's original expectant gaze dimmed again. Mother, don't tease me. If there's nothing else, you will leave first. Go on. I hope you don't shed any tears when you get out of this great hall. As the voice fell, Bai Yu shook her head and without hesitation, she turned around and walked towards the entrance of the main hall. Mother, I'm not a child anymore. How can I cry all of a sudden? She hung her head low and pushed open the doors to the great hall. Just then, she suddenly felt a familiar aura. This breath, it's Brother Dust? Turning sideways, when she raised her head, she met the line of sight cast by Chidori. For some reason, Bai Yu suddenly panicked. Her heart suddenly felt like a frightened deer, crashing inside her chest. Dust, brother? Bai Yu reached out her hand, wanting to touch the person in front of her who made her think about him day and night. Thousand Dust's figure gradually became disoriented, making her think for a moment that the familiar person in front of her was just a foamy vapor. Just a light touch and it goes up in smoke. Long time no see. Although Thousand Dust's words sounded calm, in the ears of Bai Yu, who hadn't heard this voice for 7 years, it was like heavenly music that was intoxicating. I must be dreaming, right? looking at Bai Yu's stunningly beautiful Danfang eyes turning red, and her incredulous expression. Thousand Dust let out a helpless sigh. It's not a dream. Yu, because of some reason, I did come to the Fox Fairy Valley. With a wow sound, Bai Yu jumped into Qianduan's arms, her white ears constantly sweeping over Qianduan's cheeks. Brother Dust, if this is a dream, make sure you don't let me wake up. Feeling the wetness coming from his chest, he had no choice but to gently hug Bai Yu, letting her pamper herself in his arms to her heart's content. Bai Yu, on the other hand, was greedily sucking in the scent of Qianduan's body, as if she was trying to suck back all that she had lost in these 7 years. Her body trembled slightly, her nose was sore and her tone was drawling. The feeling of being lost and found was too precious to be forgotten for a moment. Yo, what little girl said she wasn't a kid anymore and wouldn't cry at the drop of a hat? Bai Zu's flirtatious voice echoed in the air from far away. Her figure walked out of the great hall and looked at Bai Yu, who was hugging Qianduan to death, with doting and helplessness in her eyes. However, Bai Yu didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, she kept rubbing herself against Qianduan. You're really not ashamed in this public? These words rang out, but Bai Yu still didn't have any reaction. White Ancestor shook his head, his tone rather helpless. Rainy, you'll have plenty of time to get bored later. Qidan, you shouldn't spoil her either. Hearing this, Thousand Dust slightly loosened his hand. Yu, without waiting for Thousand Dust to finish his speech, Bai Yu in his arms suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were red, but her eyes were bright. Brother Dust, you're not allowed to leave again. Not anywhere. There were obvious traces of tears on her cheeks, and seeing this, Thousand Dust wiped them for her with his sleeve. Afterwards, Thousand Dust placed his hand on her head and gently rubbed it. Yu, Senior has done me a favor. If I want to leave, I have to return this favor first. Aha! Bai Yu nodded fiercely, and after a moment, she reluctantly let go of her hand. It was only when she stood beside Qianduan that Bai Yu seemed to feel the unique shyness of a young girl. Her cheeks slightly red. She looked around and realized that not only the soldiers stationed in the Great Hall or the maids who took care of Thousand Dust were all looking at her in unison. She lowered her head and subconsciously reached out her hand, grabbing the corner of Thousand Dust's coat. Yo, you're shy now? Where's that brute strength you had when you hugged Qidan just now? In the face of her own mother's damaging words, if it was before, Bai Yu would have disliked it back, but now that Qianduan was by her side, she just gripped Qianduan's clothes a little tighter. Bai Zu noticed Bai Yu's movements and inwardly sighed for Qianduan. Although Bai Yu looks simple and shy, but the inner ghost ideas can be a lot of. Thousand Dust can only seek their own blessings. Chapter 48 Bai Yu's Big Secret. Alright, I'm not lying, right? The person you want to see is now right in front of your eyes. What you just said will stand. Bai Zu looked at Bai Yu and said with a smile. At those words, Bai Yu raised her head. It was not easy for her to meet up with Qianduan again. She definitely wanted to stay well together. She wanted to argue some more. However, when she met Bai Zu's gaze, she swallowed the words she wanted to say. Only White Ancestor's gaze was chilly, and the oppression in it was self-evident. Should even your own words not count? You've been dragging this out for 3 years. What? Do you want to keep dragging it out? If so, I wouldn't mind just throwing him out. Mother, don't. I'll just go. Bai Yu raised her head and suddenly hugged Thousand Dust's arm. Rainy will just go. But not today. I want to talk to Brother Dust. White Ancestor glanced at Thousand Dust, then nodded slightly. Tomorrow at the latest, or suffer the consequences. Alright, you guys go back. With that, White Ancestor transformed into a gust of wind and drilled into the Great Hall. As the surrounding area regained its silence, Bai Yu looked sideways at Qianduan with a smile on her face. Brother Dust, let's go. Ink-black long hair was casually draped behind her back, and on her head was a pair of white furry ears, while behind Bai Yu, 9 tails were swaying slightly. Her voice was soft, and with her bright, seductive eyes, one couldn't help but look at her. You're actually a fox? Thousand Dust's voice was filled with doubt. What's wrong? Does Brother Dust not like the foxes? Thousand Dust shook his head. Then, in a slow voice, he said, that's not true. I just didn't expect it. But once upon a time, you didn't show any of the characteristics of the Fox clan, except for being born beautiful. Hearing Qianduan's words, Bai Yu slightly lowered her head, and the originally fair skin of her cheeks and ears suddenly turned into a tantalizing pink color. Brother Dust, you didn't mean to hide. Bai Yu suddenly stopped talking as she looked around and realized that the guards in front of the gate of the Great Hall were actually still looking at her and Qianduan. Brother Dust, Change the place. It's not convenient here. That's a good point. Bai Yu had a smile on her face that was like the spring breeze, as she took Chen Shen's hand and her figure gradually disappeared outside the main hall. The Holy Maiden Lord even has this kind of small woman appearance, which is a bit of an eye-opener for me. One of the guards looked at where the two had left and said with some surprise, weren't there rumors earlier? Missy, she traveled to the Red Dust in her training and befriended a human man, and came back with a drastic change in her temperament. But these are all just hearsay. We'd better get on with our own business. Don't be happy when Missy is in a bad mood and takes you for a ride. Also, if you are very free, go to the Coldlands for 2 days. Bai Zhu's ice-cold voice came from within the hall, and these two guards suddenly shivered physically and hurriedly stood up straight. Valley Master, we will definitely stick to our posts and stop gossiping. Inside the main hall, Bai Zhu's divine sense watched Xian Chen and Bai Yu, who were walking towards the Holy Maiden Hall, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. This girl, it's like me back then. Bai Yu brought Xian Chen straight back into the Linglong Hall. Seeing that he had returned to this familiar palace, Thousand Dust's gaze became a little odd. At that moment, the Fox Maiden who had served Thousand Dust suddenly appeared in front of him. My lady. She bowed slightly and gave a curtsy. After Chen Chen arrived at the hall where the Fox Demon Senior was just now, this maid left on her own, so she came back. Is this where you live? Rainy. Thousand Dust suddenly asked out loud to Bai Yu beside him. Naturally not, Brother Dust, but I often come here to play. Bai Yu spoke carefully. I rest here occasionally. Is that so? Thousand Dust lowered his head. He had thought that Bai Yu lived here. If that was the case, then Bai Yu should have known of his arrival a long time ago. Bai Yu's heart was weak at this time. The reason why she didn't bring Chen back inside the Holy Maiden Hall wasn't because her bedchamber was too messy. After returning to the Fox Fairy Valley from the Red Dust, she had locked herself up in her room all day, and no one was allowed to enter, including her mother. And right now, there was a lot of evidence of her nymphomania inside her room, so she wasn't going to be stupid enough to take Chidori directly back. What should we do now? Why don't we move to Linglong Hall? But this is where her mother lives. I don't know if she would mind. Bai Yu shook her head and finally made up her mind to clean up her Holy Maiden Hall. So then, she began to transmit her voice to the maids of honor in the Holy Maiden Hall. And when Xian Chen came back to his senses, he saw Bai Yu lowering her head as if she was thinking, so he just stopped making a sound and let her think about it. Sir, Miss, tea. The maid brought a dinner plate, took out 2 teacups from it, placed them on the table not far away, and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Thousand Dust looked to his side, but realized that Bai Yu still seemed to be engrossed in her own thoughts, so he slowly spoke out. Rainy? And hearing Thousand Dust's call, Bai Yu raised her head at the first opportunity. Brother Dust, what's wrong? Following Qinduan's line of sight, Bai Yu noticed 2 teacups on the long table that were still steaming. Oh, Brother Dust, go. Bai Yu pulled Qinduan and walked quickly to the table to sit down. Thousand Dust still had many doubts within his heart regarding the former, so after taking his seat, he softly said, Rainy, was there some important reason why you left without saying goodbye in the first place? Thousand Dust recalled the events of 7 years ago, and until now, he still didn't know why Bai Yu had left without saying goodbye. After all, at that time, he had thought that he would be able to successfully complete his first mission. However, Bai Yu's sudden disappearance had given him a head start, so much so that it had dissipated a lot of his confidence, and though he had searched for her, all to no avail. Even the system advised him not to look for it, he couldn't find it, and then, he was assigned a raider, namely, Jin Xungyao. Hearing Thousand Dust's words, Bai Yu visibly froze. Her face instantly flushed bright red as she thought back to that night 7 years ago. Although Qinduan was in a comatose state at that time, but she wasn't. Every time she recalled the scenes of that night, Bai Yu felt unusually excited. But the good thing is that it didn't leave much of a consequence other than some pain. This, that. Bai Yu's 2 index fingers poked each other, revealing a shy smile. Brother Dust, I'll explain it for you later. I'm a little embarrassed. Thousand Dust furrowed his brows slightly, not understanding what there was to be embarrassed about. But he didn't pursue it any further. It's not convenient to say then forget it. Suddenly, Bai Yu took hold of Qinduan's hand. No, Brother Dust, I'll explain everything. It'll just take some time. Trust me, Brother Dust. Looking at Bai Yu's resolute eyes, Qinduan subconsciously nodded his head. Chapter 49 Evidence of Nymphomania. I'm crazy. Fushan Dynasty, Cloud City. Deep within the palace, Im Changyao's despondent voice echoed within the bedchamber. Everything here was the same as when Thousand Dust had just left. The damaged beds and couches, the blood-stained bedding, everything, nothing had changed. And beside the paralyzed bed couch, Im Changyao was half kneeling on the ground, her hands supporting her body, and her mouth was still chanting something. I'm sorry, I'm crazy. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes and gradually dripped down on top of the ground, remorse drowning her sanity. The long black hair that was always clean and neatly organized in the past was now casually draped behind her, all but losing its empress aura. Her breath was disorganized, her eyes were dull, and she kept confessing. Dust, I'm sorry. Obviously, Chidwan had already stayed by her side peacefully for so long. Why did she still not feel contented? Even thinking about the two of them martyring themselves together? Ima Qingyao doesn't understand what's wrong with her. And after doing such a big wrong thing, the thing that made Ima Qingyao feel most desperate was that she no longer had a chance. Thousand Dust had already cut off her lust. So how could she get him to forgive himself and renew his feelings for her? That's just a little bit harder than getting to the top. The celestial mirror. Right. I still have the mirror of heavenly chance. It will definitely tell me what to do. It was as if Jin Qingyao had suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. Her eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to take out the Tianji mirror from her storage space. And at the sight of the familiar mirror, she couldn't help but reach out and gently caress it. Memories of the past also come to mind. What's your name? Why are you so miserable? It's just that. Come with me. These were the words he said when Im Qingyao met Qian Shen for the first time. No. I can't give up. Qian Shen's face kept flashing within her mind. And as if she could no longer endure something, Im Qingyao collapsed to the ground clutching her head. After a long time, she looked at her own wretched cheeks reflected within the mirror, and the corner of her mouth curled into a bitter smile. Is this your punishment for me? Dust, I will find you. Just please look at me again. Meanwhile, in the Fox Fairy Valley, inside the Linglong Hall, Brother Dust, why don't you stay here for a while? Yuer still has an important matter unfinished and needs to make a trip back to the Holy Maiden Hall now. Bai Yu looked over to Qian Chen, who was picking up a teacup beside her and preparing to take a small sip. Rainy, just go do whatever you need to do without thinking about me. Thousand Dust looked toward Bai Yu and said indifferently, and after hearing his words, Bai Yu slightly furrowed her brows. Even though she hadn't seen him in 7 years, she could still feel that Qian Shen's tone of voice seemed to have changed quite a bit. That's good, Brother Dust. Be good and wait for me here, yo. Yuer will be back soon. However, she didn't care too much about it, but suddenly came over to Thousand Dust and planted a kiss on his cheek. After doing this, Bai Yu shyly and quickly ran away, watching her back rapidly move away until it disappeared into thin air. Thousand Dust only managed to return to his senses. He reached out his hand, stroking the cheek that had just been kissed by Bai Yu, and let out a helpless laugh. What is the meaning of this? Thousand Dust was a little confused as to why Bai Yu was suddenly kissing him, but he didn't think much of it, just lifted his own teacup and sipped it alone. For the Fox clan maid who witnessed all of this, but she revealed a meaningful smile. So Missy is still shy. After Bai Yu left the Linglong Hall, she rose up into the air and flew straight toward the Holy Maiden Hall, and upon arriving at the Holy Maiden's Hall, she noticed at a glance the ever-busy maids in her hall. Miss, upon seeing Bai Yu, they coincidentally stopped their hands and neatly saluted Bai Yu. Okay, you guys clean up faster. Don't get delayed. After leaving these words behind, Bai Yu went straight back to the room she was staying in. It's a good thing we didn't bring Brother Dust back here. Bai Yu secretly sighed in relief. She looked around the room that she had made into a whole scene of nymphomania and felt a pang of shame in her heart. If Brother Dust finds out the words, Bai Yu covered her face, not even daring to think about it further. No. Hurry up and put the room in order and pick up Brother Dust is the right thing to do. Bai Yu rushed into the room. On the walls of the room was the Thousand Dusts painted by the famous artist of the Fox Fairy Valley that Bai Yu had entrusted to her. All shapes and sizes, sleeping, angry, tender, naked. Anyway, that artist was able to draw all that she saw and thought according to the claim. These scrolls were plastered all over Bai Yu's entire room, and with the impending need to clean them up, Bai Yu was still feeling a little heartbroken. After all, these are the ones she paid good money to fix. With a helpless sigh, Bai Yu quickly removed these scrolls from the wall, and then threw them into her storage space in a brain. After cleaning up the scrolls on the wall, Bai Yu walked over to her desk. She picked up a transparent porcelain vase on the desk and poured out 3 or 2 strands of hair from it, placing it in front of her nose and smelling it. No, there's no more smell. We need to get 2 more when Brother Dust isn't looking. She frowned in thought and placed the transparent porcelain vase into the storage space as well. A few moments later, she walked over to the bed and looked at the one-to-one, life-size replica of the Thousand Dust sculpture she had commissioned to be built. Although it was a clay figure, due to the application of some spells, the clay figure was not too far from a normal person to the touch, but she didn't do anything out of the ordinary with it, only occasionally hugging it to relieve her pain of longing. Actually, 20 hours out of 24 a day is spent cuddling mudbloods. Brother Dust has returned, so naturally you're no longer useful. Saying that, Yu didn't hesitate to also throw the clayman in front of her into the storage space. After doing so, Yu looked at the bed and couch, only to see that it was filled with talking books. Tidying up again on the bed and couch all those imaginary talking books she had composed between her and Chidan, the room was finally clean and tidy again. Phew! Yu let out a long sigh of relief as she reached out her hand and wiped the non-existent sweat from her head. Now Brother Dust definitely won't be able to find out anything even if he lives here. Well, my going to find him quickly is the only way. Thinking of this, Yu left the room, and the maidservants outside the room had long since left, making the entire Holy Maiden Hall look clean and tidy. It'll definitely make a good impression on Brother Dust, Yu said happily to herself as she rose up into the air and flew straight toward the Linglong Hall. Chapter 50 Yu's Confession. Brother Dust. Brother Dust. Before you see them, you hear them. Only when Yu's voice faded away did she slowly and leisurely step inside the Linglong Hall. Hey, Brother Dust. I've kept you waiting. Yu walked over to Qianwan and slowly took his seat, a smug smile spreading across his face. Thousand Dust looked at her with a puzzled look on his face, wondering why she was smiling so happily. Shaking his head, Thousand Dust said softly, actually, it wasn't too long of a wait, just half an hour. After saying that, he gently put down the teacup in his hand. The tea inside was already at the bottom, only a few leftover leaves remained. Yu subconsciously looked at the cheek that Qianshen had just been kissed on, noting that a faint vermilion color still remained on it in the exact shape of her lips, and her smile became even brighter, because that's what she left behind on purpose. Alright, Brother Dust, I'm done with my business. Why don't we go to the Holy Maiden Hall to play now? Holy Maiden Hall? Thousand Dust suddenly remembered Yu's previous address to her seniors. She addressed that powerful senior as her mother, so perhaps that senior was the very owner of this Fox Fairy Valley, and as her daughter, Yu's being a holy maiden would make sense. That meant that Holy Maiden Hall was exactly where Yu lived. If Yu is willing, then there's no harm in going to see it. Compared to the other 4 raiders, Yu could be said to be the best in Thousand Dust's impression. Aside from the incident of leaving without saying goodbye, Thousand Dust had left little to no bad impression of Yu. Moreover, during the time that the two had met again, Thousand Dust had felt very relaxed, which was a completely different feeling from the other 4. There's no such thing as willing or unwilling. Brother Dust, if you want, Yu's door is always open for you. Yu's smile was as bright as the winter sun, sizzling hot enough to almost melt the snow that had not melted for 1,000 years. Looking at her smile, Thousand Dust froze slightly, but he quickly reacted. Then go. Yes, yes, yes. Yu pulled up Qianwan's hand at once and ran forward excitedly. Because of inertia, Thousand Dust could only run passively as well, but he quickly adapted. The two of them ran together towards the temple of the Holy Maiden. Thousand Dust looked at Yu's back in front of him, and fragmented memories from 7 years ago suddenly tumbled up. At that time, Yu seemed to be like now, holding his hand and walking through many places. She didn't seem to have changed too much now, other than the tail behind her and the ears on her head. She was the same as she was 7 years ago. On the contrary, it was himself. Not only was he cut off from his lust, not to mention, he was also suffering from the clan's pursuit. Even the other 4 raiders were not letting himself go. Thinking of this, Thousand Dust was a bit unable to tell the emotions within himself. It was a good thing he didn't even care much about it though. If he had kept those burdens on his mind, he might have broken down a long time ago. Brother Dust, what's wrong with you? Why does it look like you're a bit upset? Yu turned around at some point. She looked at Qianwan and said worriedly, me? What could be wrong? Yu, I'm fine. No need to worry. But you seem to be in a really bad mood. Brother Dust. Yu stopped. She looked at Qianwan seriously. Then, in one go, she hugged him. Brother Dust, if there's anything on your mind, you must tell Yu, okay? A gust of fragrance came from his nose. Yu's soft voice rang in Qianwan's ears, and subconsciously, Qianwan's hand rested on the top of her head. I'm really fine. Yu doesn't have to worry about me." Even Qianwan hadn't noticed that since cutting off his lust, his voice, which had always been bland and cold, had involuntarily softened a few points. "It's best if Brother Dust is okay." Bai Yu raised her head, her twinkling eyes like stars in the night sky. Her eyebrows were arched, and a gentle smile that Thousand Dust hadn't seen in a long time hung on her face. Thousand Dust didn't know how long it had been since he had been treated with such gentleness, and now, he only felt that the woman in front of him really hadn't changed at all, as delightful as ever. "Let's go then." This time, Bai Yu wasn't running, but instead, she was shoulder to shoulder with Qianduan, walking slowly. "Brother Dust, 7 years ago, leaving was not my intention," Bai Yu said carefully, seeing that Qian face did not change because of her words before she continued. "Brother Dust, you don't know that the Fox Immortal Valley has always had a tradition that every Fox clan cultivator, in the year they reach adulthood, will enter the world and undergo a trial. It could be crossing a love affair, or it could be looking for a chance. Brother Dust, you know what? When I first met you, the time of my worldly training was about to end. No more, no less, just 3 years, compared to the time when I just came into contact with the world. The 3 years I spent with you were the happiest 3 years for Rainy. I remember that Brother Dust even used to say things that you couldn't even understand at that time. It was very interesting." Hearing this, Qianduan understood that Bai Yu should be talking about the time when he had just crossed over to this world. He was still a bit naive then, and some of the habits he brought with him from the blue planet had not yet been corrected. "You do remember clearly." "I've somewhat forgotten," Thousand Dust said frankly. "Brother Dust, you mustn't forget that knowing you is the luckiest thing in Yu's life, even though it was only 3 short years. To Yu, those 3 years were the happiest time in her life, but because of the time constraints, I had to leave without saying goodbye in the first place. And the reason why Yu didn't explain it to Brother Dust was just fear. I'm afraid that if Rainy doesn't say it, she'll change her mind and not return to Fox Fairy Valley. But now, Brother Dust, you've come back to me." Bai Yu suddenly increased her speed and stopped in front of Qianwan at once. "Yu, what's wrong?" Confronted with her sudden movement, Thousand Dust spoke in confusion. "Brother Dust, it's really lucky to know you. If it's possible, can you accompany Yu all the way in the future?" Bai Yu mustered up enough courage to extend her hand, her eyes shining brightly with anticipation abounding in them. Bai Yu didn't know what was wrong with her, how she had said what she wanted to say in her heart all of a sudden. Her heart was also apprehensive all of a sudden. She was also afraid that Qianduan would reject her request. If that were the case, it would be difficult for the two to get along with the same relaxed atmosphere as the party. Looking at Bai Yu's outstretched hand, Qianduan naturally put his right hand on it. Seeing this, the 9 tails behind Bai Yu stood up at once. "Yu, if it's possible, I'm naturally willing to accompany you on your journey," Thousand Dust whispered. "Great!" Bai Yu cried out in joy and jumped into Qianduan's arms at once. "Rainy, what's wrong with you?" Thousand Dust was somewhat puzzled as he looked at Bai Yu who had once again jumped into his arms. Severed from his lust, he apparently failed to realize that those words just now were exactly Bai Yu's confession. The two aren't even on the same channel. Chapter 51, Rested My Place. "Brother Dust, it's nothing, Yu is just feeling a little happy." Bai Yu buried her head at Thousand Dust's chest, and it was because of this that Thousand Dust was able to clearly perceive the vibrations coming from her body as she spoke. Happy? As Bai Yu's friend, Thousand Dust didn't have much fluctuation inside. Well, it was fun. Bai Yu raised her head as she glanced at Thousand Dust, then left his chest. She walked over to Chidori and gently took her hand. "Brother Dust, this way, it's just like 7 years ago, right?" Bai Yu's brows were full of joy, and even her eyes were bright as she looked at Qianduan. Thousand Dust nodded slightly, so the two of them once again walked together towards the Holy Maiden Hall, perhaps in order to be able to experience more of this quiet time together with Qianduan. Bai Yu deliberately controlled her steps, which led to the two of them moving at a rather slow pace. She cautiously looked at Qianduan and realized that the other party's expression hadn't changed much, which meant that he hadn't actually noticed Bai Yu's little thoughts. Or maybe it was noticed, but not spoken of. Bai Yu only felt as if her heart was filled with honey, sweet and warm. She kept the rest of her eyes on the man beside her, taking in all his movements. But the good times would eventually come to an end, and after about half an hour, the two of them still walked to the front of the Holy Maiden Hall. By this time, the clear sky had changed to a dusky color. "Brother Dust, this is where I usually live." Bai Yu walked up to Qianduan and introduced herself cheerfully. Hearing this, Qianduan nodded as he followed Bai Yu's footsteps and walked inside the Holy Maiden Hall. When he was outside, after seeing the Holy Maiden Hall, Chen thought that the interior would be a very luxurious scene. But he didn't want to come in, and there was still a very big gap between the scene he subconsciously thought. What can I say? It seems a little empty? Aside from the pillars that supported the entire structure of the palace, there seemed to be nothing else left in the temple of the Holy Virgin. Thousand Dust didn't even see a single maid. Brother Dust, it's true that the palace is a bit cleaner, but Yu likes it cleaner. Bai Yu noticed Qianduan's gaze and spoke out to explain. Chidori nodded. It was her ego hobby, and it was really nothing. I just think there's a bit of a gap between what's in here and what it looks like on the outside. In that case, if Brother Dust doesn't like such an empty place, then I'll ask someone to move some things. Hearing this, Thousand Dust shook his head. No need to bother. However, Bai Yu pouted as if she was suddenly angry. What do you mean it's not necessary? Brother Dust, what do you mean by unnecessary? As long as it's your needs, Yu will definitely fulfill them all. She came up to Chidori at once. Due to the height difference, she could only put her entire face into Chidori's eyes when she stood on her tiptoes. Thousand Dust slightly lowered his head and looked at Bai Yu, who was full of seriousness, and a touch of helplessness flashed between his brows. That's just it. Yu, thank you for the thought, but forget about asking someone to move some things. It really isn't necessary. Alright then, Brother Dust, come on, let's go to my room. Seeing that Chen seemed truly unwilling to trouble herself, Bai Yu had no choice but to dismiss the idea of filling up the Holy Maiden Hall. She led Thousand Dust deeper into the Holy Maiden Hall, and eventually came to a room. Brother Dust, this is where Yu usually lives. Bai Yu walked forward and pulled open the door of the room, accompanied by a sound. A very clean and tidy room was reflected in Thousand Dust's eyes. Brother Dust, come on in. It's hard to believe that you're shy? Seeing that Chen stood behind the threshold and was slow to make a move, Bai Yu couldn't help but speak out to remind him. Thousand Dust wasn't shy. He just felt that it was a bit rude to just rush into a girl's room like that. But since his master had expressed that he didn't care, there was nothing for him to shrug off. So it was that he took a step and entered the room at once. Just after entering the room, Qianduan smelled the same type of ethereal fragrance as that of Bai Yu's body. Brother Dust, let me introduce you. After Bai Yu had finished introducing all of the large room, Qianduan walked with her to the door. The Holy Maiden Hall is too big. Let's stroll around together tomorrow. No, I don't have time tomorrow. I have to go to the Holy Land to participate in the trial. Let's talk about it when I have time. Right. Saying that, Bai Yu suddenly pulled open the door of the room in one go. Only the sun had reached above the horizon and was about to sink, and it was getting dark without realizing it. Brother Dust, it's getting late. Why don't you take a rest here in Yu? At those words, almost subconsciously, Thousand Dust shook his head. It's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room together. It's inappropriate. Though he had cut off his lust and would never have those thoughts that shouldn't exist, it was ultimately inappropriate. After all, Bai Yu was the holy maiden of the Fox Fairy Valley, so if some rumors were to spread, it would still have quite an impact on her. Yu, alone man and woman. Without waiting for Qianduan to finish his sentence, Bai Yu interrupted him. Brother Dust, we haven't seen each other for 7 years. Do you want Yu to be sad again? Saying that, Bai Yu's eyes instantly filled with tears. Although she didn't know if these tears were real or fake, but just by looking at them, her appearance at this moment was really very endearing. Brother Dust, rest here with me, okay? However, Bai Yu's bitter drama didn't have the slightest effect on Thousand Dust, who still shook his head. Yu, let's, said Thousand Dust, still stepping away. One leg had already crossed the threshold. This time, Qianduan still hadn't finished his words when his hand was suddenly grabbed by Bai Yu, pulling him back into the room. With a bang, Bai Yu slammed the door of the room shut. Yu, what do you mean by that? Thousand Dust cried and laughed a little. Brother Dust, just stay with Yu. Let's just chat and do nothing else, okay? Thousand Dust lowered his head and was silent for a long time. Then he nodded slightly. That would be nice. If it's just a chat, not a bad idea. Yeah, Bai Yu was almost jumping up and down with joy. Then, Brother Dust, quickly tell Yu how you got to this Fox Fairy Valley. In fact, from the moment I met Brother Dust, Yu was very curious about it. Is it possible that it was an arrangement from heaven? Anyway, I don't believe it was Mother who invited you back. Hearing her words, Thousand Dust didn't know where to start for a moment. The process was pretty choppy anyway, and he almost lost his life over it. Yu, If you want to listen, I will tell you. Chapter 52, So what if you've cut off your lust? This is really too much. Inside the Holy Maiden Hall, an angry cry suddenly rang out. Only Bai Yu looked at Qianduan with a furious expression, the anger in her eyes almost spewing out. Her hands were clenched into fists and her body was trembling slightly, obviously having been infuriated. When she heard what Qianduan had gone through recently, her heart was filled with endless anger and injustice. How can they slander your innocence without any evidence? It's simply lawlessness. There's also that one called Light Yao. She's simply a lunatic. And that so-called master teacher. She's even more detestable. I remember when you first joined the sect, Brother Dust. Wasn't she quite normal? How did she become like this now? Thousand Dust looked at Bai Yu and couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise in his heart. He had originally thought that Bai Yu would be a bit emotional at most, but he hadn't expected her to actually be more excited than himself. The person in question. Thousand Dust gently patted Bai Yu's shoulder, trying to calm her down. Yu, take it easy for now. However, Bai Yu didn't pay any attention to Qianduan's words as she remained emotional. None of those women are good. Brother Dust, don't worry. As long as you stay here, no one will be able to do anything to you in this Fox Fairy Valley. You'll be covered by Yu. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Qianduan always felt that the current scene was somewhat déjà vu. It seemed that during the Fuyan dynasty, Jin Xingyao had expressed pretty much the same thing. But Thousand Dust also understood that there was no way he could hide behind a woman for the rest of his life, so it was that he let out a small sigh. Yu, thanks for thinking of me, but I actually don't care about the things that happened in the past. After all, they're in the past and can't affect me, and since I've cut off my passions, I naturally won't take these annoying things to heart. Qianduan shook her head with a casual look, while Bai Yu froze in place for a moment after hearing her words. What did you say, Brother Dust? You said you cut off your lust? Bai Yu seemed to be in disbelief of what she heard. She was like a puppet, frozen in place and unable to move. Oh, Fong forgot to clarify. Long before that, I cut off my lust. Rainy, what's wrong with you? The fact that Thousand Dust was able to speak this fact so lightly to people came from his trust in Bai Yu. And now, looking at Bai Yu, who was frozen in place, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. It's okay, Brother Dust. I just need some time to come to terms with it. A moment later, Bai Yu slowed down, and she looked at Qianduan with a somewhat forced smile. Brother Dust, Yu is very happy that you can tell me this secret so openly. It's just that there's something Yu can't figure out. Why do you want to cut off your lust, Brother Dust? It's a long story. Thousand Dust shook his head, unwilling to say more. And is there a chance of recovery? In the face of Bai Yu's inquiry, Qianduan's heart was not sure. After all, this was the punishment given to him by the system, and whether it was permanent or not, the only way to know was to wait for the system to wake up and ask again. It's unknown for now. This way Bai Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. As long as Qianduan didn't personally say that he would never recover, then wasn't there still a chance? She'll find out later when she asks her mother. When Thousand Dust saw that Bai Yu didn't seem to have any of the same symptoms as him Qingyao, he couldn't help but mock himself. Yu thinks so highly of you, and you go so far as to doubt her. Thousand Dust feels like he deserves to die. Then, Brother Dust, what kind of meaning did you understand from what you said yesterday? Which sentence? It's the one about whether or not you'd like to stay with Yu all the way. Oh, I understand the meaning of it. As a friend of Yu, it's considered a pretty good relationship if you can keep going. But the world. Okay, stop. Brother Dust, I know what you're going to say, and it looks like I got ahead of myself. Bai Yu looked a bit downcast, and seeing this, Qianduan also understood that he must have said something that made her unhappy just now. Yu, are you okay? Bai Yu lowered her head as she did not answer Qianduan's question at first. It was only after a long time that she raised her head, and when she looked back up at Thousand Dust, the smile on her face hadn't changed in the slightest. Brother Dust, of course I'm fine. As long as Brother Dust is always by my side, I'll always be happy. Whatever you look like. Through Fong's thoughts, Bai Yu figured out one thing. So what if Thousand Dust had cut off his lust? He was still Thousand Dust? Even though there was something missing that she cared about the most, as long as he was still by her side, then everything was still moving in a good direction. Besides, if he cuts off his lust, then can't he always say something subtle and confessional? And he won't hear the meaning anyway. What I was once afraid to say can now be said freely, and although I may not get a response, as long as the person is still around, I won't be caught up in endless thoughts. Yu didn't want to go back to the days without Chidori. The thought released her. A warm sunny smile blossomed on her face as she walked over to Thousand Dust and gently took his hand. Brother Dust. It's getting late. The sun has already risen again. Let's hurry up and go to the Holy Land. This is the task that Mother has entrusted to us. Wait, wasn't that a task given to you by your predecessor? Can't it be that Brother Dust doesn't want to accompany me? You will be sad. Saying that, Yu made a gesture to wipe away the tears that didn't even exist within her eyes. Well then. Yeah, Brother Dust is the best. Yu pulled Qianduan out of the Holy Maiden Hall, and the two of them flew together towards the Linglong Hall. Outside the Linglong Hall, the sacred land elders had been waiting for a long time. An ancestor Bai was also waiting for Yu's arrival. My great lady, you're finally here. I thought you hadn't woken up yet. It's already this hour. Hearing her mother's flirtatious voice, Yu made a face. Mother, Yu is going to bring Brother Dust along to the trial. Hearing this, White Ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure? Thousand Dust. Are you done with your injuries? Senior. It's true that the injuries on Senior's body haven't healed completely yet. Saying that, Qianduan transmitted his voice with Yu. You just go. I am wounded. Indeed, I can't make a big deal out of it. Yu slightly pouted and somewhat reluctantly flew into the air by herself. And once again, the waiting elder of the Holy Land flew out of sight with Yu in a puff of smoke. Thousand Dust. Come with me. White Ancestor's voice echoed in Thousand Dust's mind. Hearing this, he looked towards White Ancestor and saw that the other party was about to take a step to leave, so he followed behind her without slowing down. Chapter 53, 7 Sentiments and 6 Desires. White Ancestor brought Thousand Dust inside the long corridor of the Linglong Hall. How are you recovering from your injuries? It was early in the morning, and the sun was shining brightly outside the promenade. The Linglong Hall was built on top of a cliff, and through the railing, Thousand Dust was able to look into the bottomless abyss. Back to Senior. Thanks to Senior's acceptance, Senior's body is recovering well. Thousand Dust clasped his hands in a humble manner, his words full of respect. That's good. Thousand Dust. Let me ask you, how did you and Yor meet? White Ancestor had her hands behind her back as she looked at Thousand Dust and spoke indifferently. As a mother, although I know that Yor met the man she couldn't forget while she was practicing in the red dust, I don't know the details of your relationship, so can you clarify them with me? If Senior is willing to hear about it, then Junior has nothing to hide. Bai Zhu nodded slightly. It's good that you can think like this, unlike that girl Yor, who was even unwilling to speak with me. She let out a slight sigh, seemingly feeling helpless. There is no need to tell in detail what you have experienced between you. I will ask you some questions and you will answer what you know. Thousand Dust was silent for a moment, seemingly recalling the details of 10 years ago. Senior, the first time my senior met with you was 10 years ago, and at that time, I had only just come into contact with the cultivation method. When Shen Shen had fully recounted the details of his first acquaintance with Bai Yu, Bai Zhu nodded frequently. You're the first person who was able to stir up Yor's nature at the very first meeting, so it seems like it's only right that she can't forget about you, either. Well, 3 years of experience would certainly take a lot of time if I were to go into detail, so there's no need to say anything else. If I'm interested, I'll ask you again. So, Thousand Dust, how exactly did you break through the boundary outside the Fox Fairy Valley and enter it? As he said these words, Bai Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Back to Senior. For this matter, Senior doesn't know the details of it. It's just that at that time, Senior suffered serious injuries and even threatened to lose his life. And right then and there, he only saw a flash of golden light, and Senior lost his consciousness. By the time the late generation woke up, it seemed to have changed into the territory of the Fox Fairy Valley. Oh, golden light? Bai Zhu had long ago checked the boundary protecting the Fox Fairy Valley, and it hadn't been damaged in any way. This meant that Thousand Dust had not been rejected by the boundary when he entered the Fox Fairy Valley. That's a rare thing. Thousand Dust, do you have any life-preserving magic treasures on you? Yes. In this regard, Thousand Dust did not hide anything. In that case, it seems that magic treasure of yours has a few origins with the Fox Fairy Valley. That's it. You first go back to heal your wounds. As for your sacred ground trial at least to last for 7 days. Plus she is the Fox Fairy Valley Saint Daughter. So no 10 days and half a month to come out. This period of time, you and stay in the Saint Daughter Hall. Good healing it. Thank you, Senior. Thousand Dust bowed down, then turned around and left. When Thousand Dust had walked away, White Ancestor looked at his back and secretly pondered. To have condensed to Jindan in just 10 years, This son's talent is quite justifiable. The corners of White Ancestor's mouth curled into a smile as she waved her sleeve. Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, her figure disappeared without a trace. Thousand Dust went straight back to the Holy Maiden Hall. According to what Ancestor Bai had said, he would need to stay in the Holy Maiden Hall to heal his wounds during Bai Yu's absence, but it was impossible for him to stay directly in Bai Yu's room, so he would need to find an empty room. Fortunately, there were many empty rooms in the Holy Maiden Hall, and it didn't take much effort for Thousand Dust to find a very tidy room. The room was very empty, in which there was only a futon, a bed and a table, not even a cupboard. But to Chidori, as long as he was able to stay, it was fine. Bedding had been placed on the bed and couch, obviously prepared by someone in advance, and an oil lamp was placed on the table for nighttime illumination. This room was only 20 steps away from Bai Yu's room, so if Bai Yu came back, it would be very easy to find him. Thousand Dust walked straight to the futon, after which, he sat down on his knees, lightly closing his eyes as he began to exhale his spiritual chi. It was also something necessary for him to do to heal. The technique he was practicing was an earth-grade technique called the Xianling Tong Jin technique. This technique was a perfect match for his golden spirit root, and right now, he was about to cultivate this technique to its grand completion. As the aura continued to travel through his body, Chen Shan only felt another sharp pain suddenly coming from his chest. Sweat continued to emerge from his forehead, even soaking the clothes that Thousand Dust was wearing. A moment later, his eyes snapped open and he gasped for air. What's going on? Thousand Dust's brows locked together as he looked at his arm. His arm did not know when the golden lines appeared. These lines flashed with strange light, and all of them converged towards the top. He hurriedly lifted his shirt and realized that not only his hands, but every part of his body seemed to be covered with this golden pattern. These lines continued to converge upwards and finally terminated at the location of his heart. A sharp pain suddenly came from his heart, as if he was stabbed by millions of steel needles at the same time. Thousand Dust sucked in a breath of cool air in pain and subconsciously reached out to cover his chest. But the next moment, the pain intensified, as if someone had ripped his heart out of his chest cavity hard, making it unbearable for him, and his eyes went black, followed by loss of consciousness. Where is this? I don't know how long it took, but Thousand Dust woke up leisurely and realized that he seemed to be lying on the ground. He struggled to stand up but realized that he couldn't feel his body's existence at all. When he looked down, he saw that 3 flame-like things were hovering underneath him. These 3 clusters of flames were of different sizes and colors, and they were silently suspended within Shenduan's body, without a trace of temperature or any sound. Thousand Dust tried to touch those flames with his hands, but realized that his body had disappeared, leaving only his eyes still able to watch, like a spectator. Just then, a red flame suddenly floated out of Thousand Dust's body and flew straight forward. Thousand Dust's eyes followed the red flame and watched it move forward quickly through the air. The red flames eventually stopped at a place and then began to rotate, growing faster and faster, gradually forming a red circle of light. Thousand Dust tried hard to see what this aperture looked like, only to find that it wasn't only red, it was also mixed with 4 different colors: orange, blue, and purple. In the center of the aperture, a hexagonal pattern was standing quietly. There was a translucent object suspended at each apex of the hexagon, and Chidori couldn't see exactly what it was. As explained here, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple correspond to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and lust, respectively. Chapter 54. Here, exactly, just as Thousand Dust was immersed in the scene in front of him, suddenly, the patterns of rules that emitted light suddenly zoomed in until they took up his entire sight. This is the space where your 7 emotions and 6 desires are stored. An ethereal voice abruptly resounded within this empty space. What? Thousand Dust seemed very confused. Why am I? Without waiting for Thousand Dust to finish his sentence, he suddenly realized a strange phenomenon. What exactly was he talking with now? He clearly couldn't feel his body's presence, and yet, he was able to vocalize normally. I know you have a lot of doubts, but this is not the moment to answer them. The pattern in front of Thousand Dust suddenly began to distort, and in the end, it transformed into a translucent, delicate humanoid. There are many truths that are beyond the reach of you now. Why are my 7 emotions here? It shouldn't be the system. The system? Did she transform into something called the system? There was a hint of anger in the ethereal voice. At the end of the day, she let out a deep sigh. I can't help you because I just woke up too. However, I know that you deserve this power. The transparent humanoid suddenly reached out his hand, and with a strange sensation, the the figure suddenly disappeared. You've been stripped of 6 of your 7 passions and 4 of your feelings, and if you fail to find the truth of the matter before the 7 passions are completely stripped from you, then you'll become her pawn once again. I hope those powers can help you. You must find the truth of the matter. This is my last long-cherished wish. So embark on the journey. As the words fell, the pattern representing the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the 1,000 dusts reappeared, and at that moment, his vision suddenly went into a trance, and the pattern began to blur continuously. Duke, Duke, some familiar voices rang in his ears, and 1,000 Dust opened his eyes in a daze. Gongzi, you've finally woken up. Listening to this voice, it seemed to be the fox maiden who had tended to him when 1,000 Dust had just arrived at the Fox Immortal Valley. What's happening to me? 1,000 Dust sat up and rubbed his head. My lord, it's like this. Last night I brought you healing medicine, but I actually didn't want you to plant yourself on the ground at that time. Hearing this, 1,000 Dust also recalled everything before he passed out. Just then, a bizarre pattern appeared in his mind, which was so blurry that he couldn't really see it. You must find out what happened. An unfamiliar voice, 1,000 Dust was sure of it, but he couldn't recall the source of the voice no matter how carefully he recalled it. What kind of voice is this? He was a bit puzzled, and it wasn't just the strange patterns and unfamiliar voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. 1,000 Dust always felt as if something was missing from him. This feeling is very strange, as if the system gave him punishment in the first place. Your Excellency, is your body in any serious trouble? If so, then I will go and inform the Valley Master. 1,000 Dust hurriedly waved his hand and stated that he was fine. Maybe it's the problem of the injuries on the body. It's okay, there's no need to tell seniors. Alright then, Gongzi, quickly drink the healing medicine. Upon hearing this, 1,000 Dust nodded slightly. Then he took the porcelain bowl in the young girl's hand and drank it all in one go. Then, my lord, I will leave first. Good. After watching the young girl leave, Chidori realized that he was still in the room he had picked out. At that moment, he was sitting on the bed. No, there must be something fishy here. 1,000 Dust turned over his clothes and found that the golden lines all over his body had disappeared. During the time I was unconscious, I must have experienced something. But why? I can't remember anything. 1,000 Dust rubbed his temples, although he couldn't recall exactly what he had experienced, but he also secretly memorized that pattern and those words in his mind just now. He walked over to the futon, and then, like he did before he passed out, he sat down on his knees, closed his eyes lightly, and tried to run his aura once again. Unlike before losing consciousness, this time, 1,000 Dust's aura was running very smoothly. The speed was even several times higher than before. It was as if the meridians of the entire body suddenly became rich in vitality, and even each meridian began to absorb spiritual chi on its own. Not only that, but 1,000 Dust suddenly realized that his spiritual roots had also undergone a drastic change. He could feel his golden spirit root as if it had been doped up, constantly absorbing the aura he deposited into his dantian, and it was even growing. It wasn't until the golden spirit root erupted with an intense light that it stopped absorbing the aura, and at this moment, the aura within the 1,000 Dust had also been fully drained. When Shen Shen went to probe his body again, he found that his golden spirit root had undergone a radical change. The speed of absorbing aura was tens of times more than before. Moreover, the spirit root was still emitting a warm aura, moisturizing 1,000 Dust's body, and his root bones had even changed as a result. It's gotten stronger. Why is this? For all the changes in his body, 1,000 Dust was puzzled. After all, he had only been unconscious for one night. So why did it seem like he was completely transformed when he woke up? As he ran his aura, the pain did not spread again in his chest, as if Jin Qing Yao did not leave any damage on his body. It seems that this process also restored his body completely. 1,000 Dust's brows were locked together as he couldn't understand why he had changed like this, and the feeling of having lost something kept circling around the tip of his heart. After a long time, he gently opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Fang had shown signs of breaking through the bottleneck of the late Jindan stage after just half an hour of cultivation, which made Qianwen feel very unbelievable. Why? 1,000 Dust understood that there was a reason for all the changes, and suddenly, as if he remembered something, he took out the yuan-shaped clothes from his storage space. With just one glance, 1,000 Dust realized that the yuan-shaped clothes had suddenly become different from before. It no longer gave off a light silver glow, but instead turned golden and its luster dulled considerably. Are you awake? 1,000 Dust tried to communicate with the yuan-shaped clothes' spiritual sense. However, to his surprise, he actually received a response. Master, I have recovered well. The yuan-shaped clothes trembled slightly. Chapter 55, Heartache. Suddenly, the shaking of the yuan-shaped clothes became more and more violent, and just as Thousand Dust was puzzled, the yuan-shaped clothes suddenly transformed into a beam of light and flew straight into his body. Just as Thousand Dust was still a bit confused, the voice of the yuan-shaped clothes' spiritual awareness suddenly came from within his mind. Master, it is in your body that I can be most effective. Upon hearing this, Thousand Dust nodded slightly, then he asked the doubt in his heart. Why do you look a little different now than you did then? Because aiding my master in his escape used up a great deal of my power. And even though I awakened, it will take time to replenish that power after all. So, as I recall, your role is to plunder the chi of others. So wouldn't you also need to plunder chi to restore your power? No, master, although I possess that kind of ability, but that's just the tip of the iceberg of my ability. And, if one wants to plunder the chi that doesn't belong to them, there is a corresponding price to pay. In this way, the yuan-shaped clothes seem to be a very precious artifact, and the single function of bringing Qian Chen out of the Fuyan dynasty and bringing him to the Fox Immortal Valley was already very counterintuitive. Why have I come to the Valley of the Fox Fairy? Because the boundary here is connected to my own aura. This is the place to be if you want to ensure your safety. Master. Thousand Dust nodded silently. It seems that what Senior said about this treasure having some affinity with the Fox Fairy Valley is indeed true. Then why do you call me master? This was the biggest doubt in Thousand Dust's mind. After all, in his opinion, when he first brought the yuan-shaped cloth out from the Fuzzy Cloud dynasty, it had actively possessed him, and then, afterward, addressed him directly as master. Thousand Dust had to wonder if this yuan-shaped clothing was connected to him in some way. Because you woke me up. Awakening? Thousand Dust recalled all the details of when he had just touched the yuan-shaped clothes. It's just awakening. I was in a state of slumber until you came. Master. Alright then. When yuan-shaped clothes had answered all his questions completely, Thousand Dust stopped asking. Master, if there are no more problems, then I will rest. If you encounter any dangerous situations, you can call out to me in your heart. Oh. Hearing this, Thousand Dust responded helplessly. How is it that this yuan-shaped clothing has become a treasure bag, capable of dealing with any danger? Once there were no more voices in his head, Thousand Dust closed his eyes lightly once again. Feeling the constant flow of aura in his body, the bottleneck that bound his realm began to shake. At the same time, Fushan Dynasty, Cloud City, deep within the palace, Jin Qingyao expressionlessly looked at the Tianji mirror suspended in the air in front of her. The entirety of the Tianji mirror was suspended in the air, and moreover, it was continuously radiating light in all directions. Inside the mirror, Jin Qingyao's cool and ascetic face was mapped out in full view. Her ink-black eyes were motionless, as if she had no essence. This wasn't the first time she had activated the celestial mirror. Ever since Thousand Dust had left her side, she had tried to find Thousand Dust's whereabouts using the celestial mirror. However, for such a long period of time, no matter how hard she tried, no matter how much she injected her aura towards the Tianji mirror, although the Tianji mirror responded, it could not understand her claims. With her heart growing more and more annoyed, Jin Qingyao recalled the details of when Qianchen used the Tianji mirror in front of her. At that time, when Qianchen injected aura into the Tianji mirror, he would not have to do anything but just look at the Tianji mirror, and after a few moments, the Tianji mirror would directly give him the answer he wanted. But why not with her? Jin Qingyao was a bit puzzled. I can give you whatever you want, but please tell me the whereabouts of Qianduan. Jin Qingyao stared at herself in the mirror and said impatiently. However, the Tianji mirror still didn't have any response. Damn it! She reached out for another pointless attempt. Dust! Are we so unattached? Jin Qingyao's heart was filled with desolation. However, the moment she reached out her hand, the Tianji mirror suddenly produced a change, only to see its body suddenly glow around it, while the aura within the body of the present Lightning Yao was also dissipating. The auras disappeared at a very fast speed. They kept converging towards the Tianji mirror, and as the auras converged, the picture inside the Tianji mirror began to distort. A few moments later, it was not until the aura within Jin Qingyao's body had been drained of most of its aura that the distorted images within the Tianji mirror became clear. Jin Qingyao fixed his eyes and realized that a huge green mountain with a white top had appeared in the Tianji mirror. Fox Fairy Valley? Looking at the three words that surfaced on the Tianji mirror, Jin Qingyao didn't care about the loss of aura in her body and hurriedly memorized the name of the place in her mind and took out a shadow retention stone to write down the appearance of the Fox Immortal Valley. However, even though the Tianji mirror had already surfaced the answer that Jin Qingyao wanted, it was still continuously sucking in Jin Qingyao's aura. It wasn't until she was almost deflated that the celestial mirror lost its light and fell straight to the ground. Jin Qingyao gasped for air as she felt her empty as wild body. A touch of guilt and chills could not help but rise in her heart. Even she had to give her whole body's aura as a price to use up the heavenly chance mirror. So what about the time when Chen Chen had acted out the heavenly chance for her from before? How much did he have to pay? And after so many calculations, what kind of deficiency must his body have become? Why did she insist on letting Thousand Dust use this Tianji mirror in the first place to assist her in ascending to the throne? Jin Qingyao didn't want to think about it and didn't dare to think about it. She just shed silent tears and spoke of her inner remorse. Dust, I'm sorry. Im Qingyao suddenly felt that Qian Chen's coldness towards him was not unreasonable. She was clearly the one who had failed Qi Dan in an invisible way. He was even willing to use his body as a price to act out the sky for her. But what about her? What did she do? The more she pondered on, the more Jin Qingyao's heart ached. It was a bit numbing until the end. She stood up, picked up the Tianji mirror on the ground and put it away, and then took out the pills to replenish her aura from her storage space. When her body was rejuvenated, Jin Qingyao summoned Li Shui. Li Shui, I want you to investigate a place called Fox Fairy Valley. Saying that, Jin Qingyao took out the shadow-retaining stone that recorded the appearance of the Fox Fairy Valley from her pocket. This mission is significant, but I still have important matters to deal with in the court, so I cannot leave Fuyun at will. These things, Yuan take them. Saying that, a storage ring suddenly appeared in Jin Qingyao's hand. She handed the ring to Li Shui, and then sighed deeply. I was wrong and have run out of chances to fix it. Im Qingyao lowered her head, a bereft look that Li Shui had never seen before. Your Majesty, you go. When you find the direction, just follow my voice. I'm tired and need to rest for a moment. As you wish. Li Shui bowed slightly, and then her figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 56, A Little Mischief. Mu Qingyin's heart instantly fell into a bottomless abyss, and impatience overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. She searched around in Cloud City like crazy, not sparing every corner or alley. But no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to capture Yi Ling Ling's familiar figure. The reality, however, is brutal. Even though she had expanded her divine sense to its limit, like a large invisible net covering the entire Cloud City, she still had not detected a single trace of aura or clue related to Yi Ling Ling. This feeling of powerlessness left Mu Qingyin helpless, and endless self-blame surged to her heart. She was remorseful. If she could have been more attentive in the beginning, if she could have been with Yi Ling Ling at all times, but everything is already too late. No amount of remorse can change the situation. In desperation, Mu Qingyin had no choice but to try and find the Empress of the Fushun, also known as Jin Qingyao. After all, Qianduan was in the palace. Maybe Yi Ling Ling just couldn't figure it out and went looking for Qianduan? After a lot of maneuvering, Mu Qingyin finally stepped into that solemn and mysterious palace door. When she arrived at the court hall, she only saw Jin Qingyao sitting high above the dragon chair, gazing down with a posture of looking down on all beings. There was no emotion in Jin Qingyao's eyes. Even the hostility at the beginning disappeared without a trace. Are you here to see Chidori? He is no longer here. When Jin Qingyao heard that a woman named Mu Qingyin had requested an audience, she subconsciously assumed that she was the one who had come to look for Qianduan. No, I'm here to see Spirit. Has she been here? Hearing this, Jin Qingyao shook her head. She never came. Why? Mu Qingyin was a bit puzzled. Since Yi Ling Ling hadn't come to the palace, where could she have gone? That Yi Ling Ling is your disciple. What? Didn't take care of it and ran away? No joy or sorrow could be heard in Jin Qingyao's voice, as if she was flirting with Mu Qingyin, but her tone was not kind. Perhaps it is possible that she has gone after dust? I can show you the way. Just whether you can find it or not is up to you, Jin Qingyao said indifferently, and then she pointed in the direction that Qianduan had flown towards as a golden light. That way, get going, maybe we can still make it. Hearing this, Mu Qingyin looked deeply at Jin Qingyao. She was a bit puzzled. Why had she become so unconcerned when she had been so sheltered to Qianchen a few days ago? However, at this moment Mu Qingyin already has no time to care about other things. The most urgent task at the moment is to find Yi Ling Ling as soon as possible. But right now, there is no trace of Yi Ling Ling. Mu Qingyin can only hold the mentality of trying, according to the direction indicated by Jin Qingyao to go and look for. Looking at Mu Qingyin walking away until she finally disappeared from view, Jin Qingyao slowly lowered her eyes. The corner of her lips rose slightly, revealing a bitter smile. In reality, she was not at all clear about where exactly Yi Ling Ling was, knowing that ever since they had left that mysterious and unpredictable Misty Mountain, they had never met each other again. As for the words that were just said to Mu Qingyin, it was just to tease the other party, a small prank of sorts. After all, through her communication with Qianduan, Jin Qingyao had learned that Mu Qingyin's requirements for Qianduan could simply be described as harsh, even bordering on harshness. Therefore, this small joke may also be considered as a slight punishment for Qidan to punish that person who once bullied him. Thinking of this light Yao's mind involuntarily surfaced Qian Dust, that familiar face. At the same time, a burst of tingling sensation once again like a tidal wave, instantly flooded her entire heart. 10 days passed by like a white horse. In that Fox Fairy Valley, which was like a paradise, in a certain quiet room of the Holy Maiden Hall, Thousand Dust slowly opened the eyes that had been closed for a long time, and the pupils that were originally as black as ink suddenly burst out with a dazzling and eye-catching golden light. Immediately afterward, he lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, as if discharging all of the turbid air that had been pent up in his body for many days, and at the same time carefully perceived the surging, vast and infinite fluctuations of the aura that were filling his meridians around him at the moment. After 10 whole days of dedicated closed-door cultivation, Zhenwan finally succeeded in breaking through the shackles of the late Jindan stage and smoothly stepped into the realm of Jindan perfection. At this moment he is only one step away from that Yuaning realm. Only need to take time to continue to cultivate diligently, to wait until another bottleneck can try to break through the Yuaning stage. Such a rapid and abnormal speed of strength enhancement was unexpected even by Thousand Dust himself, and he couldn't help but feel stupefied. Why on earth did my body improve so much? Thousand Dust pondered darkly with suspicion, but was never able to figure it out. However, the matter has come to this point. It is a waste of time to dwell on it any longer, so he will not go any deeper. He stood up and left the futon, and just then, an urgent and short knock resounded throughout the room. Hearing this voice, Qidwan walked towards the door with gentle steps and without hesitation reached out and pulled the heavy wooden door, which had been closed tightly for 10 days. With force, with the squeak of a crunching sound, the eyes opened up, and Bai Yuyu's delicate and lovely face instantly came into view. Brother Dust. Bai Yuyu could not hide her excitement and cried out in a loud voice. And then she flew headlong into Qian-chen's broad and warm embrace. Brother Dust, Yuyu really misses you so much. Bai Yuyu's delicate voice seemed as if it could penetrate one's soul, causing one to feel compassion. She snuggled tightly into Qianduan's broad chest, like a well-behaved and cute kitten, constantly rubbing her cheek against Qianduan's shirt, as if she wanted to convey her deepest thoughts and attachment to Qianduan in this way. Hasn't it only been 10 days since we met? Thousand Dust's helpless voice rang out at that moment. Bai Yuyu pouted and muttered after hearing this. Isn't 10 days long enough? 4 people, even if they can't see Brother Dust for just 1 day, they will feel uncomfortable all over. After saying that, her big watery eyes stared straight at Qianduan, her eyes full of anticipation and longing. Hearing these words, Thousand Dust was suddenly speechless, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. In fact, even he himself was a bit puzzled as to what caused Bai Yuyu to develop such a deep sense of dependence on him. Well, isn't that a sight to see? Bai Yuyu didn't stop at those words. Instead, she intensified her hold on Thousand Dust and murmured softly in his ear. Brother Dust, please wait a little longer. Oh, Yuyu still needs to draw some energy from you before she can. Before the words fell, Bai Yuyu was seen hungrily inhaling deeply in Qianduan's embrace, as if she wanted to inhale all the warmth of Qianduan's body into her body. Chapter 57, Mistake. Yiling had no idea how much time had passed. During these days, she just aimlessly rushed towards the direction where Thousand Dust had left, having long since left Cloud City. The speed of that golden light was fast and quick, but in a very short time, she lost it. She had been traveling all night for more than 10 days, and exhaustion took over her body and mind. The look of Chidori always surfaced in her mind from time to time, causing her remorse and pain at the same time. The aura in her body was almost depleted due to all the traveling these days. Fortunately, she still had some pills stored in her storage space to replenish her aura, but there weren't many left. Keeping on traveling this aimlessly also made her mind break down more and more. Senior brother, when exactly will senior sister be able to see you again? Ling Ling kept doubting herself. She even felt that she was too impulsive. Why was she so sure that golden light was Qianduan? However, she really wanted to hear Thousand Dust's voice again, and observe Thousand Dust's appearance more closely. Why did that gentleman become what he is now? Yiling couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter now because she hadn't heard anything about him. As for why she kept moving in this direction, it was only because of her inner obsession. And now, she didn't know where she was, only that her surroundings were more and more remote. Along the way, Ling Ling had also encountered quite a few humans and demonic beasts. But now, not to mention humans, not even demonic beasts appeared in the vicinity anymore. At this moment, she was located in the middle of a jungle. It was a rich and vibrant scene with trees in the sky, blocking out most of the light, and overgrown grass all around. Ling Ling's figure shuttled between the tree canopies as she tuned her entire body's aura, like an obstinate donkey, and kept heading in the direction she had determined. Her best efforts to accelerate also led to the rapid consumption of the elixir on her body, but she obviously couldn't care so much. If she lacked aura, then she would get high and rest for a few moments. Right now she just wanted to find Shenduan quickly. However, even so, this jungle seemed like it had no end, until the sky gradually turned dark and stars dotted it. Ling Ling was still surrounded by trees. By the latter part of the night, the aura in Ling Ling's body was once again depleted, and she had to stop and rest for a moment. Finding a thick tree, she ate an elixir that she had refined for aura restoration. Feeling her body continuously becoming full, Ling Ling sat on a tree branch, her back leaning against the tree trunk, her hands clasping her knees. "Senior brother," she kept chanting something in her mouth, and then fell into a deep sleep. By the time she woke up again, it had become dusk. Without hesitation, Ling Ling directly stood up and continued to move forward. However, this jungle was like a labyrinth. No matter how hard Ling Ling tried, she could not walk out. Time went on in such a cycle until the last elixir used to replenish her aura within her storage space was consumed, and she was still spinning in the same place. I don't know how many days passed, but exhausted, she eventually collapsed. Senior brother. The second before she lost consciousness, Ling Ling was still thinking about Shenduan. She collapsed in a patch of weeds, completely incapacitated. After a long time, a group of foxes suddenly appeared around Ling Ling. They all stayed in their original forms until a brown fox came up to Ling Ling and sniffed, and only then did the foxes around them transform into their human forms. What should be done with this man? The Valley Master has ordered that no human is allowed to enter the territory of the Fox Fairy Valley. So let's bring her to a slightly safer place first. The fox cultivator at the head of the group spoke out. Afterwards, the remaining few people lifted Ling Ling, who was lying on the ground, and brought her to a cave. You guys keep watch here. I'll go back and report this news to the Valley Master, and if she wakes up, don't let her leave. Yes, several female Fox Clan cultivators answered, and when the leader left, they gathered around Ling Ling. Pink hair, that's rare, that's just it, and it was born so cute. I just don't know why it collapsed on the doorstep of the Fox Fairy Valley. A few fox cultivators curiously surveyed Ling Ling, but they only watched from afar, giving Ling Ling plenty of space. Not knowing how long had passed, Ling Ling opened her eyes in a daze, and with just one glance, she noticed several silhouettes in the distance. She opened her mouth slightly, however, no sound could be made. Her consciousness was still in a bit of a trance, as the deficient aura in her body had not been replenished in any way. She's awake, a Fox Clan cultivator exclaimed as he noticed the awakened Ling Ling. The other fox cultivators on sentry duty also heard this and hurriedly walked over to Ling Ling's side. Water, Iron spoke weakly, and just then, a bowl made of leaves appeared in front of her, holding a clear liquid. She couldn't think of anything else, and rushed to drink the liquid from it in one gulp. The burning sensation coming from his throat was finally a lot better, and Ling Ling's consciousness gradually woke up. She looked around and realized there were about 5 or 6 people around. These cultivators were, obviously, not human cultivators, as they all had a pair of ears and a fluffy tail. This is, for me. If you are unwell, there is no hurry to speak. You are safe now, and as for us, you'd better not ask too much. The person who spoke had a slight smile on his face. Hearing this, Ling Ling nodded gently. She could sense that most of these 5 or 6 people were foundation stage cultivators, and only one of them was at the same realm as her. Ling Ling sat down on her knees and tried to run her gong methods to absorb the aura in the surrounding air. However, the aura here was very scarce, and the effect of running the gong method was minimal. This was why she could only take pills to replenish her aura here. Just when Lingchi was at his wit's end, a figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Valley Master. Neat voices echoed within the cave. Ling Ling only felt that suddenly a strong wind suddenly blew away, telling her to open her eyes. When she came back to her senses and opened her eyes, she saw that a very powerful cultivator had appeared in front of her at some point. Just by facing her, Ling Ling felt a tremor from her soul. This cultivator's realm was definitely more than 100 times higher than hers, so much so that just by her standing there, Ling Ling felt fear from within. Bai Zhu looked at Iron Ling, somewhat confused as to what was going on with his Fox Fairy Valley. A few days ago there was 1,000 dust. Now why is there a little girl from a human race? But compared to 1,000 dust, this little girl fell outside before she even entered the boundary. Little girl, where are you from and what are you doing here? Senior is from the spirit-looking sect, and is here to look for her senior brother. Not minding the weakness of her body, Yilingling hurriedly stood up and said respectfully with both hands clasping her fists, Spirit-looking sect? Hearing this name, the white ancestor, who was far away in the Fox Immortal Valley, became interested as she maneuvered her doppelganger and continued to inquire, and what is the name of the man you seek? Yilingling was silent for a moment, then exhaled deeply. Back to Senior. He is called Thousand Dust.